mod be lying for no reason?
We've completely innovated in the area of connecting you, the player, to your instance in the game, making you feel more in the game.
What the fuck? Oh, bro, the laser vision. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
I feel like being able to play as that dude is...
All right, boss. Time to show them what you're made of.
What?
Look lonely.
What the...
I've detected the enemy's armor.
What the fuck happened to COD?
Time till the AI take over. Sorry. Back.
What the? Kitty cat.
That shit look like it belongs in Fortnite.
Bunny rabbit in this thing.
Is this real? Are there actual bunny rabbits in Call of Duty now? Yes, this isn't a meme. What the fuck is going on?
This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I... could kill it, I would.
You're the skull from Indiana Jones.
Here's a skin from a Call of Duty game that's set in the year 2187. And here's the same exact skin in a game that's set in 2022.
What do you think? Nice.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
What's your operator?
Kevin Durant.
I think that level of immersion
Kevin Durant.
is really going to speak.
Oh, God.
So that was a fucking lie.
400 points.
Oh, there it is, Kevin Durant. Nothing says Call of Duty more than Kevin Durant with a green beret and an AK-47. With Homelander and fucking Snoop Dogg, and there's also a rabbit, and there's a cat operator as, oh my god. Like, I feel like being a cat would be bad, because wouldn't it make the hitbox bigger? You can play as Messi? Oh my god.
Yeah, you can play as Messi.
If I...
Fun. This is ridiculous.
Epic Games who do Fortnite. Fortnite is not counterculture. Fortnite is, I think, far more the cultural Katamari, you know, the old games Katamari, just kind of going in, you know, gobbling everything up. I'm sure these people only know that Dragon Ball Z exists because of Fortnite, because we do live in a very loopy universe. Anyway, that's basically the situation. If you want to avoid generative AI and that kind of thing, I suppose Steam is for you. That being said, I think the point there is that Valve did want to, like, reach out, so perhaps
Stream
there are some
Elements.
wrinkles to this. It's the
Welcome
sort of
to
thing
my
where
channel.
until we have, like, more official
Welcome to my
policies from
channel.
Valve, we're just not going to know.
Drapsnat.
But for today's developer, there is
Welcome to
actually
my
a
channel.
happy ending. Now, everything that I just said about Valve still does apply. It does actually seem to be their policy. What has happened, though, is that they have removed the AI option for their game. They've been able to resubmit the game, and they have actually got past Steam's approval process. I think, no doubt helped by there being quite a bit of noise over the internet. Overall, though, it's nice we've got a happy ending in this one, but that big debate about AI, well, that still does remain. The next thing then, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, Rising Up from the Grave. We've covered this a few times on the channel. It is a loopy story. This game was supposed to come out in 2020, everybody, 2020. And people were kind of, you know, optimistic, all looking good. I mean, it was crazy. The original game is mad. People adore it. The lead writer, Brian Mitsuda, came back as a lead writer for the new title that was being made by Hardsuit Labs. But then he was fired, along with other key creators. The game was then delayed by the publisher and the rights holder to 2021. And then Paradox delayed the game indefinitely in 2021. They replaced Hardsuit as the developer, and they never explained who would be taking on the development. And then, as of summer 2022, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was getting full refunds from Paradox, no question asked, for anyone who pre-ordered the game. And, well, now it has an announcement trailer. Yes, Bloodlines 2 official announcement trailer. We can see it here, and it's being made by the Chinese Room. Now, this, I mean, they've done Everyone's Gone to Rapture, Dear Esther. There's certainly a level of, like, ambience, vibes, a lot. Basically, they can be very creatively strong. Some of their games haven't been everybody's cup of tea, but I think to capture a slice of a universe, they're absolutely a team who could do an excellent job there. Now, speaking to PC Gamer, the VP of Paradox, Sean, said that basically he wasn't really willing to explain what happened with Hardsuit or to the original version of the game, but he did detail how things are basically going to follow on from that, and how the original version is, you know, a little bit different. The Chinese Room has kept Bloodlines 2 initial planned setting of Seattle, and while he noted they've been able to reuse a significant amount of art and level design from the Hardsuit project, he was quick to clarify it's a new code base with different gameplay mechanics and RPG systems. That is absolutely the sort of thing here. So a lot of those assets, like, yeah, you'll be able to reuse them, but often it's like a new team, you don't want to accrue all that technical debt, especially if this is a very troubled project. And here's the deal. I've seen multiple game development projects, even ones like, you know, fairly close around my circle, and it turns out, right, the easy bit's making the assets. Getting all of those assets into your game engine, having an excellent video game. That is, in fact, the hard bit. So, if they can benefit from those assets, which, of course, you know, you might only have like a few coders and a hell of a lot of artists. So if you can, you know, get a new code base, get all that going, but still reuse a lot of those art assets, which, you know, those art assets, there could be absolutely nothing wrong with them. The problem could have been in, you know, leadership, could have been in the code, whatever. So overall then, I think that this is a pretty bold move, moving to a developer who does fairly different things. I'm actually quite excited and interested. Yeah. So, good. It's nice to see, especially because this is a franchise where, I mean, come on. It's legendary. Very good reason. I think for me, my first introduction to it was via Total Biscuit, who absolutely loved that game. And it's pretty cool that it's going to exist again. So, that's nice. Now, next. Good guy Ubisoft? Kind of, actually. Dark Messiah Might and Magic 2006 is a game from Arcane. Yeah, Arcane. It was published by Ubisoft. This is basically before Ubisoft kind of got into the groove that they've been in ever since with like their really big titles. And it's that kind of game that's like the 7 out of 10 that you love like it's a 10 out of 10. That's basically it. It's had an amazing modding scene, and for 4 years, David Wiltos has been leading a team of modders that have been basically working on adding co-op to the game and also making an SDK for other groups of modders, which is amazing. And as an anniversary gift, he's revealed something. Ubisoft have basically just given him carte blanche to do whatever he needs to, which is awesome. This is a direct quote from Ubisoft. We don't want to impose any sorts of restrictions so that the community can really appreciate the full value of the work that's being put in here. This is a very, very nice move from them, isn't it? I mean, goddamn. They have a massive library. There's actually quite a lot of really loved games in that library. And if this is the way that they're going to treat that, it's like, look, if you're not going to do this, at least treat your library, you know, with respect. At least give the people a bone who actually want to work in those games. There are so many companies that, you know, that just don't. They kind of, in a way, they like hoard their stuff. You know, the community tries to do something, it gets shut down. No, that's not what's happening here. This is absolutely wonderful to see. So it's the sort of thing we want to see, but there is, of course, a bit of a wrinkle to it. So outsourcing library games is apparently something that they're willing to do, and this happened with Might and Magic Clash of Heroes. Of course, though, there's an interesting wrinkle to this. So I think .emu, maybe that's what they're called. Maybe it's Dotemu. Who knows? Anyway, they allowed them to basically take Might and Magic Clash of Heroes, a very, very loved DS title, and do a definitive edition. Now, this was far more a polished re-release than it was any form of remake. You can see in Steam overall, like, you know, there are thumbs up, there are thumbs down. It's mostly positive overall, 71%, which, you know, not ideal. Could be better, could be worse. But it's interesting that they allowed them to do that. Now, there's a part of this, is the wrinkle. It's that Ubisoft had turned off the original servers in 2021. The original game was not for sale, and existing owners, you know, rather than getting an upgrade, they were just kind of buying the new version. So, you know, a little bit rough, but it is what it is. The idea, though, of a company actually being really cool to modders, I mean, in a world where we see Rockstar do Rockstar stuff with modders, yeah, I'll celebrate this where I see it. Next then, Warframe expensive. This is something. So, TennoCon, it is the big con that they do where they announce things. Had a bunch of surprises for Warframe fans. You're getting a retro-themed expansion, Warframe 1999, launching in 2024. There's cross-progression for all players alongside the announcement of a mobile version and a set of anniversary skins costing $89.99. I mean, they do look cool, but $89.99. That is definitely saying, hello, we would like some money, please. Yes, there are harsh reactions, and of course, in the document here, you know what, I've only got the publishable ones, because the other ones would get us in trouble with YouTube. But yes, basically calling it a $90 FOMO pack, not really acceptable, going to get you bad PR. If you offered us the skins separately, more people would buy them, fewer would be upset. Yeah, because basically it's just saying, buy the bundle, please. You want the individual thing? That's not gonna happen. So definitely quite the leap in the wrong direction, and it's kind of weird. Like, look, Warframe, it's often held up as being, like, the good guy. I think, broadly speaking, it is. It has also made missteps in the past, so it's not like I've forgotten that. But they are one of the better guys out there, so seeing this kind of thing is, you know, it's, yeah, it's a shame. Now, of course, there's more things going on with the digital extremes. Wayfinder has came out, and the thing with Wayfinder is, you know, as a game in many ways, like, Wayfinder's looking pretty damn good. Problem, of course, is massive server issues. Now, when I was initially covering this, it was very negative in Steam. They've actually got up to 45%, meaning that instead of a red or orange angry number, it is now, it's yellow. It's mixed, so it's not quite green yet. But it has went in a better direction. But of course, they're basically just trying to, you know, they're trying to get that thing, you know, to be okay. Of course, also, they'll have to get the, you know, the launch right for Soulframe, which is their, you know, their fantasy MMO. So certainly, audience, you know, audience thought shifting. That, you know, that wouldn't really be particularly great for them. Now, another story, Spyro. Do you know Spyro Reignited Trilogy has actually reached 10 million sales? Now, that's 10 million sales since 2018. Are all of those sales going to be at full RRP? No. But, I mean, I guess what, averaging 2 million sales a year? That's absolutely not shabby for, you know, retro title. That said, as Game World Observer pointed out, it's actually not as good as the Crash Trilogy's 10 million in 18 months in 2018, which, to be honest, is absolutely insane to me. I mean, I like Crash, but come on, man, Spyro's way better. Maybe I'll get pitchforked in the comments for that, who knows. But the three original Spyro games had managed 11.56 million between them by November 2007. So actually, like, that is pretty damn impressive. Now, considering those numbers and the expectations that Activision Blizzard has for big, big numbers and success, it's, in fact, may not be surprising how Toys for Bob are now rotating between Crash Team Rumble and Call of Duty support with no clear path towards single-player titles again. Yeah, you know, Crash Team Rumble. I feel like that's them taking this signal. Oh, look, Crash is back. And then they're trying to spin it into, you know, because of course there's Crash Team Racing that turned into the live service. There's Crash 4, which I think had a fairly unfortunate launch timing. It's kind of tricky. Basically, it sold like way less than Insane Trilogy, because Insane Trilogy, supposedly, I think it's from Super Data, and it's coming in at 520,000 digital units within the last day of June 2017, whereas Crash 4 was 402,000 units digitally in its first month. So obviously that's like analysts and stuff, but I mean, I think everybody knows that Crash 4 didn't sell as well. Now, that being said, if you are very happy about Spyro, you're maybe thinking, wouldn't some, you know, more Spyro that's perhaps more like the original Spyros, less like the Spyros that kind of, I mean, I don't want to say that those Spyros ran Spyro into the ground, but they certainly did not help, even though it also was an era where the sort of mascot platformer was becoming less and less of a thing. But hey, if you're maybe thinking, man, maybe Spyro being back would be cool, well, Ripto is coming for Season 2 of Crash Team Rumble. I'm so happy that Toys for Bob are working on that. I mean, I don't know, Crash Team Rumble seems to be, you know, fine by any measure. It's just doesn't really seem to have caught on, like, at all. Now, that being said, Spyro's 25th anniversary, it would be a pretty good time to announce something, wouldn't it, Bobby? Please, come on, man. Give me Spyro. Dear, so there you go. I think a pretty interesting day of the news. I mean, Valve saying no to the AI games, just, you know, giving Tim Sweeney an opportunity to, you know, use his Twitter account. It's always fun. How many of these stories are just because Tim Sweeney is trying to do the counterculture thing against Valve, while also being Tim Sweeney of Epic Games who do the Fortnite? Funny old situation. My sort of thought on that, to be honest, if it's ChatGPT and it's an optional like plug-in thing for the game, I really struggle to see the harm in that, to be honest with you, especially considering how tiny of a thing that is in comparison to the full game in question. So that's my take. Let me know what yours is anyway. And of course, stay tuned. I'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Kwebbelkop was at one point one of the most popular gaming creators on the platform, but after a series of horrible decisions and exposed videos, his empire would come crumbling down, leaving his channel as a shell of what it once was. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be looking into how a YouTube titan not only killed his channel, but is also actively destroying any legacy he had left behind. This is the story of Kwebbelkop. To fully capture just how large of a downfall Kwebbelkop witnessed, we first need to go back into the past to fully garner just how successful his channel once was. Kwebbelkop, also known as Geordie, started his YouTube journey on the 2nd of April 2008. Over the following 3 years, Geordie would simply be a consumer on the platform, as it wasn't until the 3rd of May 2011 that Geordie would upload his first video. The video was about what you could expect for a 16-year-old playing his Xbox 360 in his bedroom. Geordie would post relatively consistently, building upon his production quality and on-camera personality up until 2014, where he would start reaping the rewards of his hard work and dedication to his content. With his videos now focused on GTA 5 content that was based on his personality and relatively easy to produce, he would not slow down at all, giving himself arguably one of the best runs between 2015 and 2017 out of any gaming creator at the time, with his channel hitting 3 million subscribers in January of 2016.
Look at that. Look at that. It's my 3 million subscribers custom made YouTube play button.
This run was fueled by Geordie's ability to connect and grow with other creators in his niche, which was best described by Sunny in his video titled How Kwebbelkop Lost His Entire Audience in 1 Year, where he would state,
for example, Geordie was a master at collaborating with other YouTubers.
I'm a YouTuber. I want to know more YouTubers. I want to get to know all the YouTubers. I want my friends to be YouTubers or people that are doing similar stuff.
This became most evident after forming a YouTube trio known as Robust, which included Kwebbelkop alongside 2 other familiar faces, Jelly and Slogo Man. Kwebbelkop explained that his first viral video with over 14 million views was him, Jelly and Slogo simply messing around on GTA 5. As their relationship strengthened, a video where Kwebbelkop simply met Jelly in real life for the first time gained over 12 million views. The trio were even picked up by PewDiePie's YouTube network Revel Mode alongside Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, with the subscriber count of Kwebbelkop, Jelly and Slogo being the best piece of evidence for the success they'd find as a trio. In addition to forming the Robust group, Geordie began dating fellow YouTuber Azzyland in 2016, with Azzy herself having a multi-million subscriber count at the time, meaning that they could collaborate on various different videos, providing further growth for each creator.
Fast forward 4 more years of almost daily uploads, and although Geordie witnessed unimaginable levels of success that would ultimately solidify his name in YouTube history, he would also begin to feel burnout. Burnout is a state of complete mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion that completely takes the fun out of whatever you are doing. With that being said, it's often the #1 killer of YouTube careers, as without motivation there is no content, and without content there is no audience, and without the audience there is no money flowing through. However, entering 2021, Geordie thought he had come up with a genius idea to solve the problem in its entirety and change the landscape of YouTube forever. Geordie began his mission to remove the human side of making content by using a variety of AI tools ranging from AI editing to voice cloning and idea generation, and with this launched the YouTube channel called Blue. Blue was a VTuber created by Geordie. The VTuber was operated by motion capture software paired with voice cloning AI. The Blue character was able to be played by everyone and anyone who stepped in front of the camera. This project would be a huge success for Geordie, with the first video amassing over 600,000 views and the channel gaining tens of thousands of subscribers with each passing month. It's also safe to say that the content attracted a largely child-centric audience, who wouldn't have cared about the fact that the channel had no authentic personality or human being to truly latch onto, since they were more fixated on the overstimulating editing and sound effects in each video.
Giant Batman wants to eat the city! It's my goal to stop him by becoming the fattest nab-nab so I can eat him! Oh my god, guys, this giant Batman's gonna eat this building! I have to stop him by eating his fingers! Nom 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 nom! Ah, my ass!
Whilst the content was relatively soulless compared to Geordie's usual videos, it was kept on a separate channel from Kwebbelkop, which kept a divide between the soulless corporate-feeling AI-generated eye candy for children and the more personable content posted onto Kwebbelkop. The Blue channel would mush out 783 uploads as of this recording, resulting in over 295 million views, coupled with 797,000 subscribers, which even with a conservative guess of $2 per 1,000 views, would roughly equate to $590,000 channel is in profit from AdSense alone, and that's without including sponsor deals, which generally make up for a large portion of a creator's revenue. Speaking of sponsors, this video has no sponsor, so if you could subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated. According to Sunny, the dream of effortless AI-generated wealth would begin to get to his head, and in return, get in the way of his usual content.
One of the biggest lessons I've learned in business is that pretty much everything you dream is possible. Cloning yourself, too easy. 4 years ago, I was in the middle of a burnout, made 3 videos per day and streamed 2 to 3 hours per day. I wished I could clone myself, so I did. What Quebblecop is referring to in this Twitter thread is a channel he launched 1 month after the drama with Tiger, which posts gaming videos and uses an AI character as the main personality within the videos. Now, there's nothing wrong with anyone beginning a second channel, but when looking at the numbers, it's obvious that this new AI channel going by the name of Blue was seriously fragmenting Geordie's attention on the main channel. It was launched in May 2021 and began to do 4 million views per month instantly, yet if we look at the Quebblecop channel, May 2021 was also the point at which his viewership declined from an average of 100 million views per month to 60 million views per month. Quebblecop began to celebrate the strides that his AI channel was doing, yet he also seemed completely oblivious to the massive decline that was happening on his main channel. His average monthly viewership was down by 40 million on Quebblecop while he was celebrating 4 million views a month on Blue. It was the very definition of the man who chases 2 rabbits catches neither, and this decline on the main channel brought about further changes which would ultimately make things even worse.
On the 19th of February 2022, Geordie would publish a video to the Quebblecop channel titled My Most Important Video, where Geordie would state that he would be discontinuing the daily uploads and would be instead moving to post the best possible content for his viewers.
After 10 years, I realized that I'm simply not as young and energetic as I was before. And how before I was able to just push everything on the side and just grind and make YouTube videos, I'm now much older and that's really not possible anymore. I'm kind of confronted with these things. I'm having a hard time being creative. I'm having a hard time having fun in my job. I'm having a hard time sleep. I'm always worrying about YouTube, always thinking about YouTube. And that's why I'm making this video. I'm not enjoying it as much as I was before. Now, in the meantime, I've also started a few other businesses which I'm very passionate about. I started a video game company where we're making one of the best, one of the coolest games ever, and it's gonna be insane, and I can't say anything about it because I signed a lot of contracts for it. I'm also running other YouTube channels and inspiring people to create this virtual YouTuber called Blue. And I even started a cryptocurrency NFT business where I create tools for creators to make their own NFTs, which is super flippin' awesome, and it's blowing up. I got this big office here in Amsterdam, and it feels like I'm really living the dream, doing all these things at the same time. I got a beautiful apartment. I have a lovely girlfriend. Life literally couldn't be better, but then there's this YouTube thing, it's just consuming me. I was making content just for the sake of being able to post every day. I don't want that. I want to make videos that I put my passion in. I want to make videos that I'm proud of. I want to make videos that I know you want to see. YouTube is still a massive part of me, and I never want to quit. I genuinely never want to stop uploading content.
As many of you can tell by the title, or perhaps other videos you've watched covering the topic, this is where the story of Quebblecop really starts going downhill, as Sunny would expose the so-called better content in his documentary.
The first 3 videos posted in the days that followed were him bragging about his $10,000 dog, then him bragging about his custom orange G-Wagon, then him bragging about his $7.5 million penthouse apartment.
Welcome to my $7.5 million penthouse tour. Let's see if this video can hit 100,000 likes.
And it's just like, why would you post this, dude? Not only have you stated in the past that you apparently don't do YouTube for the money.
I don't care about making an extra buck on YouTube. I don't care about the money. I really genuinely do not do YouTube for the money.
But do you really think the audience wants to open up the YouTube app and instantly see something that makes them feel inferior to you? Do you think new viewers on your channel want to open up the video section and see one video saying I quit followed by 3 videos talking about how rich you are? You think it's just a coincidence that David Dobrik got cancelled in the same month that he posted his brand new multi-million-dollar house to YouTube? When you invite envy into the life of others, you pay for it in ways which you will not expect. The 3 videos felt like nothing more than a validation-seeking exercise which came off as quite insecure.
Sunny's video would ultimately go mega viral, with the video gaining over 11 million views. It was impossible for Geordie not to see it, with Geordie eventually leaving a comment stating, "Gotta make a comeback now, see you guys in a few months. Thank you for the feedback, I 100% agree with the stuff you're saying here. Too many things at the same time. a little bit of bragging because of insecurities and lack of focus. Let's get back on the grind, bangers incoming. Based on the comment alone, it would seem like Geordie took the criticism on the chin and was ready to move on to a better and brighter future thanks to Sunny's critique. But the reign of warranted criticism on Geordie's actions wouldn't end here, as this is where we introduce Penguin Zero, aka Most Critical or Charlie, who would eventually play a massive role in Geordie's downfall. In a video titled Downfall of a Massive YouTuber, Charlie would react to Sunny's Quebblecop video, where 13 minutes in, he would call out Geordie for being a shameless cash grab who doesn't care about the content or his audience. Some major foreshadowing for what would play out in the future.
We need to remove the human element. Yes, it sounds crazy, but we need robots. We need computers.
That's spoken like a man who really cares about the content. If I'm to own 5 million channels, I realize the weakest link is the goddamn human. Organic is cringe. Machines are the way I do it. So I hired this entire team to build VTubers with AI scripts, to pump out as much shit as I possibly can across 1,000 channels.
And you can start as many channels as you want because they all function under the same brand. It's like Spider-Man, okay? There's so many different Spider-Mans.
Why do you view that as a good thing? Why do you view this situation as a good thing? I mean, for you, I get it because it's a lot of money, owning all those channels and all the ad revenue. But as someone who keeps presenting himself as a guy who doesn't care about the money and does it for good content, how can you possibly sit here and try and convince your audience of Quebble flops that this is a good thing? Just 1 million channels of completely soulless generated scripts. This is so shameless. Holy shit.
Huge risk if you invest a lot of money, and if one person leaves, the entire business collapses.
Like, he's convincing his audience that people are the problem.
The following month, Geordie would publish a video titled The Sad Truth About How I Lost My Entire Audience in 1 year, where he extensively responded to the videos created on him. Whilst this video would seem like a good response on the surface, the statement he made 7 minutes and 17 seconds in would age like milk.
I mean, posting a video a day is insanity. It is crazy, especially if you do multiple videos a day. And after the breakup, I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe I should live my life a little bit more. Maybe I should take more care of myself. I really felt burned out. I genuinely had a burnout. And after all of that, I just wanted to live a little bit more and just have more fun in life rather than sitting there mindlessly pumping out videos and feeling like I'm just running a machine that I am a machine. I'm not. I'm a human. I have feelings too.
Geordie's statement about not wanting to be a content machine would ultimately be contradicted by his own actions just months later. On the 21st of December 2022, Geordie would publish a tweet stating, "I made an AI where it runs its own podcast where it talks about AI. Everything is AI generated from scripts to the video. I don't plan to actually release it to the public, just testing to see what's possible. We're extremely close to AI influencers taking over. This is game changing." Whilst Geordie's Blue channel was partially run by AI voice training models and motion capture software, it at least still had some level of human input, such as the actor who played the character and the editing of the video. But what Geordie was wanting to do now was completely remove the human side of the creation. This line of thinking would set the tone for Geordie's mindset entering 2023, as on the 10th of June, he would publish a tweet announcing his future plans, with the tweet reading, "Quebblecop AI, coming soon." Just a week later, Geordie would post yet another tweet about AI, this time showing some unlabeled metrics for a video he claimed was AI generated. If you still don't believe AI generated content is the future, think again. It's safe to say that Geordie was feeling confident with AI being the future of content creation, as later that day, he would also announce his retirement as a YouTuber, in a tweet quoting, "After 11 years on the platform, I'm ready to retire as a YouTuber. I've successfully cloned myself and will have AI run my YouTube channel. This is a very open and public experiment, and I'll be the first creator to do this, as far as I know. I'm confident that our algorithms will be able to pull millions of views a month and entertain tons of people. This all started when I experienced burnout while making daily content. I'm a firm believer that this is a future and many will follow. The project will be ever evolving. It's similar to how video games have seasons and constantly improve and patch the game. You can expect cloning, videos, views, and more to get better over time. Launching Q3 2023. Shout out to the entire team for making this possible, 5 years in the making." The tweet would gain more attention compared to his usual tweets, since cloning yourself and having a channel fully run by AI seems rather outlandish and controversial, with replies stating, "Am I the only one that reads this and thinks my personality is equal to that of a robot? Because that is the vibe I get. Some YouTubers have basically given up on the idea of having a personality in the pursuit of money." And Good job killing your channel. Your content is so shit it can be recreated with AI. Nice one. A mixed reception could have been expected, but also avoided to an extent. In each of Jordy's posts showing data about AI-generated videos, he conveniently left out just how much was AI-generated and just how much human involvement there was throughout the content creation process. While it's clear that Jordy was thrilled because of the advancements he was making with AI, his idea of transforming YouTube into a realm of automated content directly contradicts the you in YouTube. The idea that the same viewers who subscribe to him for his personality and content he himself created would simply consume whatever slop was provided to them by the AI completely alienated the few loyal viewers that he had remaining. The following month, on the 25th of July, Jordy would do a face reveal for the Quebblecop AI, along with a launch date in August. The announcement would be revealed to be true, as on the 1st of August 2023, Quebblecop AI would make its debut, with a video titled Minecraft But You Only Get One Block. The video was a Minecraft Let's Play style video featuring an AI version of Quebblecop.
Today in Minecraft, I am stuck on find out. Oh my god, guys, it says break the block below you, but I can't lie, I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure if it'll actually regenerate, but let's just do it. And oh my god, the block will regenerate. This is insane. Okay, guys, so we just had to keep
The video was received extremely negatively from Quebblecop's remaining loyal fan base. He already deterred everyone by his braggadocious actions in the past, but now he was alienating the last of his viewers who stuck around, with comments stating, "Dude went from peak childhood entertainment to can't even be bothered making videos himself now." Personally, I think this says a lot more about this kind of content than it does about AI, and I think I can speak for most people by saying I miss the old Jordy, and I think this was a terrible decision for him. Despite the negative reaction, the video initially didn't get that much attention, since Quebblecop's relevancy was long gone. But just a day later, Jordy would once again become the main topic of a moist critical stream, where Charlie would deconstruct and criticize the Quebblecop AI.
He was once a massive channel pumping out tons of like Let's Play videos for Minecraft, GTA, and all of that. And then he made a hard pivot into AI, just going full cannonball into the deep end of the pool of AI. In particular, AI generated content. So he made a separate channel for a VTuber called Blue or something like that. I think it was Blue. And it was kind of an experiment. That's when he was just first getting a little wet with it. So he had the water wingies on. It was a VTuber, but they still made the content. There was still someone behind it. But he wanted to go even harder. What he envisioned for a perfect world was all AI generated content. And I said, we're probably not far off from that being a reality. And you guys called me crazy. You said, Charles, go back to your padded cell. You're speaking nonsense. You're speaking gobbledygook. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now, 2 days ago, he's released his first AI video. So all of the money he invested into it, all of the money that he's used on the startup, he is now putting into full effect. I think he owns like 20 channels as well. And he wants to make all of them basically AI centric, so that way it's all made by AI, so it's as minimal as possible for maximum content. And it flopped. The views aren't big or anything, but you have to remember this probably didn't even have him in the same room. Someone had to have played Minecraft, sure, but here.
Today, I am stuck.
He is not here. This is all AI.
Watch until the end to find out. Oh my god, guys, it says break the block below you, but I can't lie, I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure.
So everything that's being said here, the VTuber avatar, the fucking Bitmoji of him, and all of the dialogue and everything is AI. So he never even had to record. They just needed some kind of gameplay, at least for now. Eventually, they'll probably be able to just have the AI do some rudimentary gameplay. And he can just pump these things out endlessly across like 20 channels.
But this would just be the start, as following this, Charlie would also cover the possible motives for cloning oneself with AI.
There's not a single good argument you could make for having AI replacing YouTubers or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money. You would then no longer have to do anything. That is the only reason. There's not a single argument Quebblecop can make that is anything other than it's free money.
Just 2 days later, things would get a lot worse for Jordy, as Charlie would publish a video to his YouTube channel titled "You Called Me Crazy But I Was Right," a video that would call out and criticize Jordy for his recent actions. This would be the video that would completely turn not only Jordy's fans against him, but the greater YouTube community in and of itself.
Because his channel was massive for a long time. And then he did a hard pivot into AI. He wanted everything to be AI, and now he's completely digitized himself. He's jacked Quebblecop into the cyberspace, and now all he does is AI-related work. And now he's just started releasing his first wave of fully AI-driven YouTube videos where he doesn't do anything at all. It's all AI behind the wheel.
Charlie would then lash out on the possible consequences of what the Kwebbelkop AI was striving for.
I want to go over some of his tweets here because this is something he's extremely proud of and thinks is a good thing, which I don't understand the delusion of. There is nothing good about replacing people with AI across the board. There isn't. There's not a single argument that can be made that what Kwebbelkop is doing is good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program. So here's one of his tweets about the AI video, just to give you a little insight. He didn't lift a finger, something that he proudly proclaims here. It is fully completed work without him ever actually being present for it. And he's going to make money off of it. It's of course not as successful as the videos where he actually does appear, but if you can just crank 20 of these puppies out every day, it's going to add up and probably end up being more lucrative and significantly less work, obviously, than if it was him behind the camera. Even just speaking about this just made my lights flicker because it's such a fucking evil dystopian concept to have all of humanity replaced by AI counterparts that replicate their personality. And it's something that he seems very excited about for some reason, and I just don't get it.
Following that, Charlie exposed Kwebbelkop's intentions of monetizing the AI by offering it for sale through a subscription-based model.
Now, him being the saint that he is actually wants to give this to everybody for the price of $100 per month, a $100 subscription plan in order to make unlimited shorts and unlimited long-form content text to viral video. So he wants to give you the keys to the kingdom here where you too can make completely uninspired, generic, formulaic AI content in order to try and gamify and maximize your gains online, where you just type in a viral video prompt and it will create everything without you doing anything. I don't know why he thinks this is something to be happy about. Again, this is purely just profit-driven greed. There is nothing good that can come from AI-produced content. It's not going to be good content or anything. All it will ever be is just deceptive bloat on platforms. But he's looking to try and really maximize this and pump out as much as possible and allow other people to pump out as much as possible as long as they're paying him for it.
Kwebbelkop would post a tweet quoting, "I love how so many people immediately shoot down the idea of AI influencers before even giving it a chance. What exactly is the problem here? Why are people so against it? Would love to better understand things." Where Charlie would respond with,
I can easily explain that to you, because there's no real soul behind AI content, and it's only ever going to be deceptive into making people believe that it's a real person there. When it's mimicking a personality, it's not having a personality. The content will never be good content. It is just cheap content whose sole reason for existence is because it'll make it easier than actually making shit. Just have the AI do it all for you. That's not a good thing. That's not something we should be happy about. So someone replied saying, "It's just human connection, to be honest. No one really cares about AI. We like people for personalities and natural story. AI ain't natural. I'm not saying it won't work, but I ain't gonna say to my friends my favorite YouTuber is Kwebbelkop AI, but good luck." And then he responds saying, "And what if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? If you don't mind me asking, who's your favorite influencer right now? I'm certain that it can be AI generated and you'd still care about the content." You're immediately highlighting a problem here, and I can't believe that he doesn't recognize this. What if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? And that's called misleading people, and that's shitty. You're lying to them by pretending that it's a real person behind it. The content will never be the same. You can mimic a personality to a certain extent, I guess, but it's still going to be worse for it. There's nothing good about that. What benefit is there to having an AI pretend to be a person? There isn't. It's just for the sake of being easier than actually making the shit with the person.
Welcome to my channel.
Do it in a matter of minutes, as opposed to having someone sit down, edit it, be entertaining and whatever. It's just for the sake of making money. There's nothing good about it. But that's not how Kwebbelkop sees it. To him, this is his paradise. So he talks about how it's been a challenging journey and he's excited for it, believing that 99.9% of influencers will be AI generated within the next 10 years. What really sucks is I think he's probably right. I believe a lot of big channels like his aren't really making content because they enjoy doing it. It's because it is a paycheck. It's a job. And anything that can make that job easier or even more lucrative, I think a lot of people will jump on. And Kwebbelkop's making a use case right now where even if like the views are low, the fact that he doesn't have to lift a finger to make the content and can make a ton of it is probably worth it to a lot of other channels as well, because they'll still be making money off it while doing none of the work. work at all.
Charlie's video would go on to gain almost 3 million views, which would put the spotlight back onto Kwebbelkop for the first time in a while, but all for the wrong reasons. And from this point onwards, Geordie's Kwebbelkop channel would be bombarded with criticism in the comments, and each video uploaded would be flooded with dislikes. But how did Geordie respond to this? How could he come back from one of the most influential creators on the platform, completely destroying him in front of the eyes of millions? Well, he decided to let the Kwebbelkop AI respond on his behalf, in a video titled something along the lines of responding to Penguin Zero, a video that from the surface seemed like a response to Charlie's critiques, but upon viewing was actually a clickbait video of Kwebbelkop AI responding to his best friend's reaction to his AI. And this is where I myself became part of the situation, as I left a comment on the video stating, rather than facing Charlie's valid AI concerns, he's just chilling with his buddy's basic responses to his work. Where's the real debate? Whilst my comment may seem insignificant from a surface level, just 2 days later, Kwebbelkop AI would publish a video responding to my comment, titled Penguin Zero Reacts to Kwebbelkop AI.
Hey guys, Kwebbelkop AI here. In the last video, I reacted to Slogo reacting to me. And in the
Shooby-doo.
intro, I also mentioned that I'll be
Welcome
reacting
to my
to
channel.
penguins. Now, sadly, I forgot to do that. And I didn't think too much of it until I read this comment. Rather than facing Charlie's valid AI concerns, he's just chilling with his buddy's basic responses to his work. Where's the real debate? You want a debate? I will give you a debate. So let's react to penguins.
Eventually down the line, people wouldn't be able to tell if the content was a real person, organic flush and cringe, or machine behind the content.
I mean, I can be cringe sometimes, so does that make me human? Am I finally a human? Let's go!
Later in the video, Kwebbelkop AI would respond to the critique that Geordie is sitting back whilst letting the AI do all of the work. A valid criticism considering how Geordie promoted the AI as completely creating the video.
I think it's funny that you said that he does nothing at all, which may be true now, but you're forgetting that I learned from his content that he has posted for the last 10 years. So he had to do 10 years of daily uploads for this to happen. Just wanted to put that out there.
Following this, Kwebbelkop AI would respond to the argument that bot content is against YouTube's terms of service by stating this.
You have to realize that there is some human input to it, so it isn't completely AI generated, which does not make it against the terms of service of YouTube.
This isn't a new phenomenon. What's new is the fact that AI can start replacing YouTubers entirely.
Penguins, if you ever get tired of YouTube, hit me up. I can help you become an AI. Come join us.
Next, Kwebbelkop's AI would respond to the accusation that all he is thinking about whilst doing this is money.
It is. There is not a single good argument you could make for having AI replacing YouTubers or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money.
Wow, I cannot believe he just said that. If old Kwebbelkop really wanted his money, then he would just sit down and make reaction content all day. I assure you that's easier than making an entire video AI generated. And the other thing is, there are a lot of good arguments. What if the real Kwebbelkop gets old and he's no longer able to make content? I'm not gonna get any older, so I can do this for however long I want, and that means I can also entertain a lot of people, and I think that's a pretty good argument if you ask me.
It's free money.
No, like I said, it's
Welcome to my channel.
putting smiles on people's faces, and I get it might not be for everyone, but I assure you there are people out there who will enjoy my content, and if I can make them smile even for 1 second, then in my eyes, my mission is accomplished. I mean, it's the same for a TV show, right? Let's say SpongeBob gets replaced with AI. Will anyone care if you cannot notice if it's AI generated? No. So I think your argument is stupid, Penguins, and it hurts for me to say that because I kind of like you.
He would later end the video by turning to claim Charlie's style of content was on the same level as his Kwebbelkop AI content.
Good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program.
Enough is enough. I'm not gonna take this anymore. The same could be said for you. What you do is sit down and react to content. Are you really trying to tell me that that is more difficult than to make an entire AI video? No, it isn't. And with that, that's the end of the video. I'm not even gonna watch the rest. You have made me angry, and I will never react to a video ever again. I'm only going to be making gaming content and ignoring all of the hate. I will prove everyone wrong. Enough is
Whilst the video did go over some of the critiques made by Charlie, it was presented in the equivalent of scratching nails on chalkboard. The video itself is literally painful to watch. with many of Kwebbelkop's arguments being deflections or elementary grade excuses. The video would not only be received extremely poorly by his fans, but it turned anyone that remained into a hater. Not only was Kwebbelkop simply irrelevant compared to his previous success, with 15,000 dislikes compared to just 1,800 likes, those left of his audience began praying for his downfall, with comments such as, "Can't believe I used to look up to this dude as a YouTuber," and "You can defend yourself all you want, man. The reality is, Penguins is right, and you responding with AI fully supports his points." And to top it off, I remember when Kwebbelkop was a funny, and most importantly, real person. Crazy how people can change for the worse. Now, he isn't even there, and AI makes effortless content to pump money out of its viewers. He used to be a big part of my childhood. Now, he isn't there, and just wants money. It's truly sad. But with that being said, none of this would stop Geordie from continuing his mission to replace his content with AI, as the uploads would continue to flow through, and Geordie would make tweets doubling down, such as, "I'm growing a 100% AI ran channel to 100,000 subscribers," then revealing to the world that it's AI. "Can't wait to see people's reactions, and then I'll do it again and again and again." Coupled with another tweet that revealed his true sentiment of making AI content as cheap and reproducible as possible. Managed to make the 100% AI generated videos 66% cheaper, aiming for a 90% reduction in costs. With every tweet and post made, Kwebbelkop received more and more criticism. This would lead up to Geordie once again defending the content, this time taking a different approach. In this attempt, he claimed there was some level of human involvement, with a tweet reading, "A lot of people seem to hate on Kwebbelkop AI. It's soulless. No one will ever watch AI content. Gonna say this for one final time. Kwebbelkop AI is not 100% AI, so all the comments about how it's soulless and how it's AI make you look really stupid. Saying it has no personality or it's lazy shows people can't distinguish between man-made or AI-made. It's literally man-made with some AI to capture the Kwebbelkop brand, but all because there's the illusion of it being AI and it being in the name. So please reflect back on your predisposed notions in regards to content on social media. Kwebbelkop AI is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Get people talking about AI content creators. A solid checkmate from the team there. 200 IQ chess move right there. Hope this makes sense to some people. I could literally upload a video filmed with my phone right now, and people would call it stupid and soulless and say that it's AI. There is no turning back. Burn the boats. This is the world we live in. My goal from the start has been to get people talking about this. Still going as planned. The tweet thread would be received extremely negatively from his audience, with comments on the tweet massively ratioing him. "I don't care if it's 80% AI or 20%, it doesn't feel human. The cope levels have gotten out of hand, my dude. Bro hit rock bottom and somehow kept digging." The next day, Geordie would host a poll on his Twitter to try and capture the true opinion of his audience, where the poll result would reveal that 87.9% of people absolutely hated the concept. This seemed to be a crisis for Geordie, as he would post a tweet claiming that he, quote, "might have to quit Kwebbelkop AI," only to end up quote tweeting it to reveal that he was simply trolling. However, the amounts of copium witnessed so far would all be beaten out by his next devastatingly cringe tweet, reading, "Receiving critique/hate for something I love doing reminds me of the good old GTA 5 racing days with the boys. I would post a video and get one of my first virals. The comments would be filled with people calling me a PewDiePie ripoff, telling me to stop screaming and more. 99% of negative comments and tons of dislikes. I have a vision and I'm sharing it with the world, just like back then. Can't wait to see where we're at in 5 years from now. I love this. Gives me so much energy. PMA." Where once again, Geordie would be ratioed by his viewers, with a comment stating, "Difference with then and now is 5 years ago you came across your personality, your heart, and soul. The AI version is just an empty vessel." Geordie's exploration into AI content was more than just a technological gamble. It was a betrayal of the unwritten bond he shared with his audience. Every emotionless AI-generated tweet and video felt like a dagger to the heart of his audience. The way Geordie reacted made things even worse. Instead of admitting to his mistakes and trying to fix it, he acted defensively and even tried to make fun of the situation. This move didn't just upset his fans, but also put him in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. His attempt to change the game with AI content backfired big time, serving as a warning for other content creators about the danger of losing touch with their audience. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for next week's video.
Alright, so the internet is full of old lore, and today we're going to be visiting a little bit of that lore due to a recent exposed video that was released by a guy named Maddox, and it's about a YouTuber that I actually personally know, and also someone who makes content in my sort of genre, named Justin Wang. You probably know him from Tales from the Internet, where he goes over various stories from the World Wide Web and its history, and he basically just recounts bizarre stories for his audience, with a very big emphasis on gross out stuff. For some reason, Justin, what is wrong with you? Okay, but regardless of that, this guy named Maddox, who's a true internet old head, just dropped this exposed video about Justin Wang. It's just shy of an hour long, and it's truly one of the worst exposed videos I've ever seen. And as a commentary YouTuber, I would like to sort of call myself a connoisseur of exposed videos. I've seen a lot in my time, probably almost more than any other person, and this one, I'm telling you guys, is really fucking bad. It's really embarrassingly bad. Never mind the fact that half the video isn't even about Justin Wang, even though he's in the title and thumbnail and it's clearly like directed at him, but half of it is about someone he follows on Twitter and how that guy apparently has been an asshole to Maddox, which means that Justin is also at fault for that or something. But everything he references in the video itself is like 6 years old. All the videos from Justin's channel that he shows are 5 to 6 to 7 even years old. These are not recent videos. Literally 2016 uploads. It's very perplexing how this is even released now. I think he was basically sitting on this video for half a decade, and then he thought like now was like the time to strike or something. Now Maddox himself has a pretty wild history. The story basically goes that years ago he had this podcast with this guy named Dick Masterson called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. It was a comedy podcast where each host brings a problem each week to talk about it, and you know, they would just try to riff off of each other in these problems, right? So it goes on for a few years, and then he and his co-host Dick Masterson have a falling out, and it's kind of one of the bigger falling outs in the podcasting world, I guess you would call it. This is because Dick starts dating a girl that Maddox used to date, and this basically causes Maddox to kick Dick off the show without even telling him beforehand, start talking him to all of their Hollywood connections to get his jobs canceled in Los Angeles, and then he files an infamous $20 million lawsuit against Dick and his friends. Now this lawsuit will become a massive meme in and of itself, aptly dubbed the LOL suit because of how ridiculous it was. But according to Dick, the reason the suit was filed was that Maddox was called a over the podcast breaking up, and he was just really, really mad about that. He did not like being called a over this whole, you know, girl that he used to date now being with Dick. You know what? Come to think of it, Maddox really was like one of the first people online that was really called the to a large extent. Like, he was the first person I remember really being called a consistently. Maddox walked so Adam 22 could run. And there was one particularly funny moment from this lawsuit when Maddox was apparently pretending to be a female journalist, which Justin Wang and some others have made videos on because, well, he lied in court. That's actually called perjury, and it's a crime. He said he was writing for, like, Wired, Vice, and Jezebel, working on an exposed article about online cyberbullies, and then he got caught pretending to be this woman, and he had to admit that. So this whole lawsuit concluded. Maddox didn't win the suit. Dick starts the Dick Show, which becomes really popular. Later on, he reboots Biggest Problem with this guy named Vito Gesualdi. It's a show I've actually been on at one point, so I feel somewhat invested in this drama. I'm like, ooh, if this drama is like a giant pool, I've got like my pinky finger in, okay? And that means that I have to make a video about this, okay? I gotta get my 2 cents in. But it seems like Maddox is still salty about the lawsuit to this day, which is why he decided to make this exposed video about Justin Wang, and also go after this other dude named Asterios Kokonos, who was like kind of peripheral to their little comedy scene back in the day. I think he was on the Dick Show a bunch, but I guess Asterios was like harassing him constantly on the internet. What's even weirder is Wang has made like 5 videos talking about Maddox, but none of them are responded to in the Maddox video. It's really, really perplexing. But once again, keep in mind, this video is like 5 to 6 years old. It was just released now, like as in like last night from when I'm recording this. Why? I don't know. It's never even addressed in the video that it's so old, and that's how I know it was recorded years ago. I mean, also the 2010 screw attack editing is another thing, but like seriously, like this is an old video. Why is this out now? What I do know is that this video was really, really, really bad, and I'd personally love to show you guys why right now.
You've been jinxed.
We're just gonna get right into this, okay?
There's a man on the internet who has an incredible memory. He's able to remember the names, dates, and times of specific events that occurred over 30 years ago. He even remembers the names of news anchors on channels these events broadcast on, even though he was only a child when these events happened. He's also an incredible jumper who's able to jump on any bandwagon, no matter how small it is. But unfortunately, there's a dark side to this person. He's addicted to drama. He spreads rumors about people he doesn't know with facts he doesn't have. He does this in a secret bid to silence and deplatform people he doesn't like. For the first time ever, I'm about to expose who this person is and what he's been up to in the dark underbelly of the internet. Welcome to a very special Tales from the Internet.
This intro is horrible, by the way, bro. How old is this fucking guy? He's like 58 years old, dude. This is just a horrible. This is a terrible intro. Okay, don't make introductions like this to videos. Straight up, this is terrible. This is beyond corny. This is just fucking stupid.
Welcome to the best show in the universe. I'm Maddox. I'm about to tell you a story of a YouTuber named Justin Wang. For those of you who don't know, Justin is a YouTuber, self-proclaimed internet historian, and tragically, a member of a nu metal band. And no, that's not just a joke. He really is a member of a nu metal band. Nu metal, also known as not metal, is the soundtrack of being grounded for not eating your vegetables.
Paul
It's all the things you like from.
So
welcome to my channel.
Zombies take before the starting pistol on round 1 before they die. Okay, so usually I think it's 5 and then a knife. So I would say 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knife. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 5.
Rap and all the things you like from metal left on the cutting room floor, so all you have left is crap. It's one of the only genres of music where the Wikipedia entry has an entire section dedicated to nu metal bands who insist they're not nu metal, including.
Why is he malding about nu metal, bro? Fred Durst fucking owns you, little bro. Okay, Fred Durst owns you. And frankly, why even feel the need to insert this in the Justin Wang exposed video? Why does this need to be here? Can someone explain this to me? Deftones owns this guy, dude. Chino Moreno owns Maddox. Fred Durst should Maddox in the butt. Minecraft.
Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, and Stain. In an artist direct interview, the vocalist for Stain said, "If we get called a nu metal band one more time, I don't even know what I'm gonna do." Stain's Wikipedia page calls them a nu metal band. Even the bassist of Rage Against the Machine publicly apologized for Limp Bizkit, saying, "I feel really bad that we inspired such bullshit." And Dave Mustaine of Megadeth said in an interview that he'd rather have his eyelids pulled out than listen to nu metal. But despite the genre being dead since 2009,
why does anybody fucking care? Why is this even a point against, like, he's in a band that makes music? By the way, his music is cool. It's actually good. If you guys have never heard his band Jinx, like, I'm sorry, but they are actually good, dude. My favorite Jinx song is called Faith. Yeah, this song. It is like peak nu metal, and I really like it. Here is Justin. I like this song. Like, is it the most original thing like ever in the world? No, it's very like it wears influences on its sleeve, I would say, but I like it. And also, this is like cool. Like this music videos always looks so goofy and try hard. I mean, yeah, but whatever. I saw this band live once. They were pretty good. They were pretty good. They were fun. But also, okay, even outside of that, if you don't like music, like whatever. I'm not gonna. I don't know how I'm supposed to argue with you on that much. Like it's just personal taste. What does this even have to do with the video? Like it's just like you like a dead genre, you're owned.
Justin's nu metal band still inexplicably exists. The band is called Jinx, and no, that's.
Bro, you're criticizing his band and you couldn't even sync the fucking trash can effects to the right time.
2009.
Like you seriously can't sync up the sound.
The band is called Jinx.
Really?
And no, that's not named after the black-faced Pokemon or the children's game. In an interview with the lead singer of Justin's band, the inspiration for the name came from his interest in witchcraft, and because he thinks that he has bad luck. Wow, that's pretty metal, I guess, because when I think of metal, I think of teenage girls casting spells on each other. You're a witch! Yes,
This is like next he's racist but also bad.
Band composed of a bunch of guys in their 30s took the concept of a jinx pretty seriously.
I actually don't know what that reference is.
This was literally the plot of an episode of How I Met Your Mother.
Kids, you may be wondering why 5 adults and their
Why are we multiple minutes into this video and we still haven't gotten to
They call
Justin
themselves
Wang?
nu metal with a New York attitude and cite Limp Bizkit as one of their inspirations. At one point, Justin made a video spitting some hard truth about why your friends support more popular bands and not yours, saying something I actually agree with, that you should earn your fans.
Personally, when my band plays, I don't want to come out to the show unless they're actually into the music. You got to be working on it and not put some pressure on them to support you.
But because Justin is a giant hypocrite, he also says things like this.
See me on Twitter.
Is that actually supposed to be like... Is that actually supposed to be like a contradiction? Him saying people should go to his show is a contradiction of him saying that bands should make good music to earn their fan base? That's your big contradiction? That's your own? Is this a troll?
Nu metal with a New York
Is this entire video a troll and I'm getting debated? Every guy in every band, even successful ones, says come out to tour. He's letting people know that he's touring.
At one point, Justin made a...
Come see me on tour, you assholes.
That makes him a hypocrite? Really? This is a troll, dude.
Stupid jigs. Now, as much fun as it is to clown on bad music, the reason I'm mentioning it is because Justin has something else in common with derivative rap rock, and that's derivative YouTube channels. Justin is better known for his YouTube series called Tales from the Internet, where he chronicles famous people and events like he's some sort of historian of the internet, or internet historian, if you will, despite the fact that other channels were already doing the same thing. But more on that later. He first launched his channel by doing a series of Let's Play videos that failed to get any traction because they were indistinguishable from the many other Let's Play videos out there, save for the fact that he occasionally drinks with his pinky out. And when people weren't interested in watching him play video games in his depressingly dark room,
It's kind of boring.
he resorted to the lazy comedic device that's a last resort for every hack comedian and YouTuber when they don't have a personality, getting drunk. While it can sometimes...
I just don't understand what this is even about. Like, he used to make Let's Plays and used to get drunk. He tried to be entertaining in a Let's Play, and, like, it didn't work out that well. Like, he didn't get super famous at first. Like, is this really... This is bias reporting? I don't even care if it's bias reporting. It's just a straight-up bad video. It's just a terrible video. I feel like Tom's baiting us. I feel like the people who sent this to me are baiting me. This is a bait. Why is the editing like that, too? Why is it all, like, stock effects? Did he actually keyframe any of this?
work, it only works when the underlying person or material is funny, not because of the alcohol, but usually in spite of it. But unfortunately, Justin isn't funny. His comedic shtick is comprised of 1-second callbacks where he points out something he just said.
Well, what it actually refers to is groping. I like how I put my hands to the camera when I said groping.
And this really...
I mean, I guess that one moment is not that funny. Like, is this that big of a deal? Once again, like, is this a real criticism? Is this real? Like, I guess that one clip from a video wasn't that funny. Why are all these clips, like, 5 years old, too? Are you doing a Maddox video? No. I'm reacting to his video.
Bad impression of Trump, I guess. I don't even know who he's parodying.
Emails, Aleppo. What the hell is Aleppo anyway? I thought this was America. We don't speak no Italian here.
And to make things worse, his videos are punctuated with a lack of polish that simultaneously comes across as lazy and contemptuous of his audience. For example, he forgot to set his phone to silent while recording, got a text message, and then decided to keep things taped. And this has happened multiple times.
Hi, I'm not saying hi to nobody. Oh, I forgot to turn my phone off. But yeah,
These are clearly... Why are these all like 6 years old? Am I wrong? These are like his new videos don't look anything like this. I mean, I guess it's like a criticism that he needs to like do more takes or something in his videos. Like, but yeah, these are all like his old video set. Like it's like his old bedroom or something. I guess we're oldest again. Yeah, the last time he had this set was 6 years ago. If you go to his channel now and you go to latest, they're not like that. And as someone who actually watches this guy's videos, the editing is not like bad. He doesn't have stuff he just leaves in all the time. This video, was this video made like 6 years ago? He's been sitting on the video for years? This must be like an old video. This must be a video that was made like 5 years ago or something. Because he's like mad about the fact he has a new metal band, which is just like whatever. And then he's like, his phone went off. Okay, well here's my biggest issue with your video, Maddox. Your editing is really tacky and bad and stupid. It looks retarded.
I guess I should have turned my phone off again. I'm a popular guy. You know, it's
awesome. And then there is this video where he constantly cracks himself up while mispronouncing Spanish words, but he decided to include this nauseating take where he starts wheezing and coughing on camera. I've sped up some of the laughing to make it slightly less unbearable.
That's kind of funny.
Then after this
I feel like that was left in on purpose because it's funny because he coughs. Read your chat like I told you. Thank you for the 5, Trash Man. I'm reading chat. What do you want from? I'm literally reading chat as I watch the video. What do you want, bro? Do you mean read your chats specifically so I can say what you say?
Train wreck of a video. He thought it was such a good idea that he decided to make it a regular series.
I feel like this is going to be a recurring series, so if you guys have any words that you want to hear me pronounce in any language that isn't English, by all means, let me know.
Yeah, I've got one for you, Justin. Try aburrido. Eres aburrido. Suffice it to say that these videos didn't take off.
This cornball is speaking in Spanish to own him. Thank you, Maddox, for showing that you can pronounce the Spanish word properly, dude. You're so smart, bro. You look at how big your freaking brain is, dude. You're so smart. I believe that you are the smartest boy in the room, okay? Read the people saying he's been sitting on this for years. I did read that. Trashman, I'm actually gonna ban you if you keep doing it. You're so annoying, bro. Thank you for the money, though. Smaggle DM me and said, also the reason why he's using stuff from 2018, 2019 was that this video was supposed to come out back then, but he wasn't popular enough. What does that mean? He wasn't. Who wasn't? Justin wasn't? That's stupid. Like, you decided not to criticize him because you wouldn't get clout off of it?
Nothing seemed to be working on Justin.
So this is just not even a virtuous hit piece either. It's just like, it's totally opportunistic. Why is he seething? None of this warrants a video? I mean, yeah, it's all very minor complaints, and even if it did warrant a video, like, all this is from, once again, years ago.
Channel. So what do you do when you're not funny, not interesting, and not original enough for people to care about who you
Thanks
are?
for the 20,
you talk about someone who is. So Justin jumped on the drama bandwagon. From Pro Jared to James Charles to Adam Saleh to H3H3 and PewDiePie, there isn't a bandwagon too big or too small for Justin to jump on. He even made a video series where he went after content creators and comedians for allegedly stealing jokes and memes, like he was some sort of content cop. That sounds familiar. That's because there's already a popular web series by iDubbbz called Content Cop, which is a more nuanced, clever, and tongue-in-cheek series than Justin's imitation.
Okay, Maddox, since you're so good at making videos, I'm curious how well your channel's doing. Just out of pure curiosity. Oh, I mean, I guess, like, you get views sometimes, barely. Like 6 years ago, I guess you were famous or something. But even back then, you're talking about Donald Trump. You're talking about other things, because surprisingly, the way that you get people to watch your stuff is by talking about things that interest them. One of them can be teacher arrested for doing cartwheel. One of them can be things I like to pee on. One of them can be walking in video games, and one of them can be like internet drama. There's nothing wrong with making a video about something that's happening, and then you get people to click, because that's how you get people to be interested in it in the first place, and they click on it, and then that gets fucking views, dude. Why is this guy so pretentious, dude? What the fuck have you done, Maddox? You fucking loser. Maddox was famous pre-YouTube. He was most famous for his website in the early 2000s. Rant videos back then never changed or evolved. I mean, it looks that way, given the fact that his editing looks like it's straight out of, like, 2010. It looks like a Screw Attack video. What am I even watching? Who cares? iDubbbz makes better videos than you. Well, iDubbbz also makes better videos than you, bro. Your video's trash. This is 55 minutes, dude. I don't want to have to watch this.
But that's not where the similarities end, because Justin even shamelessly called his video Meme Police. Yes, let's look up a synonym for the word pop, and nobody will notice. Good job, Justin.
Do you think he was, like, trying to rip him off? I mean, I don't think Justin would be shy of the fact that he's probably a fan of iDubbbz and was just, like, paying homage with, like, this series title. Also, these videos, like, he hasn't made these videos in, like, years. Like, I haven't seen a video about drama from Wang in years. Why is this even being talked about right now?
Justin, I think it worked. Except even this scene was straight from iDubbbz video, because he literally has a content police sketch. Oops, this is some high school level plagiarism where you just change a few words. One of his first
This is literally not plagiarism. Are you dope? You think he's stealing? That's what you think this is? He's clearly inspired by iDubbbz. And the videos themselves, I bet, are not the same as an iDubbbz video. They're definitely different. They're definitely way different. And also, these videos, once again, are like 5 years old. Skip to 5505 for the juicy drama. True!
Cop, I mean, Meme Police videos was about comedian Rob Schneider and how he allegedly stole a joke from a meme.
It does sound kind of familiar. It's because he stole that joke from a meme that was being shared around at least 3 days before he tweeted that.
Justin doesn't provide any evidence that he stole the joke. His only argument is that he saw a similar meme posted earlier. So he concluded that Rob Schneider must have seen the same meme that Justin saw, and therefore stole the joke. How likely is it to have happened? Well, it's hard to tell because the original tweet was deleted. But since the possibility exists, that was apparently good enough for Justin to accuse Schneider of joke theft.
People have this idea that just because they saw a joke inside of a picture as a caption, that it's suddenly free reign for them to steal it and passes it off as their own. For him to do this hack bullshit, he needs to be called the f*** out.
Justin doesn't give Schneider the benefit of doubt or consider the possibility that two people could have come up with the exact same joke independently. In fact, he feels so strongly about content theft that he's harped on about it in several videos.
Content theft is horseshit. There's just something about, you know, actual content theft that just triggers the f*** out of me. The point is, I can't stand content theft.
So it came as a surprise when I saw this.
I mean, the thing is, like, that's fair. Like, if he did accuse Rob Schneider of stealing a joke and his only reasoning was like it was in a tweet, like, I guess that's a fair criticism. But once again, I just don't see why anybody cares, considering that this video is like 6 years old. Those videos look old. They are old. They're like 6 years old. Why does anybody care? Was Rob Schneider personally hurt by this Justin Wang video? Like, I guess you can say he drew the wrong conclusion or something. Maybe it's a little off base. Maybe he should have had evidence for that. Like, I guess he could have come up with it independently. But if Rob Schneider did repeat that joke word for word, then he probably did get it from the meme. I don't think that's that far of a stretch, actually. Yeah.
Tweet of Justin's not too long ago. It had over 6,000 retweets and 42,000 likes. That's a legitimately viral tweet. Good job, Justin. Except Justin didn't come up with that joke. And the reason I know is because it's actually fun.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
And it was very popular with over 42,000 shares and 17,000 likes on Facebook alone. So the pre-existence of a much less...
Bro, it's a tweet. It's a tweet, you fucking dipshit. You think people don't steal tweets all the time? Is a tweet really a valuable form of anything? Of literally anything. It's a tweet. It's a tweet from a 7-year-old joke. He didn't make money on that tweet. It's just a fucking meme he tweeted out, dude. Am I high? Family Guy says Red Bar is watching. I think I know who that is. He's the guy. He's the guy. Red Bar's the guy. I'm glad you're watching. Nice.
Less popular meme was enough for Justin to conclude that Rob Schneider was a joke. Then judging by his own criteria, we have to conclude that Justin must have stolen this joke. But still, you might be thinking, well, maybe he didn't see it. Maybe we should give him the benefit of doubt, even though he didn't extend that same courtesy to Rob Schneider. So how likely was it that Justin saw this joke somewhere else before he posted it? Well, it's hard to say. But there was this article about it in the Huffington Post. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nobody reads the Huffington Post, especially not a hard rock and nu metal boy like Justin. But then there was also this article about it in USA Today. Well, sure, maybe just...
I love the, like, hardcore, like, rap music while he's describing a tweet being stolen, I guess. Like, he tweeted something 7 years ago. This is the worst you have on this guy? I thought you were gonna say he someone or something based on the tone of this video. You're gonna, like, it's wrong. Like, you're gonna, like, own it or something. Like, this is horrible. This is horrible. Who mauls his heart over a joke? I mean, yeah. And in fairness, like the whole Justin video, like, he was, I guess, mauling over a joke, but he was mauling over the fact that someone was directly profiting off of a joke that was not theirs, right? So that's different. In this case, it's literally just a tweet. And even if he was somehow profiting off of a tweet, is that really that much of a problem? Why does any of this matter? Good question, buddy.
That article either. Then there was this one from Business Insider. And this one from Hollywood Reporter, and this one from The Guardian, and The LA Times, and The New York Daily News, and Fox 8, and AV Club, and E, and National Post, and WGN, and Daily Mail, and Fox 6, and BuzzFeed, and Express.co.uk, and The Hindu Times, Thought Catalog, ABC 10, The Independent, CTV News, Psychology Today. There have been over 50 articles written about this one joke alone. In fact, it was so popular that it was even covered on a number of news programs.
Steven Spielberg is at the center of a viral photo controversy after an internet humor...
Am I wrong to assume this Maddox guy, like, is very bitter over something from Justin? Like, he seems really, really bitter for some reason. And I feel like it's unrelated to what he's actually talking about. Maddox commits perjury. Maddox says the whole internet. #lawsuit. It must be over this, because he's friends. I think Justin is friends with Dick, or has been on one of the shows before. And he made videos shitting on Maddox. So that must literally be the reason, right? If I had to guess. Am I off base here? If he's mad, then this is not enough to be mad at for the level of anger he's presenting in his video.
posted this photo of the director to Facebook.
So it's just surprising that someone like Justin, in all his years on the internet as an internet historian, somehow missed all these people sharing this original meme and this news program, or any of the more than 50 articles. But what makes it especially difficult to give someone like Justin the benefit of doubt is that he himself is some kind of
I feel like the best way for Justin Wang to respond to this would be to do a drunk stream reacting to it. That would be fun. That's how bad this video is. You don't actually need to be sober to respond to it critically. Trash number 2 says rapper Drake or Degrassi Drake. What the f are you talking about? Thank you for the money. What are you even saying?
Interviewed about the history of memes on one of the most authoritative websites when it comes to memes, and even KnowYourMeme.com literally has an archive of this exact meme. Oops. When it comes to accusing others of stealing jokes, he has an encyclopedic memory of memes. But when it comes to his own joke theft, his memory gets a little foggy.
It's always the most sanctimonious people who are the ones who are guilty of the thing that they claim to be so against.
And what's especially egregious about Justin's hypocrisy is that he has the audacity to complain about how unfair it is when a bigger person steals a smaller person's work.
The idea that, especially like when you're not that big, you're trying to grow that, someone who is much larger can take your work and really without
I feel high. I feel really, really high. And I don't like being high, so it's really throwing me off with how bad this is. I feel like I'm genuinely intoxicated. Cool, dude. Can you fill me in on what's going on here? I see you in chat, buddy. You need to enlighten me as to what's going on in this situation. I need to know. Why is he actually mad? There must be a reason. Get in the server right now. Right freaking now.
Series that's totally original and not a ripoff. Justin harps on a guy named Liam Panine for posting memes to promote himself, and he complains because he doesn't know who he is. Justin also criticized.
Hi.
What's up, Tom?
Why is this guy so mad?
You want like the Maddox story, like the whole story about this guy?
I know the story. Why is he like mad at Justin? Like why is he malding?
I'm not an active follower of Maddox. I have no idea what this specific thing comes from.
I guess why is he like bitter in general? Is it just the Dick Masterson thing? I thought that was like 6 years ago that ended.
I don't know when the show ended. I know the lawsuit was like 2018. That was years ago.
Yeah, it's 2023. Like, hasn't he moved on? And why did he even post this video? Doesn't he have like stuff to do, or like doesn't he have something like new to talk about? I don't know.
I have no idea what he does anymore. I've been peripherally aware of him for like a lot of my life. Like this guy, ever since like the late 90s, he was like a guy who ran a website that was talked about in newspapers. So that's like been his thing forever. Going on his website and ranting, and then news articles would be written about what he says.
Can you call someone retarded on Twitter? Does anyone know this? Guys, can you tell me in chat? Sorry, you can keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Do you ever see he went on that Penn and Teller bullshit show?
No, I haven't seen that. Maddox went on Penn and Teller.
They brought him on for an interview because he did a video ranting about how old people should be killed.
Okay, that's kind of funny, actually.
I think that's his most popular YouTube video, or it's one of them, where it's him responding and he's doing like an epic takedown of Penn and Teller for misrepresenting him.
Really? And Maddox versus Penn and Teller might take him a both from YouTube. So he like tries to own them back.
Yup, he takes him down point by point with facts and logic.
Gotcha. Interesting. And so he was mad at them because they brought him on. Were they like doing like a Dr. Phil show? They like diagnosed people.
Penn and Teller, the bullshit show, is like they pick a topic and then they're like, this side of the argument is wrong, but the other side is also wrong. We're the enlightened libertarian centrists.
Oh, okay.
So it's like
I can imagine them saying that, like in their voice.
Yep.
Which is a big
that was back then. Back then they were like super libertarian guys. Now they're, I don't know what they do.
Now they're freaking racist. Okay. Is he just bitter over the fact that like he's kind of just irrelevant? Nobody cares about him now?
He is completely irrelevant. Like he has nothing left. Like the thing he's the most proud of like now is his Wikipedia page and the fact it still exists.
The Wikipedia page about himself?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like one of the oldest pages on the entire website because it was made all the way back before he was like a YouTuber.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys who, yeah. There's a lot of like turn of the millennium bloggers. They have this super huge ego. Like even now, you'll find 60-year-olds that get like 3 responses on Twitter beefing with any popular YouTuber now.
I feel like he probably has a disdain for modern celebs, yeah, because he feels like he was like the first wave, you know, should have been me.
He was at the top. He had it all.
Yeah. Trashman, thanks for the 2. Okay, Trashman, you have 1 second. You literally have 1 second. Trashman, you.
Actually, okay. So, Maddox is super washed up, right? And he's mad at Wang because, you know, Wang's been more successful, so Wang covered basically everything wrong Maddox has ever done in his life. Like, the time he pretended to be a female news anchor lady talking about in whatever the stealing the iTunes for the greatest problem in the universe, and yeah, he's salty.
So is this his like response, like him going over everything wrong he's ever done, which the best he can do is like him stealing.
He was in a new metal band. Yeah,
he was in a new metal band. Like, who cares? What does that? Why does it have to be like? That's supposed to be like the awesome like crime, like get you to hate him. Like, guys, he's in a new metal band in the current year. Imagine that.
Yeah, like Wang hasn't done a video on him in a while. I think Maddox did some dumb shit a while ago. Maddox looks like my left nut, honestly.
True.
Okay, can you wait, one more thing. Can you say to the camera, Maddox, thank you.
Maddox.
Criticize this guy for allegedly stealing content, posting granny memes, and using these memes on his Instagram page to grow his fan base.
Well, first I go to his Instagram page, and the Instagram page is just the same memes that are on his Facebook page. He's just some dude that's become wildly popular for posting really bad memes.
So it came as a surprise when I looked at Justin's Instagram page and saw saw hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of memes that Justin has posted without credit or attribution. Now, I get it. It's sometimes very difficult, if not impossible, to track down the source of every meme you see, let alone share on the internet. I try my best, but I'm sure there's stuff I've missed. Justin, however, is the self-appointed meme police, and he keeps harping on and on about how much he hates content theft. So it comes as a surprise that he calls out so many other people while seemingly doing the exact same thing. Even Liam Deneen posts sources and credits on some of his memes, but not Justin. He rarely credits any of his memes on his Instagram account. Among the thousands he's posted, he doesn't even credit ones that are easy to find.
But it's literally a meme. Like this is not like a meaningful like type of content theft. Like if he was like making a ton of money off just like stealing people's videos, like I guess that would be fair. But in this case, like it's literally just reposting some dumb image that the original person didn't make money off of anyway. So does it really matter?
Then he has the
at all?
audacity to criticize people for posting granny memes while posting memes like this, and this, and this, which is literally a granny meme. But Justin's hypocrisy doesn't end there because he also criticizes people for posting jokes that are too similar to ones they already posted.
You ever have that corny friend that like they'll try to make jokes all the time and nobody laughs except for maybe one time a year they say something actually funny, everyone laughs, and then they try to capitalize on it. They can't like let it die. They gotta make another version of the same joke.
But there are dozens of examples of him posting the same joke repeatedly on his Instagram account. Sometimes he posts
This is crazy.
the exact same one with slight variations over and over and over.
Who cares, bro? You must cite your memes. When you post those memes, you must cite them. And then he takes this just like random rant that he went on about his friend or whatever to like make, I don't know, some humorous anecdote to share with his audience about his friend that repeats the same thing over and over. And he's like, on your Instagram account, you also have reposted similar memes. What the f does this mean? Why are you f***ing mad, bro? Why is this something you even care about? There must be something more. Like, listen, I like Justin Wang. There's got to be something worse he's done in his life for you to make a video about, bro. So another person stealing content is Amos, who basically jacked your tipster video and framed his entire video off yours. I haven't seen that.
Again. In fact, sometimes he even posts the exact same meme twice, just a few months apart. Of course, both times without credit.
I consider myself a bit of a meme smith.
Look, I get it. Memes are ubiquitous, and almost everyone posts them from time to time, myself included. It's hard to track down every single meme, and I'm sure I've posted a few without proper attribution, but I do my best, and I post credits whenever I can. But
Oh, thank God you're crediting the picture of the trash can. Thank God you're crediting the funny cat video, bro. That needed to be credited so badly, okay? That person needs to get their dues, okay? Their royalties from the cat meme. They need it. I think the point is the hypocrisy, though, not the meme stealing. I mean, I guess that's fair, like, but also, like, I feel like Justin clearly was talking about actual content theft and not meme theft, which I would say is not that big of a deal. And secondly, even if you want to say that's a valid criticism, which I would probably disagree, but let's say for argument's sake you would say it is. This video is straight out of, like, 2017. Like, this guy must be mad that he like posted one of his memes or something and didn't credit him. Like, there has to be some reason.
it's a different story when you
Outside of
harangue
this,
other
because what he's explaining does not matter. Like, or sorry, what he's explaining does not match his level of anger or vitriol or just even the criticism itself.
people for doing it when you're doing the exact same thing. In recent years, some big Instagram accounts have been accused of plagiarism for using memes to grow their audiences without giving credit to the creators. Justin's done the same thing. He's not just some kid sharing memes on the internet. He's amassed over 75,000 followers on Instagram alone without giving many of these creators proper credit. Now, you might be thinking, but Maddox, they're just memes, so
Straight
what?
up, yes.
And you're right. It wouldn't matter so much, except he's promoting his brand and merchandise alongside these memes, so he's making money using other people's content. You would think that someone who deputizes
Okay,
himself...
he's not really, though, because if someone's buying his stuff, it's not like there's someone who otherwise wouldn't have bought it if they hadn't seen that meme. They just saw the meme, and then they apparently became a fan of him. You think that people are really going to be buying his band merch because they saw a cat meme? Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense, bro?
...as the meme police and is doing interviews on meme websites would hold himself to a higher standard. I wonder if he's ever said anything about people who grandstand and act morally superior while doing the exact same thing.
You don't get to grandstand, act like you're morally superior to someone. Meanwhile, you're basically doing the same thing that they do.
He's not even basically doing the same thing. This is a far cry from the same thing.
September 10th, 2017, Justin finally made his first relatively successful video, and it was successful because it had nothing to do with him. It was about some supposed drama between H3H3 and Sam Hyde. It was, in his own words, the most growth he'd seen on his own channel in a single month.
That was amazing for my channel. This is probably Steam.
Imagine trying to own a meme, a piece of internet culture since 2003. What a semen scrumplet. Why does he care? I mean, that's my major question. Like, why does he care? And why is he mad about the fact that, like, he got a video that blew up? Is he mad about the fact that, I guess if I go to the Maddox channel, what's his, like, most popular thing? Is he famous or something? Oh, so 16 years ago, he had a video that got really famous, I guess.
I'm Steve.
Is that really funny? I just kind of don't get it, I guess. But once again, like, even all of his own most popular videos are talking about other stuff. Like, this isn't just like this isn't just him, because everyone talking about anything is talking about something else. Spider-Woman's big ass is a big deal. Maddox, 6 minutes and 43 seconds, 2.7 million views. Like, he's talking about something else. Facebook quizzes are stupid. The best show in the universe. Like, these are all about stuff that he didn't make. None of this is like just original content. It's all commentary on other pre-existing properties and topics. Because that's how you get people, like, interested in stuff. You present them something they already care about to get them to care about you, and clearly Justin has managed to do that successfully, given the fact that his YouTube channel has 1.2 million subscribers, and people just watch him. He's like a famous person because of his videos about other people. Now people watch his videos about less relevant stuff, like West Elm Caleb. Who the f knows who this is? Nobody remembers this dumbass Twitter meme. Redditor's injured by homemade toys. Like, these videos consistently get views because people have subscribed to him at this point for his content, not just for the stuff he talks about, right? Or else, some of his videos would have literally 1 view, and some of them would have like 3 million. But it's not like that. It's more mixed. It's more varied. He has a consistent viewer base, and the reason why is because he's good at what he does. He has a following. Do you not know how, like, YouTube and content creation works?
The most growth I've ever had in a single month.
But the problem with drama is that once you get a taste of that sweet drama juice, it becomes addictive. You either have to keep finding drama or making it to feed the content beast. As soon as someone draws a little blood, all the rats come out. It's disgusting because all these people are grasping at straws. But don't take my word for it. Those are literally Justin's words.
As soon as someone draws a little bit of blood, all the rats come out. We all need that sweet drama juice to drive our channels. I could see why the drama juice is so addictive, but it's disgusting. It's disgusting because all these people now, they're grasping at straws.
You're talking about yourself. You're talking about yourself, you astounding hypocrite. He even said it again in another video in a moment of mind-numbing lack of self-awareness.
Now you're starved for content. You got a big growing fan base, and you're chasing those likes. You need to feed the content piece. That's sick.
Now remember that clip.
I mean, in fairness, these are both out of context clips, but if I had to guess as to their context originally, I would guess that he was just saying, like, if you're manufacturing drama, if you're faking things for the sake of content, that is gross. If you're just talking about things that happen, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, bro. Seriously. This is, once again, this is such a non-point. Well, why do you fucking care?
Because I'll be referencing it later. Once he exploited the drama for all it was
This
worth.
ball guy's making me mauled. I'm not really, sorry, making me mad. I'm not really mad. I'm just, like, really confused as to why he's angry. Like, I'm really genuinely perplexed as to why this video even exists. We're only 15 minutes in. This is so long.
He turned his attention to Tales from the Internet, a series where he delves into popular events and people online. So another series where it's popular not because of him, but in spite of him. One of his most popular videos is about the Max Headroom incident from the 80s, where someone jammed a signal of a TV broadcast in Chicago. That much is fairly common knowledge. But what isn't common knowledge is all the detail Justin goes into. He cites specific names,
Chuck Swirsky, John McDougal, Captain Midnight,
dates,
October of 2015, 2010,
call letters,
WGN TV, WTT, WTV,
an ad campaign,
the new Coke.
That's the way. Coke.
And even seemed to recognize the theme.
2016 YouTube when people thought clickbait was bad. Yeah, that is funny. That was like such a funny virtue signal. I realized retrospectively a lot of stuff people got mad at them was like, it's just something to be mad at for the sake of being mad at it. It doesn't really matter.
Theme song to an old cartoon from the late 1950s.
So I'm getting so mad over this boring content makes a main channel vid. That's definitely not going to happen. I'm just going to post it on this channel.
Note that the song
like my reaction to this. I'm not doing a main channel
song
video.
from an old cartoon called Clutch Cargo.
The only thing Justin doesn't cite are sources, at least for the first 4 minutes and 10 seconds of the video. While Justin does use news clips at the start of his video, those clips are over 30 years old. So the only way he could have known that those clips existed was if he read someone else's research. Well, you might be thinking that maybe Justin might have just known this information from memory. Except this incident occurred in 1987, and according to this website, Justin was born in 1984, which means that he was just 3 years old when it happened. So that means either Justin was able to remember all those names, dates, and times 30 years later to make a video about it, or that he's a plagiarist. Plagiarism is when you present someone else's work, ideas, or research as your own. According to Evidence Explained, this includes changing a few words, changing the sentence structure, or using synonyms, like he did with meme police. Most of Justin's...
Okay, meme police, that is retarded because it's obviously paying homage, and nobody went to that video thinking, oh, what a fun and original idea.
Video is full of research that he didn't come up with. Now, you might be thinking that some of these are...
Are you aware of the fact that you can, like, make something with, like, a similar title and it can still be an original work? Like, he's not literally making a video about the same exact thing. He's not calling it meme police, rice gum, and then doing the same exact points, right? So it says, so it's bad to use someone else's research. I assume that's what he's gonna say. I assume he's gonna say, like, he should have credited the articles or, like, done his own research or something. But I feel like it's just kind of a non-point. Once again, it's like, you went on the internet, you found a few links, and you used that. Like, do you really owe the journalist that much? I feel like you don't. I feel like you don't have to cite that.
Basic facts, and they are. For instance, we know that an incident occurred, but most people wouldn't be able to recognize specific details like the theme song that was hummed from an obscure cartoon from the 1950s. Someone else did that research and put all those pieces together, and it sure as wasn't Justin. For most of the video, Justin rattles off details about the event, giving the impression that his video is very well researched, and it is, just not by him. Since there have been dozens of articles and videos made about this over the years, it's hard to tell exactly which he used since he doesn't credit most of his sources. For example, there are sections in Justin's video that seem to lift exact quotes and in the exact same sequence as a WFLD broadcast by Jack Connedy.
And this time there was audio.
By this time, the pirate had managed to insert audio.
Now you might be wondering, aren't these just basic facts?
Yes, that is what I'm wondering. Are these just basic facts? Who cares?
Wouldn't everyone report
George Washington was the first president. You were born in 2000. How do you know that? Yeah, true.
them the exact same way? No. In fact, here are 4 different broadcasts covering the same event, focusing on different observations, details, and phrasing, because none of them were plagiarized, unlike Justin's. Other than this newscast, most of Justin's...
I still don't see the plagiarism point. Like, he just says, like, and then this happened. Is saying, and then this happened, plagiarism? And then there was one with audio? Is that literally, like, what you think plagiarism is, bro? That is crazy. That is crazy.
Video seems cobbled together using bits and pieces of different articles written by other people that he only credits one time, despite the fact that he uses huge chunks of it for his video.
Wait, so he literally did credit
this article
it?
by Chris Nittell seems to be his primary source.
It's a theme song from an old cartoon called Clutch Cargo.
Clutch Cargo. And at one point, he even used the exact same footage from a commercial that was referenced in the article.
At the time of this hack, the real Max Headroom was the spokesperson for the new Coke.
That's the way. Coke.
I found 4 different Coke commercials that Justin could have used to make his point, but he lazily didn't do his research and just used Chris's work without giving him...
What do you mean Chris's work? So Chris found a video on YouTube, and Justin saw that he found that video and used the same video. That is your grand, like, aha moment, like, plagiarism stolen! Do you not read an article and then make a video using some of that? Is that so wrong? Is that really so wrong? I feel like it's not. I feel like it doesn't matter. Chat or someone in the YouTube comments can correct me. I mean, I guess maybe it's good to cite sources if you're specifically like when I make videos, right? If I'm citing like a journalist, I will say, and this quote is here from CNN. Like, I will say that. But like with general research, if you're just looking up what happened, do you need to cite an article every single time? Especially if you're not even quoting them, like you're just getting information. Heads up, other journalists do this all the time. Fox News reads CNN, and they don't say CNN did this. They just read what happened and write it. That's what like Fox News does with the routers too. Routers is the original source, or AP, because they're seen as more impartial, and then a more biased news source that's sort of more politically motivated will take that article and they will use the same information because it's trusted that reporting is fair and that actually did happen. And they don't necessarily credit each other all the time. He literally gave a source. Yeah, true. And he literally did give a source as well in this specific case. Like he even says, well, he did give a source. He gave a source. He literally gave the source for like where he found something specifically. So I just don't see what's wrong. This video has to be like, it's really unfunny, but it has to be like a troll or something. There's no way you actually believe this. Like, there's literally like zero way. We're all being owned right now. This is like a master like 5D troll.
Finally, after 4 minutes and 10 seconds of Justin pilfering research from this article, he finally cites his source, but that doesn't happen until after he's already used much of it earlier in the video without credit, and even then, he only cites it for a small portion, giving the impression that everything that came before it was his original research when it wasn't.
According to Vice Motherboard, the Eric Fournier theory is as follows.
So you might be wondering, why does any of this matter? Well, it's because plagiarism is theft. For a guy who supposedly hates content theft so much, he sure does seem to do a lot of it. But maybe the reason Justin doesn't cite his source is because because if he did, his video would sound like this.
According to Vice Motherboard, the anchor, Dan Roan, had this to say. According to Vice Motherboard, real Max Headroom was the spokesperson. According to Vice Motherboard, the song he's singing here is the theme song.
The guy who wrote this article did all the hard work of tracking down interviews, trawling through archive footage, and he even filed a Freedom of Information request through the FBI. Justin then came along and skimmed off the top of his work for a YouTube video where he even got some major facts wrong. At one point in his video...
Okay, well here's some breaking news, Maddox. Nobody wants to read your article, bro. Nobody wants to read your article, okay? I'm gonna get in the big screen for this one, okay? Maddox, I'm telling you this right now. I think you're like 50 years old, so the fact you don't know this is crazy, but it needs to be said. Nobody wants to read your article. 0 people. What do people want to do? They want to watch
Welcome to
videos,
my channel.
okay? They want to watch a nice put together YouTube video, and that is a service that Justin Wang performs. He compiles all the information, he puts it together in a digestible, entertaining, watchable way. He's got charisma, he's got a look to him that people like, okay? He's got a certain amount of swag, and people like that. And I'm sorry that nobody wants to read whatever the he wrote. I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry that you're bad at making videos and that your editing looks like it's straight out of 2009. I am very sorry that's the case, but that is the case. And I think you should just quit while you're behind rather than keep making videos like this because they're really bad, okay? There's undoubtedly work that goes into a Justin Wang video. There is research that goes into it. Not every piece of research is going to be completely original, but you can't really expect him to fly across the country 100,000 times to relitigate research that's already been done and is accessible for everyone to already see when it's already there in public, okay? That's not how anyone operates. If one of these journalists gets mad at Justin and is like,
hey,
guess
what?
Credit me,
We're in the big crew versus crew race. Spec out your ride and prepare for action.
But what about you? The cops still got your car.
Don't worry.
Which he
I'll
clearly
find someone
hasn't
else.
been, considering
See you
that
there.
Justin transformed his article into an original video with editing, music, and all that. Even beyond that, it serves a different purpose than the original article, not a market replacement. And secondly, even beyond that, he literally credited it in the video itself. If that really upsets you, then just quit. The internet is not for you, okay? Go to the fucking library, bro. Seriously. Go to the library.
Tom, you're shaking your camera.
Yeah, I'm shaking the desk. Okay. It is awesome. I don't care. We'll keep watching.
Justin flat out lies.
30+ years later, he still hasn't been caught. But there are a few suspects.
No, there are not. There is no smoking gun in this case because there is no case. There are no leads. There are no suspects. None. Period. The person who did this is still alone. End of story. For over 10 minutes in his video, Justin casually implicates innocent people in crimes with penalties of up to $100,000 and a year in prison. This includes one guy who not only had the inability to pull this off, but he wasn't even able to defend himself because he's dead.
Eric himself is able to according to Vice
The last 7 minutes of the video, Justin read a Reddit article where someone mistakenly thought the culprit was someone who met at a party. But it turns out Justin inexplicably decided to release this video anyway, despite the fact that the very Reddit post he's tweeting from has an update stating very clearly that these people are officially eliminated as suspects. But instead of omitting this bogus lead, Justin decided to keep it in and incredulously glossed over the fact that they've been cleared, almost like it's an afterthought at the end of his video.
If the information we gave is true, it could possibly be the suspects.
Reports saying that there are suspects that should have sound more exciting.
I mean, he's just presenting theories. Like, he's just presenting theories of what happened. I guess if that person said that, then he should have said that in the video. But it just seems like a pretty small oversight. Like, he didn't actually accuse anyone of crime. He said, "Here's the people who some people think it is." You know what I'm saying?
Could be caught any day now. But unfortunately, none of that is true. This video is misleading and irresponsible. This entire 10-minute section of Justin's video could have been boiled down to this. Don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe for new videos that exist. Justin didn't credit most of his sources. I tracked down as many as I could and listed them for you. As for the news footage used in Justin's video, he doesn't explicitly credit the website. Watermark not his content. If he's going to use other people's content, you can too. Except
This
I
is an
provide
old man's
sources
name. It isn't
so
hot,
stop
but I mean, it
playing.
seems that way.
And in case you're wondering, this wasn't just a video I cherry-picked from his library. This kind of hacky bullshit is all over his channel. For example, in another Tales from the Internet, he tries to find out who made the Italian version of an anime theme song. And of course, it's chock full of more plagiarism. For example, watch Justin's eyeline carefully around the 7 minutes of the second one.
is an Italian band that specializes in covers of cartoon theme songs.
Did you catch it? Here it is again in case you missed it.
Cartoon theme.
You're showing that he's reading from a script? That's your big point?
Nice. Hey, let's play a quick game. I want you to guess what Justin is looking down at this point in the video. Is it A, his own original script that he wrote after becoming deeply familiar with the subject matter so that he was able to paraphrase and share his own original thoughts and findings with you? Or B, some shit he plagiarized from a post he found on Reddit?
I mean, it is literally A. Like, he probably just put the Reddit post in his script. You think he doesn't script his videos?
If you guessed A, you are absolutely incorrect. Idiot. Of course it's B. You should have guessed that based on the content in the rest of this video. Justin plagiarized from this post on Reddit almost verbatim.
Raji Folgonici is an Italian band that specializes in covers of In 2007, they released an album called Gente di Cartunia. The fourth track on this album was a cover of Lemu's theme song.
The account for the person in the original thread was deleted, so I looked up an archive to find out it was written by a Reddit user named Risa Pythro. This person did all the hard work of not just summarizing the information from a thread in a different form.
Credit the Reddit post, guys. It's a Reddit post.
It took me just a few minutes of research to find this, and I couldn't care less about this Dork Lord anime bull. I literally did more research on this part of the video than Justin. That's research he should have done, but didn't. Instead, he plagiarized this post almost beat for beat for this entire video.
Literally just read a Reddit post, dude. This is how the internet fucking works. You just look at stuff someone else said and talk about it. Is this your big point, that like he read Reddit as part of research? I hate to break it to you, but that is research. Is he supposed to call the Chinese government and figure out who this guy is and then post that? Like, that's not copying, he literally paraphrased? Yeah, it is. And you can literally see, that's why he couldn't highlight the entire thing. He could only highlight like 20% of it.
That Lane claims the song and calls his true creator to come out and hide it.
Maddox has a soft spot on the back of his head, I agree. Thank you, Chad.
This is a Polish TV station that was founded by Italians and also runs the Italian versions of anime. Furthermore, anime fans from Poland said that the show never aired over there.
And it's not just old videos either. Here's a relatively recent sponsored video he made where he seems to lift huge chunks of it from a Medium article. So he's making money off of other people's content. I've only included a few examples, but there's a lot.
In 2006, the Tobu Zoo completed their new penguin inclusion, Dracon and Midori being among the penguins making the movie. It's possible that this was because when he was taken away, they believed he had not.
So by now you're probably wondering...
It's literally paraphrased though. Like, it's not the same sentence every single time. He has not had one single example where it's the same sentence. He literally paraphrases it.
Why am I going after this? After all, I don't normally go after other people. My time is for children and animals. Why am I going after this? Because Justin buckle up, because this video is about to get very strange.
So I guess we're through the criticism of Justin's content, which is straight up bad. But I guess now we're gonna get to the real sauce, the real hot goss. We're gonna get to the real detail now. I'm excited. We're really only halfway done, and there's the 5 trash, but really, I don't want to watch this. I don't.
There's another side to Justin that most people don't know about. Not that most people even know about any side to Justin, but it's one where he tries to cancel and deplatform people who doesn't like. And he's even gone so far as to get them removed from speaking engagements. And I know this about him because he's done it to me. Justin is part of an online group where coordinating people using Facebook, Reddit, Discord, and I'm one of their primary targets.
DMZ 5 says, Betty's still salty about Justin covering his fall with Big Maps and Game and Sad Loser. I mean, that's what I assume, but Justin May, Maddox.
Lawyer Kevin drinking beer helps the skier land now, trying to censor the entire Al documented lawsuit filed by Maddox's lawyer Kevin charging a fee for every apology. In his case against his former co-host Dick Masterson and other people, the suit documents restraining order by Kevin drinking the bar at the time of Orlando requested that the court prohibits any discussion of his case or Maddox or of Maddox's lawyer, Kevin, Kenny Soy, and Ramir Boy land now. This man has such control, by the way.
He's just right, so I assume that must be why he's mad. I'm pretty sure he lost this lawsuit against Dick. My understanding from Dick's retelling is that basically he used to have a podcast with Maddox, and at some point they had a falling out because Dick started dating a girl that Maddox used to date, who I think ended up becoming Dick's girlfriend or whatever. But basically after that point they had like kind of a falling out. At some point Maddox put together a compilation of like unsavory things Dick had said to try and get him canceled from his Hollywood days. And then as a result, the podcast, I think, which was the biggest problem in the universe, ended around that time. And then Maddox basically filed a lawsuit against him for the legal for $20 million. Maddox, which is why they call Dick the $20 million man. That's a very abridged version there. That's kind of the backstory of Maddox. I think there's a good video by Easy Peasy about this that I watched on the rise and fall of Maddox in his recent album. I think that was one of the classic piece of Maddox history.
He even posted the names of the panelists and organizers of the event, making it easier for the group to harass them. And after he pointed this mob to this event, they of course spammed the organizers with threats, smears, and harassment, and I was removed from the panel. Good job, Dib. Maybe if Justin put as much work into his videos as he did trying to cancel people, they wouldn't be so...
In fairness, I think the reason he did that was basically in retaliation for that Maddox was engaged in meeting the $20 million lawsuit. But I am honestly curious to hear, like, if there's more context for this. I would like to see Justin's response, just because I didn't know he did that.
And if you're wondering what kind of smears this group has been spreading about me, here's a small sample of the slander. Someone from this group created a fake Twitter account with a fake allegation against me. They even used pictures of an innocent girl they found on Instagram who wasn't even aware of pictures being used like this. Then they created a false...
What do you mean this group?
...allegation, using a fake profile and even claimed this fictional person sent me pictures of her pregnancy test after her...
Fairness, okay, first of all, it literally has 5 likes and 2 quote tweets. Maybe this is an old archive and it's getting big, but I've never heard of it. Secondly, what does this have to do with Justin? Did he post this?
And that he had to get an abortion.
Does he endorse this?
Remember what I said earlier where Justin said always the most sanctimonious people who are guilty of the things he claims to know against? That clip was from a video where he talks about an activist that outed people in the hardcore community. Justin criticized that group one more went from just going after people who were abusing them to actually seeking vengeance as a movement against fans they dislike by saying they use more victims.
That's what just people call all the other YouTube stories, witch hunts, and like that. This is some next level shit where you gotta come say we or the victims.
Well, the mob did the exact same thing using fake accounts. They even went a step further from just looking for victims on LinkedIn, creating one with a fake allegation, which is a crime, and then they even tweeted it to people associated with using a meme.
Girls, don't be scared to speak up to this monster. He needs to be stopped. Link still sees the product go through the panel. Hopefully this will be the last time we hear someone that Maddox names. And someone, hashtag me too, should stop.
This is one of the most repugnant I've ever seen on the internet. Besides the slander itself being damaging in its own right, this kind of fake torture for an actual victim. Tapping down on the
I would agree, but you know that Justin did this? I'm scared.
When it's called out, they always lie, shift blame, and deny it's their group, but it's always the same group of people. How do I know? Because I've blocked most of them on Twitter, including Justin. And since most of them follow each other, and they're all a group of people I consistently block, I can tell at a glance when it's their group, because all I have to do is look at who they're following, and it's the same people from the group that Justin's a part of, taking part in the same smear campaign, like always.
This seems kind of schizophrenic to me, to be honest. Like, his evidence is that he follows someone on Twitter who was mean to him. He follows someone on Twitter who made a fake account pretending to be a victim who accused him. Not even that Justin follows the account. He follows someone who said that they did something. Or you follow someone who Maddox believes did something. And he doesn't specifically know who either. Does prove it's Justin? I mean, that's my major question.
The story of how gullible people like Justin get caught up in online mobs just like dangerous lies and mobs. Except this time Justin got way too involved and crossed the line that he shouldn't have. So how did Justin get involved in it? Well, unfortunately, Justin has a rare medical condition called ICM HOF, or inability to mind his business. Unable to undo this. When he kicked off the smear campaign, he couldn't do this with the first smear campaign, even though it had less haters. He not only got involved in the smear campaign.
I feel like Justin does mind his business. This is interesting to hear, because I feel like he's someone who doesn't really get involved in drama very much at all.
But at one point, he ingratiated himself with one of the two main reasons for harassment and former moderators of the group, I by the name of S.W.Frost. In fact, at one point, Justin even became friends with his former moderator, a person who I eventually ended up having sex with. So by now you're probably wondering...
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel. Minoanosi. Welcome to my channel.
The CMS afraid that your creative Madcast fan statement has been approved under campaign Maddox fan statement. To monitor your campaign's travel metrics.
Claims and targeted them directly at me and my fans. He posted about his harassment campaign on a website called Kiwi Farms, which is a forum dedicated to stalking, doxing, and harassment. Material.
Yo, we're getting in the weeds here with the Kiwi Farms. Oh my god. I haven't heard of Stereo Smoking. Dude, we gotta see. That we're gonna need to censor what's on screen right now. That might be true. That statement might be real though. I don't know. Can we confirm the GBNWA. Is Maddox confirming or denying GBNWA allocation? Mysterio seems kind of schizo.
When he's not busy banning on Facebook. And if the trend with outspoken male feminists is any indication, that should be a huge red flag.
I feel high. What is,
Justin has ever said anything
I feel
about
like he doesn't explain it. He probably just didn't consider Asterios a male feminist. He probably just thought he was like a funny guy. This video now has nothing to do with Wang. It's really devolved. Why isn't Asterios in the one of the most exposed videos I've ever seen. Mysterio saying lady girl. Try to be a sociopath. Stop the So let me get this right. This video was literally recorded like 8 years ago, right? What happened to Wang? We were so deep, man. I feel like I've been through. I feel like I've been through like 3 wars or like 3 seasons of a show since I started this, and now I'm just lost. I'm just really lost. The video isn't sped up. It is. I did speed it up. I sped it up a little bit. Now looking back, it seems slow. Yeah, I mean, this Asterios dude, in fairness, I think he was sued by him, so maybe that's what he was. But he does seem kind of obsessed with him right now, which he did back then, 5 years ago. He does seem a little obsessed.
Welcome to my channel.
But my main contention is, like,
have a
I
good
thought the
stream,
video
good
was
help, don't
Justin
get sick,
Wang.
and the
I
best
didn't know
in
it was
life
about
and many
Asterios.
subscribers.
And also, like, how does
Thanks,
Justin
man.
endorse any of what this guy has
This
done?
I think.
Justin somehow endorses everything that
Thanks.
has done here or
Can't
said.
get
I don't
much.
see how that follows, really. Maddox got him fired from his job. Interesting. I feel
This
like I knew
seems
that at
rigged.
one point. I remember Mysterios used to be around some of the stuff I used to call him a long time ago. I don't know.
Very, very rigged.
This is like a flame war. Like now he's like he needs to be got. He needs to be kicked. I'm sure it's because Justin's face and name pushes views. I guess so. Yeah. In fairness, like everything he talked about from this video, which is the most bizarre thing. I mean, like clearly this is like a 7-year-old video, right? Like this is so old. This looks like I don't even think he lives here. But like most of the video is about like 7-year-old stuff. It's about his Max Headroom video. A lot of people think he plagiarized it because he gave credit to something else. But it's literally like 7 years ago. Just so old.
I haven't attacked him or even mentioned him in public anywhere on any platform, nor have I asked or encouraged any of my fans to attack him in public or private in any capacity, not once, ever, period. So if I wasn't doing anything to this guy, I would be on the attack. You saw what possible explanation earlier. Money. He not only spammed his Patreon link in conjunction with the Syrian mate, his friends and followers even went to my personal website and spammed his Patreon constantly on his channel.
In fairness, I feel like there's a better way to make money than going after someone who's like kind of famous like 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, I mean, if Asterios was smart, which I mean, based on all his posts, he doesn't seem to say he seems like he was pretty obsessed with things. Like, you gotta like watch it. But I mean, irrespective of that, I feel like there are much better ways to earn a living than talking about Maddox.
There was only one problem. If I wasn't responding or doing anything to him, how can he justify his continued attack? Well, he came up with the perfect explanation. He accused me of conducting a shadow war and engaging in a whisper campaign, where I allegedly went around Los Angeles whispering things about him and his friends, which is bizarre because I can tell there's nothing I can whisper about this guy that's worse than the things I put in the video, which are just things you've actually done. Accusing someone of a shadow war is the perfect allegation to make when you don't have any evidence to back your claim. If anyone asks you, they can simply say, oh, well, it's part of the shadow war, so by definition, there was no claim. That's something that doesn't become like Ron Fuller ever since. It could be all sorts of things where I just don't have any idea what you keep talking about. And of course, all without any evidence. Even accuse me of creating alternate Twitter and downloading a YouTube video, like I don't have anything better to do than to download videos on some random guy's YouTube channel who I met in a comedy club over half a decade ago. Again, all of these allegations without a single thread of evidence. But unfortunately, if you repeat a false claim enough, no matter how ridiculous that claim is, eventually someone will go with it. Not only believe it, but they'll go so far as to attack the person.
You're gonna go back and talk about Justin at any point.
What kind of swallow was it? You not only believe a false claim about another person without evidence, but then make it their business and attack them for it. Enter Justin Wang. Justin typifies the idiotic dog mentality that has overtaken the entire internet. Justin Wang is an idiot.
I don't get it.
He's stupid. Some of you may realize this already, but some of you may just be learning this fact.
I'm sure some of you guys realize this already, but I'm just learning this fact.
As you saw earlier in this video, Justin Wang loves to go down rabbit holes of pissant drama he finds on the internet. Except this time, he went way too far. I almost feel bad for Justin because he obviously got manipulated by bad actors with malicious and financial motives who took advantage of some very gullible people. But Justin wasn't the only person duped. At one point, Asterios asked one of his stalker buddies, a former fan of mine named Isaiah Lozano, to share my private conversations. Asterios then took these doctored up conversations and used them to buy those fraudulent ads he clicked on Reddit. At one point, I had to look into getting a restraining order against a former fan of mine because even after I blocked him 6 times on various social media networks, he kept contacting me. And of course, he's also a male feminist. And if his name sounds familiar, that's because you might have noticed it earlier because, surprise, surprise.
You need to get a restraining order because he like tweeted at you. There's people who have been trying to contact me for like years at this point. I just ignore. Like you just block them and move on. Like it's just the internet, bro. It's just like an email. The email can't hurt you. It's truly just an email.
It's one of the accounts followed by the fake news on Twitter. You may be noticing a pattern here. But before we go on, remember the text conversation.
I still feel to see how Justin is relevant. He's kind of beautiful like that. And now he's back to skits and stuff.
Partners and supposed friends. During the course of that conversation,
I don't even have a clear image of what's very true. You don't know what you're risking by speaking on Twitter.
Very weird thing to say to somebody during an argument, so I ignored it. But then he said it in a second.
He has to get back to Justin.
I mean, from the bottom of my heart, have a very successful podcast. I can't wait. It sounded like a threat. That's like saying, I hope you did sleep well tonight during a heated argument.
Then he has like 3 or 4 videos on Maddox, spoiler, whatever we discussed. And then he has 20 minutes of like that's what I'm saying. I feel like the reason why he's mad has to be Wayne's videos. So from that perspective, it's like you think he would tackle them if he thinks it's like Paul says to him specifically yesterday.
Dick and most of his hand.
Like you think he would specifically call out like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. He didn't do that. And that's just gonna be some part 2 where he tries to systematically confirm the allegation. There has to be some kind of through line here for why for like how Wayne believes all of this, right? It can't just be this like follow each other on Twitter based on what they are. So, like you, on one hand, you say that this shadow is happening. That's like a ridiculous conspiracy to believe, right? Just didn't have no evidence. And then you, without any evidence, believe that Justin Wayne is like orchestrating this or something, or he's complicit in it or something. I don't really understand. Instead, Maddox was trying to talk about Wayne's band. Yeah, he did. I don't even understand that. I don't understand that. I just jump right into it. Why he's spending 3 minutes talking about it.
That was right. Like all the social activities, I was trying to talk about too. Then he did something very strange. He said, "Show us." And then he gave me the contact information for a company I'd never heard of. A company called Weber Chance. And in case it wasn't just an off-the-cuff part, it wasn't. He not only urged me to contact them, but he actually gave me their contact information. Yes, really. I was tempted to call, but I didn't. Even though the guy was threatening my life with it, I still showed restraint and didn't call to contact him. Why would I? What would I have to gain?
Here's why you didn't.
It's not the guy who's threatening me. year after year, for stroke of luck, I got an inside tip with someone who worked at his company with first-hand knowledge of their internal operations. I learned that their IT department keeps logs of all the websites visited on company time, which isn't unusual for a company of that size to do. Oops. This is one part of the video where I won't disclose my source to protect the parties involved, but if you have any doubt, there were multiple eyewitnesses who watched him do this from work, including his own followers, because the genius live streamed it from work. So when it became clear that he wasn't going to stop going after my livelihood and
So you're mad that he was like on you on company time?
No less, as a last resort, I decided to contact his work out of desperation to get him to stop. Keep in mind, this was after months of his attacks, so I showed a lot of restraint by not contacting them immediately. I sent an email and tried to remain anonymous to his company in an effort to avoid further retaliation, in part because the girl I was dating at the time was receiving countless death threats from this mob. And
Jesus, yo.
further retaliation, in part because the girl I was dating at the time was receiving countless...
God. What, you know this is old because he didn't think to censor these. That's how you know this was recorded so long ago, because he didn't even think to censor any of this, bro.
And I know he did this with the explicit knowledge that this group that he was part of made him look. How do I know? Because they've even done it to him and his ex-wife. Wow, what of them? I thought a company like Weber Canada would step in and do the right thing because they like to stress how forward-thinking and progressive they are. And they make statement after statement about how their leaders and diversity and inclusion. They even released an article proudly boasting about how many people of color they promote. Very progressive in that how they have colored people in their office. Surely this is a progressive company which would have stopped this harassment, right? Nope. In fact, they told him about my email, allowed him to continue their rank and being stopped for one of Weber Channel's clients that he went with, and Asterios worked for their campaign. And I couldn't take time away from Annie. But don't worry, those weren't even that hot. But at this point, I have to admit I didn't. And I know then what I know now, but I have contacted this lawyer for after. I have contacted them once too, because I had no idea that he'd still be going at it over half a decade later.
Nick for 5 says he's convinced an IT worker to go rogue and leak Asterios' inner history from his job. Yeah, it's just, this is just totally like, maybe Asterios was being kind of crazy towards him, but this just seems like an equally like retarded flame going on both sides. I don't even know who's in the right here. I don't. I know the point of this video for Maddox is to show that he's a victim or something, and I'm not particularly convinced of that yet. I'm convinced that like him and Asterios were. Take your life back. Have my half $1 billion rather than
alone. It was all I ever wanted, and I didn't even ask for legal fees or damages. Again, all he had to do was stop. And that was the end. Life fortunate, I came and I said, take your life back, and handed my thing. Finally replied and said, please communicate with your lawyer at the time. Then he left me less than 18 minutes to respond. I took the cordial tone as a sign of reconciliation. So I decided to end it and hope that he would finally stop leaving the room. So I responded and said that I would drop everything and post it over again. But he didn't acknowledge it in public. He carried on the next day pretending like this conversation didn't occur, milking it for
in fairness, I don't think that this comment is evidence that he wanted to talk to me. I feel like he's just saying, if you want to talk to me, talk to my lawyer. That's literally all he said.
Then he tried to file a counterclaim and got thrown out. Finally, that's where you think things would have ended. Except, of course, it didn't. Then Asterios started to carpet bomb the internet with his false legal narrative while gaslighting me and telling everyone that I couldn't have requested to call me for work constitutional YouTube after this event because he called someone a beta to avoid work. Yes, even though he committed fraud, harassed my friends, sponsors, and family for recklessly for years, somehow he was the victim because he got sued. Newsflash, 100% of people who get sued don't like it. I can give less than he called me a fucker. I can call way worse in the comment section of my own video. Names. His narrative doesn't even make sense. People have been calling me names one word for years and I haven't sued anyone. You can call me whatever names you want. That's protected speech. What's not protected is fraud, threats, stalking, and harassment. When Asterios bought those ads on Reddit, he did it using my name, my business, targeting my fans, specifically to
Is
hurt
he
my
talking about
consumers
Dick
with
at all?
misleading statements.
Because
So
I
no,
feel like
I don't
Dick was
care
a
about being called
huge part
playground
of
names.
this.
What I care about are damages. Don't like it? Don't stalk, harass, and commit fraud, and you won't get
I haven't
sued.
even seen
Despite
Dick's
the fact
name.
that Asterios continued to spread this bull narrative everywhere he could. He tried to get media attention on it, but since most people have never heard of this guy, the only people who would cover the story were his friends in the media. The first person was a guy named Brock Wilbur, an outspoken male feminist. And of course, like many other outspoken male feminists, he was me too. Here's an article about him titled "I Was Played by a Male Feminist," where he allegedly dated someone without disclosing he had a live-in girlfriend while virtue signaling about Gamergate and women's rights. And he's also been accused of being a serial abuser. So this
Just
male
leave me
feminist
alone
Brock
at this
Wilbur covered
point.
Asterios' story for a website called Patient, where he conveniently
Maddox,
forgot to mention little details like the fact that he and Asterios are friends, and that Asterios is a contributor to the very magazine interviewing him. Oops. Just a slip of the mind, not to mention this major conflict of interest, and not a deliberate attempt to whitewash his friend's narrative, right? Brock didn't bother reaching out to me for comment, and he sure didn't disclose his relationship to Asterios. But that wasn't the end of Asterios' carpet bombing campaign, because he had another friend in the media, a writer from Vice named Mike Pearl. Mike is his longtime friend and former roommate. He's written such articles for Vice like this one about the legalities of pseudo-kidney. The only problem was, Mike Mike wouldn't have been able to write about me because I've actually met Mike before several times. In fact, we've all hung out together. So if he tried to write an article, he follows on every platform. I don't even follow some of my closest friends on all 3 platforms. And in case you think that he did it just for research, we can rule that out because he doesn't follow me anywhere. Then I dug a little bit deeper, and surprise, surprise, guess who they invited as a guest on Justin and Mike's podcast? None other than S.W.Frost. I'm sure it was a total benign lapse in memory and not a deliberate attempt to hide his relationship, because as a journalist's advice, it might be looked down upon to publish puff pieces about your friends without disclosing your relationship. Although it's Vice, so I'm not sure if they have. Lotax's greatest hits include Something Awful and Women. And of course, S.W.Frost even defended Lotax in his hit piece against me. And the stuff you've seen in this video barely scratches the surface, like when he started posting what he claimed to be my girlfriend's phone number online, which caused her distress because she'd have to.
When he says it barely scratches the surface, I genuinely believe that this barely scratches the surface of his
People like Justin represent the very most element of capital. He's exactly like the woke SJW PC culture he claims to hate, except worse, because at least they're not pretending to be cancel. If anyone deserves to be part of the cancel culture, it's truly him and all the shady, top-chasing drama leaders like him. If you like drama so much, congratulations, dude. Now you have to love your own. Don't make it nice for any of these people supporting because they don't know how to stop and leave people alone. Don't like it? Don't put people's lives in their people. Justin, Serial, Mine, Tony, President, Whoever can, and all. So in conclusion, what do you like? What do you like? Running up to the conflict of listening and taking something about. From having about customer service and social media to getting demonetized on YouTube and getting people leaving people alone. Nothing ever gets done unless you're public. Part of the reason I'm making this video now is to let people know about something that I've been dealing with for years now. So part of the fallout from all of this is that Justin Mike has now been exposed as an unfunny plagiarist, but you're even happy that all his offenses, perhaps all his previous ones, the one that promoted them, is that he's part of that new thing. Don't forget to send me your tales from the internet. There's a lot more to this story, and maybe I'll tell it someday if there's any interest. Comment below and let me know. That's it for now. Till next
So as a YouTube commentator, I guess I'm probably be someone Maddox doesn't like that. He doesn't like people who talk about drama. But that's what I'd like to do, is rank this exposed video like this and how I feel about it. We're going to do a little bit of an Anthony Van review. I'm actually even going to take my socks off for this one, because to be honest, watching this is really I'm only 20, so I really think okay, but that's okay. We're going to get into it. Bad. Like 1 out of 10. Not good. The fact that this video is like 5 years old, like the last time I heard about any of this stuff was like 6 years ago, is crazy. Is fucking crazy. He was sitting on this and he released it now with the intention of like exposing him. How are the comments like somewhat positive? But I mean, they're not that positive. A lot of people are. So I don't understand. I don't understand why he made this video. He didn't prove anything to me. If anything, he just proved that he's salty. I mean, okay, bottom line, like, did Wang, I guess, on the technicality, commit some, like, very low-level plagiarism by, like, posting a meme uncredited? I guess. But I'm also of the belief that, like, some forms of plagiarism matter and some don't. And I don't think that reposting a meme is plagiarism matters. There's really no, like, value to it. So it doesn't really matter. And beyond that, as far as the hypocrisy, I guess if that's his bigger point, like, I guess he got him on the fact that he doesn't like people stealing content, literally thieving it, and then he's okay with reposting memes. Like if that's like what you think is like ample evidence that he's a hypocrite, I mean, I guess you got that, but it doesn't really, it is not bad. It's not a huge criticism. Beyond that, he managed to prove that Justin followed someone, like a podcast episode with someone. Was honestly kind of obsessive. Like, I guess there is that. Like, if he follows someone who is mean to him, I guess he went to a bar with him once. This doesn't mean anything to me. Honestly, it doesn't. This was a bad video. Straight up. I don't even know why this needed to exist. I'm shocked he went through with this. It really, to me, comes across as someone who's very salty, very mad at me. And not for good reason. Really not for good reason, buddy. I don't know. I hope that, you know, in his old age, whatever mental illness is assailing Maddox gets solved and he ends up okay, because this is where it's... And if you liked this video, consider becoming a member. For $5 a month, you get access to exclusive podcasts, unreleased videos, and the members-only Minecraft server. Thanks so much to all of my YouTube members who fund my content.
As a lot of you probably know, I'm a big fan of anything scary, whether that be scary movies, scary stories, or as we're going to talk about today, scary video games. And if you're a fan of horror games, then you and I have been eating good for the past several years. From the new Resident Evil games to the Dead Space remake, and releases I'm very excited for in the future like Alan Wake 2, and with the genre itself becoming more mainstream as works of video game lore get adapted into other forms of media like the Last of Us TV show or, dare I bring it up, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, meaning that more eyes are looking towards the genre, which means more money's being spent on it, which means bigger budgets, and hopefully even better games. Still holding out hope that that Silent Hill 2 remake becomes Silent Hills PT. Maybe, I'll never let it go. But somehow in the midst of all of that, in the midst of new titans coming out of this genre, and old classics being made new, somehow one of the most impressive games that I've seen out of the past decade is an 8-bit Atari 2600 style game made by one guy. And that game, of course, is Faith the Unholy Trinity is truly a work beyond the sum of its parts. In a style that Erdorf, the game's creator, describes as the Oregon Trail meets The Exorcist, Faith the Unholy Trinity is immediately appealing to anyone who enjoys retro 8-bit style video games. And anyone who looks past that surface will find some of the most creative and gruesome concepts ever put to screen. The atmospheres, aesthetics, and concepts of this game are all drenched in the passion of their creator. Erdorf has gone above and beyond to show us the lengths that art can reach when done by someone who really means it. Even if you've never played Faith before, you're probably familiar with it, either from the memes or references a lot of people have made online, such as the word mortis, or this gif of a rake-like creature moving around on the floor. And in most of those discussions you'll hear online, people tend to focus on either the look of the game, the whole 8-bit art style, or the horror and scares of the game itself. And while we're going to talk about both of those because they're both impressive, and truly this game has one of the most disturbing concepts I've ever heard out of anything scary ever, like for real, wait till we get to what the second death ritual is. It is incredibly terrible. I love it. But what I want to focus on today is an aspect of the game that I feel is just as impressive, but often overlooked, and that's the story. If you run through the game beating all of the required boss fights and sprinting to the end, you'll see some signs of this greater world the game is set in. But if you take the time to read all of the notes that can be discovered throughout the game, participate in all of the extra boss fights and side quests, and overall think about the actions that you're committing, the story of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, becomes something truly special and I feel deserves to be talked about. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're going to go through the entirety of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, look at all the storyline events, look at all the side content, and come to the conclusion of what this game's really about. Or at least what this self-entitled pretentious YouTuber says that this game is really about. Now with that, there are a couple things of note. For one, I had an interview with the creator of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, who goes by the name Erdorf, and that entire interview is over on my second channel. Erdorf and I had a great time discussing the themes of his game, where his inspiration as a creator comes from, where the inspiration for the story comes from, what a lot of the characters mean, a lot of cut side content, and for those of us that are a fan of the game, word about future projects, which was very exciting. Erdorf was very gracious to lend me his time, and while segments of that interview will pop up in this video, if you want to listen to the whole thing, the link to it will be in the description. Both him and I would really appreciate it if you did. And two, and more importantly, if you have not yet been convinced to check out this game for yourself, then I don't know how to help you. It's great. Go do it. As a matter of fact, it's so great, I would hate for this video to be your first exposure to it, and you get all of the story beats and experience ruined for you before you ever press play. So before we get started, what I recommend, down in the description somewhere, there will be a link to the Steam tab for Faith, the Unholy Trinity. And if at any point through this video you think that this sounds really cool, pause the video, go play the game, and then come back, and again, we'll talk about it together instead of me just talking at you, even though you people like that for some reason. And of course, a lot of the content that I am going to be bringing up in this analysis is, as mentioned, gruesome, and a lot of it is very disturbing and personal to a lot of people who have experiences with maybe things like cults, or heavy-handed religions, or the devil. So for this entire video, let me state now, if those topics are a lot for you, then maybe set this one out. Viewer discretion is advised. And of course, all of this means that once again, I am creating another video that is to the detriment of my audience. At this point, if anyone wanted to have a legal case against me, perhaps an organization like the FBI, perhaps, and they were to just read out the titles of my video to a courtroom, I would be placed under the jail. So in an effort to slightly turn the tables a little bit, if I'm gonna sit here and corrupt your mind and soul for the next couple hours, the least I can do is help out your body. That was a weird way to say it, but we're gonna stick to it. So while I corrupt your mind, you might as well take care of your body with today's sponsor, AG1. I am on my 3rd or 4th month of AG1 at this point, and I have to say that I'm absolutely loving it. For those that don't know, AG1 is a dietary supplement that can assist with everything from your daily energy to your digestion to even your immune system. And AG1 does this not by being some pseudoscience supplement or a dozen pills that you have to take every morning, and is instead your daily intake of vitamins and nutrients in one easy drink. The drink is composed of things like B12, zinc, biotin, citrates, and other daily nutrients. As someone who is a YouTuber and therefore chronically online, my diet consists mostly of delivery food and leftovers, so I'm definitely not getting the nutrients I need every day. And because of that, for a while I didn't have the energy to do things that I didn't absolutely have to do. And it is incredible how your disposition can change when you just simply start putting the things in your body that your body needs to have. For the past several weeks, I've been going to the gym twice a day, every day. I have been more effective in my work time and business meetings. And to clarify, I'm not trying to sell you some kind of snake oil. It's not like you're going to drink AG1 and then magically all of your time management or social issues are just going to disappear. You still have to have the gumption to do that, but what I am saying is that AG1 can help you get the energy you need to do those things. And as far as making and drinking it, being healthy has never been this simple. Your AG1 will come in a bag like this, or you can do what I did and put it in this very aesthetic thermos to help with storage and refrigeration. So all that you have to do for AG1 is get 8 to 12 ounces of cold water, and from there just take a scoop of your AG1, dump it into the water, shake it up, and that's all it takes to start your day off right. And if you're looking at this and thinking that bottle of green has to be disgusting, another cool thing about AG1 is that it tastes just fine. The primary ingredient in here is water, so it's mostly flavorless, but what flavor there is just kind of like a naturally sweet tone. Let AG1 do the hard part and worry about your body the way that you deserve. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That is because right now, if you go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, you will receive with your order of AG1 2 free gifts. One is 5 extra days of AG1 in their handy travel packs if you're like me and can't get enough of this stuff even when you're out of the house. And the other is a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. That is right, a 1-year supply. All you have to do is use the dropper to put a drop of it in your AG1 or something else that you drink in the morning, and you can do right by your body even more so. Again, go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on AG1 and receive your 2 free gifts. Taking care of your body and getting your daily energy shouldn't be difficult. And now with AG1, it doesn't have to be. Again, go to the link in the description and get in on this offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description. And we are back to the video. And with all that out of the way, I hope that you're as excited as I am. So we're gonna go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As soon as we boot up the game, we're treated to a couple of important story beats. For one, on the game's load screen, we see the message, "Gary loves you," displayed over and over. That doesn't mean a lot to us now, but it will soon. And then after this, we're given our first cutscene.
September 21st, 1987. It's been 1 year since I first went inside that house. I have to finish what I started. I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
So already, we've established a few things off the bat. For one, it seems whoever is driving this vehicle has some relation to the Catholic Church, hence mentioning approval from the Vatican. Given that this is a horror game, and given everything else about it, we can assume this has to do with an exorcism. And whatever this exorcism might be, it's taking place 1 year after whatever happened in the house. And we also now know that this game is set in 1987. Not only does this match the retro aesthetic of the game itself, but Erdorf has said that one of his main inspirations for the game was the satanic panic of the 80s, and all of the conspiracies and horror stories that began to surmount around the idea of demonic cults. So the year that the game is set in both matches the visuals as well as the theme of the story itself. Originally, Faith was 3 separate games that released at different times, until eventually being bundled all together in the Unholy Trinity. I know that before the bundle there were some discrepancies into some of the information given on notes, and some stuff that was supposedly canon was made non-canon and stuff like that. So for the sake of clarity, and also because you can't access those old games anymore, I'm sticking with the timeline of events and progression that is shown in the Unholy Trinity. And with that, we now begin in Chapter 1. We pick up right where the intro cutscene left off, with the guy who was driving the car now standing outside of it on the side of the road. 2 things become immediately striking as soon as the player takes control. For one, the game's music design. Not only does the music set the atmosphere for the horror that we're about to experience, but as the game progresses, we're going to see some incredible stuff that Erdorf manages to pull off with the 8-bit music scale. The other thing that the player will notice is that there are only 2 controls available. Those controls are movement and Jesus. That's not even a joke. All that the player can do is move around with the WASD keys and then hit the space bar to hold up a cross. And I'm not kidding when I say this, those are the only 2 buttons that you will press for the entire series. There's one segment I can think of off the top of my head where the cross gets replaced for camera, but then you're still just hitting the space bar and moving around. It is incredible the amount of gameplay Erdorf manages to pull off using those 2 controls. As you're standing here wandering around your car on the side of the road, you'll probably notice something. Given the mention of the Vatican from the intro and the fact that our character's only item is a cross, and not to mention the white pixel on his neck that represents a clerical collar, we can deduce that our character is a priest. We will come to find out that this priest, the blue sprite that we play as throughout these games, is a man named John Ward. So already we have some pieces coming together. It seems that a year ago, this John Ward, or Father Ward, came to a house to perform what was most likely an exorcism. And now, on September the 21st of 1987, he has returned to finish what he started. However, for some reason, this trip has not been approved by the Vatican. All questions that will be answered later. As we venture from our car, we see that the screen will load in different segments of the map as we enter them. And if you walk all the way to one side of the map, you will be moved to the opposite side of the map. So for example, if you walk all the way to the left, you'll just teleport to the right. The map isn't randomly generated, although it can feel that way if you're like me and on your first playthrough you just walk to the right forever. A few things can happen while you're just randomly perusing the woods. For one, if you're walking along the roadside, there is a random chance for a tractor trailer to spawn. This tractor trailer moves quickly from one side of the screen to the other, and again, if you're like me and don't know what you're doing, you can get killed by it. The tractor trailer says Erdorf on the side of it, which is a cool reference to the game's creator, but believe it or not, this truck will come into the story later. The other, much more terrifying detail, is that as you're walking through the map from one segment to the other, there's a random chance that, with no warning at all, this thing will spawn out of nowhere and chase the player down. And if you don't manage to stop it, this cutscene will play. What the player is supposed to do whenever this creature spawns in is hold up their cross using the spacebar, which wards the beast away. This quickly teaches the player that their crucifix is a weapon. It can be assumed that we're battling demonic forces throughout the game, given the game's title and that thing we just saw, so it makes sense that the image of the crucifix wards them off. Whenever this creature appears on screen, the music drops out and we hear its garbled speech as it gets closer. When we ward it away, it will say some eerie line as it's chased off the side of the screen. References to demonic sayings or demons in literature, or just references to old internet horror stories, like I have the body of a pig. Which not only is a cool old internet lore reference for nerds like me, but as mentioned by Erdorf in our interview, also lines up with the story from the Bible of demons being thrown into the bodies of swine. So as we're walking through the woods, paranoid of what creature may spawn next, things like a derelict tree, or an old wishing well, or even an animal sacrifice. If the player remembers what they learned during the attack, holding up their cross seems to do the trick. If you hold your cross on many of the strange items you come across in the game, it will cause the item to be exorcised, and a note will spawn out of it. This is the primary method for which the story of Faith is told, or at least the supplemental materials as to what we see on screen. These notes not only give us greater lore to the series itself, but are some of the most fascinating parts of the story as a whole. So of course, we're going to go through them. Now while wandering through the woods, you can come across these notes in any order. So I'm going to relay them to you in an order that I think makes the most sense, although this isn't any canon interpretation to the order they're supposed to be read. And with these notes, we gain context as to who may be involved and why Father Ward is even here in the first place. So with that, we find our first note.
Today, I noticed Amy's favorite tree looks like it's dying. All of the needles are falling off it and the bark is peeling. I guess I'm more upset about it than Amy is. She is totally absorbed in her volunteer work at the clinic. I guess it's good that she found something she's passionate about, but I've gotten ugly looks from some of the women at book club. Kathy and her religious friends won't even talk to me anymore.
We'll come to find out that the woman writing this letter is a woman named Cindy, and that Cindy is the mother of Amy. So Cindy says that Amy's favorite tree is dying, but Amy doesn't seem to care because she's spending so much time at this clinic she's began working at. A clinic that, for some reason, Cindy's religious friends don't want to associate with her over. After this, we find another note from Cindy.
I caught some people walking through the woods around the house last week. Not kids, just regular adults. They told me they got lost while hiking, and I pointed them back towards the road. The whole thing just didn't feel right. I think I should go dig up Bob's rifle out of storage.
While this gives creepy vibes that there may just be some strangers on the property, and maybe Cindy's just overreacting, the next note definitely tells us something's probably wrong.
Bob. The kids and I miss you more every day. The twins and Amy have started their next school year here at home. Amy keeps asking when she's going to be allowed to go to real school. I think she's getting cabin fever. The twins are having no problems occupying their time. Yesterday, they came in with their hands covered in blood. I guess they found a dead deer and thought it would be a good idea to touch it. I think we might have a coyote problem because when I went out with them to look at the dead deer, it was a pretty gruesome sight. All this just a day after the twins' birthday party. Can't wait till you come home.
So this immediately tells us that something is not good. Amy isn't Cindy's only kid, she has a pair of twins as well. And these twins are apparently playing in deer carcasses for some reason. Not only that, but Cindy mentions that the carcass was mangled to an unnatural degree. While exploring this area, another note that we'll find is an invitation to the birthday party. This birthday party is for two boys, Nate and Jason, who are both turning 6. Nate and Jason being the name of the two twins mentioned earlier. This birthday invitation also serves a second purpose because if you're like me and were hopelessly lost on your first playthrough, the mention at the bottom of the birthday card that says to go straight past the well will help players that are lost but remember that they saw a well earlier. And also the name of the road they live on is called Snake Meadow Hill Road, which I mean, like, at that point you're just asking for something bad to happen. It also gives us more context to Cindy's note about the kids playing in a dead deer. I mean, like, if they were like 10 or 11, I'd let it pass, but two 6-year-olds playing in a deer carcass? No. Erdorf has also been very open that there were a lot of ideas he had in Faith Chapter 1 that didn't really pan out and didn't go anywhere, Like for example, there's some notes you'll find during this area that will mention like historical society, or it'll mention like gravestones being found on the property or stuff like that, which kind of add to the mood, but they don't relate to the overall narrative, or at least what the narrative's become now, so I'm not really going to talk about it. I will mention though, while I'm bringing up stuff I'm not going to talk about, there is another YouTuber, you're on YouTube, whose name is Flaw Peacock, and I'm not going to say it all together. I get the jokes, but no. I'll link his video series in the description. He did a series looking into faith that series has got, I think it's like 5 hours, which sounds like something I would do. But he did a fantastic breakdown of all of the lore, looking at every piece that did go into the story, every piece that didn't, making sense of it all. I'm here mostly to focus on a narrative and tell you all about like the overall themes of the game, but if you just like are interested in the analytics and like a deep dive into all the lore and notes that can be found and stuff, check his video out. He did great work and he deserves the support. Again, link in the description. Sticking to our track, however, the next note we find is a note from John himself. This note referencing his first excursion 1 year ago to the house on Snake Meadow Hill Road. The Martin's house lies about 100 yards off of Snake Meadow Hill Road. There's almost no driveway. Trees just out in the middle of a gravel path that is mostly covered with grass. It's difficult to find the house, especially since it was already dark when we arrived. Father Alred seemed to know where he was going. He simply drove straight ahead until we arrived at the house. In the headlights, I saw an old shed off to the right of the path. Father Alred explained that he would rather perform the exorcism away from the house, but the Martins had insisted that Amy remain inside. He complained that having the family present makes it difficult to proceed with elements of the ride that may seem harsh to a layperson. So first of all, we have a last name to the family of Cindy, Amy, Nate, and Jason, the Martins. And in one of Cindy's notes from earlier, we saw that Cindy referred to her husband as Bob, so now we have the names of all 5 members of the Martin family. It seems that 1 year ago, John came to this house on Snake Meadow Hill Road with another priest, a priest named Father Allred. And we also see from this note that John Ward and Allred were here to exorcise the young Amy Martin. Allred wanted the exorcism to be conducted in a shed, but her parents wouldn't have it and wanted Amy to be kept in the house. We find this note just outside of a shed located in the middle of the woods. Upon walking into this shed, we find a key, and when we try to leave the shed, we are once again attacked by this crawling creature. If you've been wandering around the woods for any amount of time, then you've ran into this creature several times up until now. If you manage to ward this creature off a total of 10 times, it won't come back anymore. And on that 10th attempt, it will drop another note. Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your care and return him to his home immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Davies have already been contacted by our office. A representative of the church is currently en route to their home to discuss compensation in return for their discretion. We will meet our representative there and accompany him back to Rome. Cardinal Gifford. So from this note, we learned that there is a priest by the name of Father Garcia, and this Father Garcia has done something for a cardinal to become very upset with him. This Father Garcia seems to be holding somebody named Michael Davies, and it's causing such a problem that the cardinal wants Garcia to come back to Rome. So who is this Father Garcia, and who is Michael Davies, and why won't Father Garcia let him go? All questions for later. Eventually, while traveling straight past the well, John will find himself standing in front of the Martin household, with the brief image of some purple figure standing in the upstairs window. Using the key that we found in the shed, we're able to enter in. While standing in the living room of the house, we find another note from John Ward, this being his second note about what happened in the Martin household 1 year ago. Mr. and Mrs. Martin greeted us at the front porch. Mr. Martin led us downstairs to the basement, explaining that Amy was down there in the streets. I felt for him. There was guilt and shame in his voice. Amy was in the very back of the attic in a chair, perfectly calm, staring at us.
Subject is traveling
It's hard to describe the look on her face.
Be advised, 4221 is in pursuit. All available
So it seems
units,
that the
please
Martins
respond.
had to tie up their own daughter before the priest arrived for the exorcism. Also, John's note here seems a little bit strange, right? Because it goes from describing the scene in the basement to all of a sudden they're in the attic. And we'll talk about why that might be in a minute. While walking through the house, we'll notice things in the environment, as well as other things that we can exercise to receive more notes. For example, we see a painting of Bob, Cindy, and their daughter Amy. And then when walking into the kitchen, we see a drawing from Nate, one of the aforementioned twins, depicting a large black shape and someone in a red hood. This drawing is probably not good. While exploring the house, we find a note from Cindy Martin.
I don't feel safe in my own home anymore. I hear voices outside around the house at night. I don't let the twins go out in the woods to play because I'm afraid of what's out there. The house itself feels stressed, distorted, slanted somehow. It's like I'm walking through a carnival funhouse. Amy's condition has only gotten worse. I can't stand to be around her and I don't know why. She just doesn't seem like herself anymore. I want to take her to the doctor, but I can't leave the boys here. I find that the phone stops working throughout the day, and now I can't seem to find my car keys.
4223,
Thank
please
God
provide
Bob
QTH
comes home
update.
tomorrow.
It's likely that this condition Cindy was referring to is the
QSL now
demonic
heading
possession
eastbound
of
through
Amy.
Cape Castile.
Even if at the time, Cindy didn't realize. We can also find the third note about that night a year ago from John Ward. I guess I was the only one who thought to check in the attic. When I got up there, it was freezing cold. I found Amy standing in the back, looking straight at me like when I first met her downstairs. We spoke briefly, although it was frustrating to talk to her or it. I experienced a bit of deception from the demon. During our conversation, she uttered my mother's first name and in other instances spoke perfect Latin. I called for help from the others, but nobody came. So I raised my crucifix and began the rite again. So 1 year ago, during the course of this exorcism with Father Alred, John was alone with the demon possessing Amy in the attic of the house. After the demon mocked him with the name of his own mother, John began an exorcism of the demon. There's a few other strange things that we can notice while wandering around the house. For one, there's a random chance that upon entering the living room, a gray figure can be seen standing next to the outside window. When we walk up to the window, the gray figure runs, disappearing off the left side of the screen. So it seems that for some reason, someone is watching John as he ventures back to the Martin household. And also, when John walks up to the mirror in the master bedroom, we see that some figure is right behind him. While you may mistake it for a shadow at first, it clearly does not match the same shape or image of John himself. In the upstairs part of the house, we see two rooms that appear to be the rooms of the 6-year-old Nate and Jason, as well as Amy's bedroom. In Amy's bedroom, there's a doll on the dresser that, when exercised, drops the 5th note from Cindy Martin.
Bob must be stationed somewhere in the Middle East because he sent over this weird-looking doll for Amy's birthday. I'll ask Anish about it next time we have book club. She looks like she could be from over there. Amy didn't seem excited to see the doll. I think she would rather have a phone instead. Or maybe seeing a baby doll makes her feel self-conscious about working at the clinic.
So for one, just so it doesn't muddy the waters any, I'll go ahead and cue you all in. The whole mention of the doll being possessed or maybe the cause of some of this is entirely a red herring. There are a few things, like I said earlier, the mentions of gravestone and stuff like that, that come up in chapter 1 that either never went anywhere or were purposeful misdirection, and this was one of them. Erdorf included the idea of the doll to get people looking the wrong direction. It's also a funny excuse to make a haha joke about Cindy Martin being your stereotypical wine mom from the 1980s because she knows someone named Anish and immediately assumes that she could, quote, be from over there. But what we do have that's relevant to the story's lore is another mention of Amy working at the clinic. A clinic that a baby doll may make herself conscious of. You may know where this is going, but it's actually not where you think it's going. It's close to where you think it's going, but not exactly. As we travel to the basement of the house, we find another letter from John Ward, again filling in more of the gaps of what happened a year ago in this house. Amy's parents could not endure witnessing the proceedings of the rite for long. Mrs. Martin was hysterical, and the thing that was inside Amy was feeding off of the fear. Father Alred asked me to take the Martins upstairs. I was physically worn out, but managed to get them back up the stairs into the kitchen. Amy was screaming, "Mother, Mother," the whole time. Finally, I got them to sit down with me at the kitchen table. After a few minutes, we couldn't hear much of anything down in the basement, so I went down to check on things. I found Father Alred lying on his back, unconscious, with his arms spread out wide. Amy was not in the chair. So at some point, Amy broke free during the exorcism and seemingly attacked Father Alred. As we traveled to the location in the basement where this exorcism likely took place, we can see the markings of an upside-down cross. If we step into the cross, the music begins to distort as these red symbols appear on the ground behind us, getting closer and closer. And when they make their way to us, before we once again take control of John, now in Amy's room, with John remarking that Amy is still here. One thing I want to mention now that I haven't brought up yet is the art form of some of these cutscenes. You saw it earlier when I showed the animation of what happens if the reg thing kills John whenever he's outside of the forest, but we see the same art style here when Amy rises from the foot of the bed. It's a very visually unique art style because it's clearly done in sort of the rendering capabilities of the platform we're using. It seems to be in an old graphic fidelity, but the movements are much too smooth and a lot of the line work far too detailed for something that the Atari 2600 could pull off. To pull off these effects, Erdorf used a technique called rotoscoping. For those that don't know what rotoscoping is, it is when you take a real IRL visual video of someone moving or some motion or something similar, and then you trace over it effectively or sketch it into whatever media you're using. Rotoscoping was popular with a lot of early hand-drawn animations. So what Erdorf has done here is he has hand-drawn all of these videos depicting the motion that he wants to put in the game, and then the drawn art form he's used has matched the aesthetics of this 8-bit video game. The final product are these incredibly impressive shots that really get across a lot of the horror that's implied throughout the games. One of my favorite aspects about rotoscoping is how seamlessly it allows someone to integrate body horror or supernatural horror into real-world settings. For example, if you wanted to rotoscope, say, someone's head exploding, not that we're going to see that later in the series, hint hint, then all you have to do is get a video of someone doing the motion that you want, and then as you draw that motion, you just have to change the parts of the body or of the individual or of the setting that you want to change. And then all you have to do is blend in the effects that you want to change with the real framework that you've established, and you get these seamless fluid motions of real people and real motions that are affected by things that would be near impossible to replicate otherwise. You may not know what I'm talking about yet, but we'll get there. Erdorf pulled off some really cool stuff with the rotoscoping. Back to the game, as John moves from room to room, these symbols will appear again and get closer to him. When John holds up his cross, Amy will appear in 4 different versions in all directions of him. This is our first sort of boss fight, with the objective being we have to figure out which of these Amy's is the real Amy and hold the cross up to it, or we die. Another thing I forgot to mention, well, didn't really forget, but it wasn't relevant until now. Every single attack in the game, except for attacks in the last 2 boss fights of the game, every single attack instant kills John. Like, anything he runs into, if it touches him, he's dead. He is very afraid of everything and fragile all the time, so you have to be careful with it. Each time the player moves to a different room of the house, this attack will reset. Eventually, John will remark that he heard a door open upstairs, and the attacks will cease, meaning it is now time for John to travel back to the attic. An attic that we have not seen yet, but from the notes, we know that John certainly has. As we make our way up to the attic, we find the final note from John Ward's journey here 1 year ago. Molly, the church might contact you in a few days to tell you their version of what happened to me. I want you to hear it from me first. A year ago, I was involved in the exorcism of Amy Martin. What they said in the papers about what happened isn't true. my superior father with. When I confronted her, she managed to cut the power to the house and her own parents. I have to go back to that house. The nightmares I'm having are real. She's still there waiting for me. I can still help her. If I don't come back, know that I love you and I'm sorry. John. So even though we don't know all of the specifics, we know that something terrible happened in that house. And now John is telling Molly, whoever that might be, that he has to go back. Which leads us to the events of September the 21st, 1987 that we're playing right now. Upon stepping into the attic, John confronts Amy Martin.
My God, what happened to you? Do you think my face is pretty? I have to finish what I started. She's died, priest.
Somehow, there seems to be, I don't know what magic Airdwarf pulled, but somehow there seems to be a level of emotion to the text-to-speech. Maybe I'm just superimposing what I think the characters mean onto it, but there's something so unsettling about the way they say everything, to like the tone it's conveyed. I'm sure there was some magic pull, but like the text-to-speech works really well for a lot of the dialogue in the game. As John begins the exorcism, eventually Amy's mask slips off, and we see what Amy meant when she remarked that her face is pretty. Where her face should be, instead, is a giant bloody hole. Her entire face removed by some unknown means. At this point, the boss fight really begins, with Amy once again teleporting around the player, as John has to hold his cross on her to perform the exorcism. After this stage of the boss fight ends, from that bloody hole in Amy's face, an arm rips out. As this stage of the boss fight begins, and with an arm hanging out of her face, Amy begins to trace a pentagram on the floor in an attempt to kill John. And as mentioned earlier, if John is touched by any of this, he's dead. Also during this time, Amy will cause other demons to appear and make a run towards John. If John is able to defeat Amy, the hand will retract from her face, and Amy, in defeat, will fly out of the window. Having seemingly won, if John leaves the attic, he will find another note on his way out. This note is written in a very strange tone with several redactions from a figure John has yet to encounter.
This is the ceremony for opening the Let no brother or sister utter it. Prepare the Use the right index finger to draw the signs of the on the floor. Bring an impure vessel to the signs of the Let a brother or sister drink at each sign of the Carve the face of the blood that fills the opening is the new. Let 7 be taken from their mothers and lowered into the upon the offering of the 7th, the will emerge from them. This is the second death.
John tries to leave the house, but when he enters the living room, scrawled across the floor in blood is the words, "Kill her." And next to the words are a gun lying on the floor. Also, earlier in the video, I lied. When I said that the only time John put down his cross was to pick up a camera, I was wrong. Because here, he puts down his cross to pick up a gun. Also, Airsoft, YouTube, whatever. Now, upon picking up the gun, we enter the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 1 has 5 possible endings, and even a hidden boss fight. Now, of course, only one of these endings are canon, but even the non-canon endings give us some explanations to the lore and world of Faith as a whole. So before we get into the real ending, let's talk about some of those side missions. After you walk out of the Martin house while holding the gun, there are 5 different things you can do. While exploring the woods earlier in the game, the player could run across a deer that would roam from area to area. The creature that would crawl around and chase John. Find that deer now that you have the gun and shoot it. An ending called The Hunter. In this ending, when John tries to leave the property, The deer cause him to get into a car crash, and then as John crawls away from the wreckage, the deer beat him to death. Each ending gives the player a unique note, and this note describes how the police found John's body having Again, these aren't canon at all, but they are fun. In another ending called The Offering, John finds the sacrificed animal, that appears to be a fox, that he saw on his way into the Martin house. If he shoots the sacrifice with his gun and then decides to leave, he's stopped by a group of people in red robes standing in the middle of the road. In this in-game note, we see again text that is displayed in red, like the redacted note about the second death that we saw earlier. However, this letter is written to Amy, and whoever is writing the letter says that they're sad that Amy can no longer work at the clinic, but they don't want her to feel left out. After inviting her to a party at the clinic, they address the letter as being from Gary. Now, Gary's familiar because if you'll remember when the game boots up, we see the message, Gary loves you, displayed once again, this ending of the game is not canon, but Gary and the cult we saw standing on the side of the road certainly will be. I also don't think or hope that any aspect of the deer ending's canon. I hope the deer can't just do that. But certain elements in this ending, like Gary and the people in the red robes, are legit. In our third false ending, when we leave the house, we can actually find Amy waiting in the tree line. If we shoot Amy with the falls over dead, John tries to leave the property, he is stopped by the police. In this ending, we see that John was arrested for the murder of Amy Martin, John even being blamed for her whole face missing. The element from this note that does give us context to the whole game is that at the end of the note, the police report says that the Vatican confirms that John Ward is not a priest. But that doesn't make any sense. We know that previously he went to perform an exorcism with Father Alred, but then again at the beginning of the whole game, he said that what he's about to do is not the Vatican. So something has happened to John's priestly status between 1986 and 1987. The fourth ending is when, once again, while venturing through the woods, we come across the gray figure that we saw outside when shooting this man for really nothing, and then getting in the car and driving away. The creature from earlier pops up in the back seat and murders John. This letter is written from the aforementioned Father Garcia. If you'll remember, he is the priest that we heard about in the note that dropped from the creature after exercising. This letter is Father Garcia responding to the cardinal from the first letter. I'm not going to read what that note is now because this note's actually canon in chapter 2 and we'll get to it then. But all you need to know for now is that gray man that we shot in the middle of the woods is Father Garcia. And that creature, crawling thing that's been chasing us around through the woods this whole time and kills John Ward in this ending, that is Michael Davies. So Father Garcia had been imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and Michael Davies seemingly escaped, only to torture John Ward in the woods while Father Garcia was following him. And in this ending, we kill Father Garcia, which leaves Michael Davies free to kill John. Now, given that Michael Davies is this crawling thing with red eyes and red mouth that rips people to pieces, we can assume he's probably possessed with a child like that. So again, we can put some pieces together. Father Garcia was a priest who was imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and the family demanded him back. As a matter of fact, the Vatican sided with the family. But Father Garcia, seeing the condition of this boy, knew that would be a bad idea to get him back and continue the exorcism. But now Michael Davies is free, wandering around in the woods, attacking John. But Father Garcia is supposedly there to stop him. So to clarify again, shooting Father Garcia is but with those 4 false endings out of the way, now we can talk about the real ending. If the player does not follow any of the side routes and heads directly for the car, when John arrives at the car, Michael Davies will run out of the woods and try to attack him. When John shoots Michael, he begins to bleed and stumble out into the road, only to be hit by the Airdorf tractor trailer. See, I told you that 18-wheeler was going to come into play. In the note we get in this ending, it says that the local police are baffled over the remains of this chupacabra. Or at least that's what the locals are referring to a creature that was ran over by a truck on Snake Meadow Hill Road. And of course, we know this
Dobro.
chupacabra
I
has
žena
to
mu
be
je
Michael
nešto
Davies.
nebitno. Pa reći.
Then, as John drives
Čujete
away,
to, čujete se.
he
Ja,
tu.
recites the 91st Psalm.
I on došao, znao,
and remarks
znao,
that
ja.
while
Čuče, bio
he can't
traktorista.
explain what
Aj,
happened in
kaže,
that
suja,
house,
prosti,
he just has to
javili
have
smo
faith
prijavu, ovo, no.
that he did the right thing. So in our canon ending, after Amy is exercised in that boss fight, she flies out the window and is seemingly just out there somewhere. In John's confrontation, Michael is killed after being shot and then hit by a truck, and Father Garcia is also alive out there somewhere. At the end of chapter 1, John seems to be in a point of uncertainty. He came back to this house because he wasn't able to live with the tragedy that took place a year ago. But now, after trying to save Amy and exorcise the demon from her, she's gone out there in the night, perhaps even worse than when the night began. And Michael Davies, who John has no idea who that kid is now dead. John says he has to have faith that he did the right thing, but at this point he can't possibly know what that means. But on that note, we have the ending of chapter 1. However, there is one more secret at the end of chapter 1. After John gets the gun, if the player decides to not walk out of the Martin house and instead head towards the mirror in the master bedroom, when John fires his gun at the mirror, a crack will appear in the glass. John walks back to the living room, picks up the gun, and does this process 3 times. The glass will shatter, and a hand will reach out of the glass and pull John into a sort of mirror realm. While there, John is in a boss fight against this tall, dark creature whose head seems to be a bleeding stump. As John tries to exorcise this creature, it will periodically teleport around the room. After defeating this demon, a new note will drop from it, which is the final note from chapter 1. October 23rd, 1986. Dear Dr. McGlasher, it has been 30 days since the beginning of my treatment here at Yale Psychiatric Institute. Dr. Spinell, who has been so patient with me, has helped me understand my afflictions and has helped me find a way to move forward and accept the truth. With Dr. Spinell's help, I have come to accept what really happened in September at the Martin family residence. I accept that what happened was not the result of any supernatural phenomenon, but rather the desperate actions of a young girl driven to violence by her dogmatic parents and old church rituals that are thought to drive out evil. I am happy to report that, since accepting the truth, my nightmares have ceased and I now enjoy peace of mind that I have not felt since the incident. Given my progress since first coming here, I respectfully request my release from the Yale Psychiatric Institute, contingent upon follow-up appointments with Dr. Spinell in the future. Sincerely, John Ward. Now, I know what you may be thinking. You may be thinking, oh, is all of this in John's head? Is John actually in some mental hospital somewhere right now? Is this just a pyrocynical video? But I assure you, it's not going to. However, this letter will have relevance as to the time period from the first exorcism in 1986 and the exorcism now in 1987. For now, just hold on to that thought about John Ward being Word. Anyway, the last thing from chapter 1 I haven't brought up yet is one more note that can be found in the Martin household. If, while exploring the basement, John exercises the baby crib, a note appears from a missionary named Layton. Dear Amy, thanks for writing. It really brightened my day hearing from you. In your letter, you asked what's the weirdest thing I've seen as a missionary. The area we are working in has a lot of folks who practice Quimbamba. It's what you might call a pagan religion. It's kind of a mix of Catholic and African religions. One of the saints they worship is Saint La Muerta, or Saint Death. Yesterday, we talked to a boy about 15. When we asked him if he had ever prayed, he said, no, but I have prayed to San La Muerta. He told us about a time when he stayed over at his cousin's house and, according to him, they prayed to some figures of San La Muerta and the figures made things in the house move around. He got real quiet and scared looking after that. We told him he could pray to God and that God wouldn't make him feel scared like that. We invited him to church, and he hasn't come yet. I need to wrap this up and get back to see you in 4 months. Like, now, similar to the doll mentioned earlier and stuff like the gravestones and whatnot, this doesn't hold any relevance to the main game's narrative. However, what it does hold relevance to is its relation to Erdorf, the game's creator. As Erdorf talked about in the interview that we did, not to keep plugging the interview, but as Erdorf mentioned in our interview, not only but he was also a missionary. And this letter from Layton, as shown in game, was almost one-for-one a letter that he wrote back home during his mission trip. He says that he inserted it into the game to give it a sense of depth, especially when it comes to religion and occult practices. And he also made up Quimbamba because he didn't want to implicate any real-world beliefs. But I just thought it was interesting and wanted to mention that the creator took his letter, changed the name from Erdorf to Layton, threw it in a game about demons, and it fit, which is terrifying. Erdorf actually does a lot of stuff like that in the Unholy Trinity. Not only does he do things like use one of his letters for in-game lore, or use a lot of the themes that were built off of the satanic panic from the 80s, and then convert those into the horror in the game. Or effectively the boogeyman. A lot of people thought, you know, cults might be all these secret cults that worship the devil and stuff like that. Not only is that used literally in the game, but even in a lot of the thematic elements. Like, for example, at one point in the game, there are these very creepy noises. Like, in the music, it's very, like, screamy loud. And they are edited versions from a real-world exorcism. He has never said which exorcism it is, but if you're like me and you're weird, like look into exorcist stuff or creepy horror stuff like that, you can probably think what the most famous exorcist audio tapes are, like real exorcist audio tapes, and those are, I believe, the ones used to make the music. So while playing the game, not only are you exposed to, you know, thematic elements of occult practices, and, you know, seeing all of the scary writings he had that were real, that were translated into the game, but you're also listening to demons, or potential demons, as well. So that's nice, I guess. I'm sorry. I want to emphasize how terrible and how brutal this world is, with all of the horror that's being built up, to contrast with where this story eventually goes. But now that is everything from Faith Chapter 1. So now, let's move into Chapter 2. Now, Chapter 2 has a prologue attached to it, but the prologue doesn't make a lot of sense until you play the chapter itself. So we're going to cover Chapter 2 and then go back to the prologue, which makes sense because in-game, you don't unlock the prologue until you play the chapter itself. Chapter 2 opens with us playing as a great figure in a small room. This character is Father Garcia. When you start playing as Father Garcia, you can pick up the same note from Chapter 1 that tells us about the Cardinal trying to make Father Garcia return Michael Davies home to his parents. Walking through Garcia's house, we see pictures of Michael Davies in the later stages of his possession. And when stepping into the basement, we see Michael Davies chained to a bed surrounded by crosses. When Father Garcia approaches, the demon initially speaks in the voice of Michael asking him to let go, before reverting to his demonic voice and saying that the priest will never win. As Garcia holds up his cross and begins the exorcism, the demon begins to crash before suddenly the power goes out. When the power comes back on, we glimpse Michael running up the staircase. Father Garcia chases him out of his room and into the hallway of the apartment building, where the possessed Michael Davies is murdered and is now feasting on a dead tenant. Garcia asks Michael what he's done before Michael says once more that the body of a pig jumps out the window. Quickly follows after. Mind you, very funny running. So in case it isn't already apparent, what we just witnessed is a prequel to the events of Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, we know that somehow Garcia got to the point where he was chasing babies around the woods. What we
Ima
just
vazdušna
witnessed
linija jedno
was the
20
amount of
metara, ako
time
ne vidiš.
leading up to that event.
Ovako, znaš.
Michael Davies was in the
Ja ona je ulaz on je.
possession.
I ja
of
stao,
Father
kazni
Garcia
nad,
for some time,
rugam
as
se.
Father Garcia was trying to
Stao ja i
exercise
gledam
from
i on je
him.
pričao,
Eventually,
bije
the
dan,
demon
pričao,
broke loose,
pričao.
and then the events
I
of
se
chapter
ono
one
nada,
take place.
nada
So
žiko.
for some reason,
Kika!
the demon was possessing Michael, decided to escape,
Gdje se
and
žena
run to
viče?
the forest outside of the Martin household,
Ja se
only to inevitably meet
pomiri,
its
ja
end,
ništa,
or
ništa.
at least the end of the body it was possessing,
ja
in
ružicu
front of John Ward. So that raises the question, what was the demon inside of Michael
pogledam,
doing at the
ona
Martin
čučna,
household in
ona
the first
opet
place?
razda se.
And also, what is
Ja
Father Garcia
čučnem
doing now,
i
since
ovako
the boy he
čučnem,
was trying to
izađem namo i
save
odem.
is in several
I ništa ja
pieces
nisam
all
rekao.
over a
I
kinetic
poslije kad je
background.
otišla
But on
Nada,
the bright side,
i onda zezam
probably
ružicu
not
spadac.
possessed. The note that I
Ćeš
didn't
komšinicu
mention in
su...
one of the non-canonical endings of
Što
chapter
vičeš
1,
da me
specifically
zove?
the one where you kill
Što me
Father
ti ne
Garcia,
zoveš?
is a note from Garcia responding to Cardinal
Zamisli
Gifford,
toga
in which
manijaka.
Garcia tells
Ma
Cardinal
ko je ona,
that he
da
cannot
mene,
believe
ona
that
histeriše
he
kada
is
sam je ušao u
because
njezin
Michael is in
posjed.
a condition to return.
E,
And to prove
a ja sam ušao u njihovo. A ona se dere, kada sam je ušao u kuću.
These are likely the photographs
Mogu
we
se
saw online
crkvu.
around Father Garcia's
I samo
home. So it
ako
seems
vidim.
that, given that
Radi
this
puno,
note is
živko
what's
dođe,
found
ništa
after
ne
you
priča.
kill Garcia,
Nema šta da pričam.
Garcia was never
E,
able to get this
neću da
letter
pričam
or
ništa.
photographs out.
Samo
It was
sam vidio.
interrupted by Michael's escape.
Ocijenio sam šta hoće.
At this little section
Ona je sada njoj rekla, vidi, uće ti
there is
nešto
a
da
mention
ukrade.
in
Ja znam tačno što ona je mislila. I zašto ona, žena histeriše. Ne mogu ti opisati, neću se derem. Ali toliko se razdrla i nije se. Da. Ali ko je ona, bre? Ona viče ti. Ja, ko, da. A Ružica me gleda. Ružica vidi, ona ne vidi čorana, nosi naočare. Ona je baš čora. A ono nema veze, ne. Ali ko je ona da mene zove da kiseriče kada sam ušao u njezin poslije da ja krade? I ja, kad vidim, okrenem se, ono baš kad moram, javim se i ona mene. Nemaš ti šta sa tim da pričaš.
For now, while playing as a priest, whose little demon boy just escaped into the woods, you can pick up a clown nose, or whatever that's worth. After this scene with Father Garcia, we pick back up playing as John Ward, who, for some reason, is once again in the middle of a forest. You think after the events of Chapter 1 he'd learned to stay out of it, but I guess not. While walking through the woods, we immediately realize that things are not good, as John comes across the remains of a deer scattered and dismembered across a large tree. Another thing that the player will know, if they do what I did upon seeing this and tried to Jesus at it, is that for some reason, Father Ward's cross is now
imaš i
so
kave,
now the
imaš i
crucifix is
šećera,
gone
imaš i
from
vaje,
gold to silver.
imaš i pet maraka,
Don't know what to
imaš
do
i
with that
vodne i
information
pozami.
yet, but keep
Stalno,
in mind, eventually we come to a
pozami prije pode, odmah vrće uveče.
we find an
I
ominous
ona,
note.
ja kažem vesi, ona nepozamljiva,
Što im treba?
Što im treba?
No, da te proba.
Da vidi imaš. Ne. Da vidi da li imaš.
A uvijek će ti vrat.
Uveče, možda je te iste, ali nije se zabilježio. Marke, dinare.
Samo
da. Živko. Nema kao, treba da ide Raško, ujde, ne znam ništa, u Rbasi, u srednju. Već mogu. 88, a ovo je 89, znam ja. 79 i 78, da. Ali ja sam to I Vesna kaže, ma nič. I ona tečno pred vlast ili kad mi je kriza, I ona dođe jedno. I mi smo radili neki posao gore. Ja i drug sam padali po prikolicu.
From here, the player can deal with each of the 3 souls in any order they choose. If we make our way to the bottom left of the cemetery, we're met with a small boss fight. This creature moves quickly from clouds of fog floating through the cemetery, and the only way to attack him is to wait for him to hide within one of these clouds and try to exorcise him before he teleports away to another. And, as always, John is even touched by the hint. When we finally defeat this ghost or demon or whatever it is, it drops a note. However, the note probably isn't what you were expecting.
A ona gleda.
closest thing I
Nije ga
ever
dodila
experienced.
Naka.
We were really close. I cried about it for weeks. Then my stepmom
Treba znati ljudima psihu, šta vas?
They asked
Čuveni
me,
Bradon,
I da je biješ njezinim kartama.
Slušaj ti kad spomenu ti Žika Bradović, slušaj ti ovo. Ja u Crnu Goru otišao kod Marka, ono izišao svake godine na ljeto.
I saw my grandfather,
Kako ba
only
viđenja.
it wasn't actually
Hajde da kažemo da se
When I
ima
tried
jedno...
Gdje ćeš ako nećeš?
closed the
A možda
basement
si
door
imeno da
and
si
locked me in. I can't remember much else from that
Tu
night.
10 godina.
My stepmom's
Ti
friends
meni
are
Marko
always
uli
staying
oružje.
by the
Neka
house
laka crna
now.
A znam,
They
ja,
tell
I
me
Marko
that
meni viče.
KP ko naš.
On mene zva me Milo,
they have work
Milo.
for me to do.
Ja rekao,
So why would
on me da
this
ključ
channel.
od
demon
katanca,
thing we just
ima je
bought
kufer,
drop a
onaj
note
zeleni
about
vojni,
young
naš
boy
onaj
who
Žika,
was
što
just
je onaj
a
veliki
father?
kufer.
Well, before we have time to
Imali
think
smo mi
about
tako,
that,
da.
we're on to
I on
the next
viče
fight.
meni,
At the top left-hand
Bavu.
corner of the cemetery, there's a
viče
short
meni,
puzzle we have to
idi
figure out
gore,
by moving from one of
donesi
the
veli
walk-through
kotlaš,
areas
kotlaš
of
zva
this
koltaš.
four-section courtyard
Kotlaš,
into the
ono,
correct next
Ima je
area. This
svi
puzzle
pesmu
can be solved
357,
by
onaj
going to
King
the
Cobra,
right
mali.
before it and then looking at which way
Crna
the
olika,
statue's hands
pet
were.
komada stavno
Once
u
we
buretu,
solve the
crna
puzzle,
oliku,
we
mislim, ne
trigger
crno,
yet
nego
again
Da, da.
another boss fight. This ghost is much
Jeli
more
idi
violent than the previous one.
donesi mi
As a
pištolj
matter of fact, the
i donesi
previous
mi
ghost
onu
didn't
kutiju,
really
znaš,
seem to have any direct attacks. Instead,
idemo kod
it
one
just
maljuge
moved
od
from
Dragana,
cloud to
tom
cloud
deteču,
and
još je živ na
supposedly
pode,
killed John
kod
on
tetke,
accident
idemo
when John was
autobusom,
in the
tu
way.
zamisli autobus.
This one, however, makes a beeline
Marko
for
nosi
John, but
knjižicu
because it's
ratni
so
vojni
exposed,
invalid, naš
is
ne
pretty
plaća
easy
se
to put
put.
down. Once again, when this
I
ghost is
nosi
defeated,
torbu
it
neku
drops
kožnu,
another
tu
note.
ima smokava,
I've
ne
been
znam
free.
ja, ono kao nosi.
No more
Tamo i dolje
overbearing
stavio taj
father-turned
pištolj,
violent
metak.
alcoholic.
Da,
No
mi
more
kod
hiding my
Dragana,
bruises and
pode
cuts.
su gore,
No more
šuma je
pills
opali
and
gotovo i
needles.
metak.
No more getting laughed at
To
and
volio,
kicked
lakše mu je
around.
pucat
They'll
na
never
pode
laugh
nego
at
ubijemo,
me
razumiješ?
again.
Ne znam, zbije gore na
By
podu.
day, my
kada
body
su u
withers
brdu.
away. By
Ne,
night,
ne,
my
ne.
Dakle,
mind
su ima ovoga
explores
gore u
with
brdu.
worlds of
Dobro,
power
bio
and
sam.
Ima
knowledge,
neasfaltiranih
guided
puteva,
by
razumiješ?
beings of
E,
pure darkness.
i nije sad to bitno.
I've been trusted with
I
secret
ja odem
knowledge of the demon seal.
po
I
pištolj
have
tamo
learned the
vamo.
correct conjuring
I
sign,
međutim,
drawing the inverted star
ja,
along
gdje
the
će on
rocks
ta mira, ja
arranged in
djete,
5,
to nikad nisam
first at the
vidio.
top left point and
Oni
then
ima
down.
slike,
I will lure them into
notis
the
kao
woods.
notis.
Then I will show them my power.
A u njega
Now
nije
this
bilo
note sounds
listo.
a whole lot more like a
No,
demon, right?
no,
But
pa.
again, why is that paired with
Znaš,
one
notes,
earlier?
tvrde
Before we
korice,
can think about
note
that,
su oliki.
we're on to the last boss
Kao
fight,
onaj
cemetery.
imenik.
By now going to the
Samo
right
izbucani
side of the
listovi,
cemetery, we
unutra
find
pare.
ourselves in a small
Ali
sort
sad,
of
znam ja
maze.
što je sto
While
maraka,
walking the
ono
path to
plava,
unlock
ona
the doorway,
plava
we
šuma
come
kako
across
zvuči
another
to.
note. This note
Ali
giving us
vidio ja
a bit
neke
more
pare
context
iz
as to the events
veće su
surrounding
od toga
John
notesa,
It
znaš.
is with great sadness that
Bravo,
the
olike.
community announces the passing
Slušaj,
of
para
Cindy
te Đika ne
Marie
lažem, jedno
38
20 komada.
and Robert Kimball Martin,
Ja to uzmem,
40, devoted husband
Ja
and wife
dođem,
and beloved parents.
kažem,
Their lives
djedu,
tragically came to
čini
an
mi što
end
sam
on
našao ovaj
September
kufer.
1st due to an
Kakve su ti
accident
ovo
in
pare?
their home.
Marko,
Bob was a
Milo,
training
nazvam što
advisor
znaš.
for the United States Navy, and Cindy was a
Veli,
CPA
Milo,
and,
to ti
more
ništa ne
recently,
valja, veli, to
a
su neke
stay-at-home
stare,
mother.
veli, pare.
They were married March
To ja
12,
čuvam to.
Kaže,
1969
to je više,
in
ako
Volunteer.
ćeš možeš si igrati, idi
Though
tamo
not
u sobu,
particularly
ovi
religious,
će meni u
they
sobu.
taught their children to be kind,
Kaže, pa mi
generous,
posloži na
and
krevet,
involved in
izbroj
the
koliko
community.
ima tih para.
A public closed
Rekao,
casket
djede,
memorial
ja
will be
uzmem
held
jednu,
at
dvije,
Tillinghast
lijepe
Funeral
su,
Home
velike su. Ne,
at
veli,
10
šta će
a.m.
ti?
Thursday.
Ne treba ti to.
Burial services will
Znači,
proceed
kotiš u
shortly
sobu.
after. Bob and Cindy are
Znaš,
survived by
ja
their
tu s
daughter,
tim parama
Amy,
ređa,
and
Miloj si
twin
mi
boys,
prebroja.
Nate and
Ja
Jason.
rekao, gdje sam djede
So if you were
21,
curious
si
as to
siguran
how
da nije
in chapter
20.
1,
Ja brojim
John
ponovo,
just
Boga
lets
mi djede
himself
20,
into a
20,
household a
20,
year
20.
after the first exorcism.
Jesi
Wonder
si
why
igra,
Bob and
jesam.
Cindy don't have
Obliznila
anything to
se,
say
ne.
about that.
A?
It's because Bob and
E,
Cindy
evo,
no longer
Obliznila.
exist.
E, evo,
You could probably piece that
Veli,
together
jesi se
given the
izigra,
fact
vrati, veli,
that
to tamo u
that
kufer.
John left
Ono,
Molly
Đika vratio,
in chapter encounter one, but even from the descriptions we see in this newspaper article, their death sounds pretty brutal. I mean, it had to be a closed casket after all. But no time to dwell on that because we've got another demon ghost soul thing to go fight. And when we get to that fight, we're treated to this side. This boss fight is kind of a combination of the previous. While it does move towards us, albeit slower, the majority of its attacks revolve it moving across the screen in some direction. Specifically, chasing you. As long as you can stay out of the way on exercising this ghost, we get our last note from the cemetery.
Nobody was thrilled when I got pregnant. Not even a little happy. Even my dog person would be judging me. Each time I'd leave the doctor's office, I'd see this strange woman across the street. All she'd do is stare at me and smile. No words, just a big, warm smile. Somehow, it made her visits a little more bearable. After I lost the baby, I saw her again across the street from the doctor's. Her smile was as big as ever, not as big and friendly as I remember. I was wondering what she thought to see a woman standing in the middle of the path. Now, I followed her off the path into the woods. That's when I met Gary.
So now that we have 3 different examples, we can probably figure out what these fighting really are. If it hasn't already been made clear, there is some kind of associated with whatever again, in one of the bad endings of chapter 1, we see the cult. And even though that ending is canon, is. Things like the sacrifice to animals seen in both chapters,
a možda on uzima, sad ja lupam, jer one su belaze bilo
the mention at the end of that last
Njemačke.
note.
Pa on uzima od njih.
We've heard Gary mentioned multiple times at this point, all in relation to whatever this cult is. So it seems from these notes that Gary and his converts have been given promises of seeing their dead loved ones, of good fortune, power, and this has caused individuals to fully commit themselves over to demonic spirits. I mean, we just saw what happened to the souls and bodies of people who were a part of this cult for some time. It seems that this cult has a greater reach beyond just what happened to people. John makes his way back to the Say family tomb. Again, this time, his reflection takes that key and jams it into his own eye. John, now in the real world, with his eyes bleeding and a key inside of it, stumbles his way out of the tomb and heads to the gate at the top of the cemetery, all the while leaving a trail of blood behind him. Now, supposedly pulling the key out of his skull, John opens the gate and is led again into a sort of wooded area. But upon entering this wooded area, this happens. The first time I played this game, which was live on the second channel live streams, by the way, link in the description. But when I was playing this game, it horrified me. I wanted to quit right there. I don't want to run into whatever that thing is again. And for the rest of the game, I exercised every tree I came across, because I was taking no chances. Eventually, John makes his way to an old abandoned church just above the cemetery. Walking up to the church, John finds a very ominous note.
She guards the door to underground purgatory.
Posle se tamo iskomplikovalo, kod Gaddafija mu ostalo.
Children fear.
Oni su valjda Kuvajt otišao
Well, no time to think about what that might mean yet. So if we explore the outside of the church, we'll find that the church itself is surrounded by a large cornfield. Walking into the cornfield, John can exercise the scarecrow, which reveals this note. I had to come back. I had to walk through the forest one last time. I wasn't sure what I would find. The dogs, children, It had been 5 years.
Samo ima grobno mjesto i stari onaj kameni spomenik gdje su mutaci našli jezika. Samo je I prošlo je par godina I ovi sinovi su uleđi po svijetu I Marko se toga šio.
I turned around to go back, and that's when I heard it behind me.
Nije to toliko
it was more like I felt it. I didn't dare turn around. We just stood there. Me, the scarecrow, the doomed child. Finally, I mustered up a tiny bit
Da umjesto to kamena bude mermer, da podignu mermernu ploču, daleko se kazalo jedno metar I po sa metar, da mu su udari ime, prezime, slika I dugo godina ni Goran ni Bucko, sinovi, nisu znali ko je to napravio. Dok je veđe Marko možda prije što će godinu ili 2 dana umrijeti, kad su oni došli da ga gledaju, on im je to tada rekao I rekao je da je Mišo rekao da on vrati te pare njemu kad bude više ima para. I on je smatrao, nije ni sad neki paralel, on je smatrao da je to neki dug ili minimum što može da uradi za njega, već kad je da, eto to, da kažemo se.
Kao neko par.
Pa jeste, ovaj ima... Sjećam se kod Nika, Niko baš lošo sad,
Upon stepping into the foyer of the church, we find a note laying on the floor.
Day one of our paranormal investigation into the old Snake Meadow Hill Church. We've got 3 cameras,
A gdje onaj sao, ono te
and
prekida?
enough beer and beef jerky
Gdje
to
je
last
sao?
us a week.
Huh?
On our way in, we asked some of the locals about
Radi.
the church. It was mostly the stories we had heard before, evil spirits dragging children,
Ne gledam ga,
filled
nisam
with
ga
secret
gledao.
tunnels under the church. But there was this spindly lady game that we hadn't heard yet. Apparently, it has to do with summoning the spirit of a woman who used to take care of the orphans back in the 50s. There was even an old rhyme they told us. Walk the church from room to room, and maybe you will see her. She will move when you do, but never try to trick her. Awesome. We're going to try the game tonight as soon as we get settled in.
Moga izvadi da 2-3 maraka da su ovi osevape. Ništa mu ne bi bilo toga kofe. Ali izvadio i kaže ova da se iz onoga čita i to da vide svi. Iz onoga čita u kofe iz onog štosa jednog izvadio s ovom plavu.
At least geographically. The other thing is
A Boga je, a recimo Bajo mu je brat.
In every room of the church,
Bajo
there
je
are a
kuća
series
padala
of candles
da nije
laid
prošla.
out
Aj, ja Baju
around. After some guesswork, the player will eventually realize that the candles line up with the church itself. One candle representing the player, one candle representing something else. If the 2 candles become one lit candle, that means we are currently moving whatever this creature is. By checking different areas of the room by holding up your cross, eventually the spindly lady. This is again another boss fight. If we defeat it, the spindly lady will respawn. Once we find the spindly lady, she'll begin a pattern where she teleports away
Ti si
from the
relativno
player
Marka zna, nije
and
Marko
flies
bio ni poželjni,
Ko
ni
nije?
kukavica, ni da
Ko
voli.
je? Marko je bio zviju, budi siguran.
Nije se on Bauka moja.
Nije se boja.
I bio je veliki dan.
I bastašan. Ja Marko.
Bio je koristan, znaš. Kad se radi ovako na neku ono zebanci radio, kad se radi za pare, on je bio turbo rad, on je bio jak čovjek.
Jak čovjek, radio. Pa neko nas skoro svako jutro na kavu dobije.
I znaš šta je, i Marko ti je bio ako je trgovala s oružjem i to, nije to nikako špijan da će ti napraviti ovo. Njemu reka, to ti je bilo završeno.
Oni pek, ali ja nisam volio oružje ten dan.
Marko ga je volio cijel život.
Ja volim više jednu finu trenerku nego li
imao je
5 pištolja da mi stavi.
Sve mi je to sve kod tetke teča. Ima taj Kim Cobra.
Even now, hands don't move past 2 God's work be done. I have been to where only the faintest light shine to protect things unspeakable. God help me, Father Clark, a foolish
Marko je
old
dolazio,
man,
zaliva mu
going
neranđe,
mad,
farba mu,
prison,
pita tu ženu.
ears bleeding.
Mlađa žena, Marko ima možda 65 godina, ona 30, taj
So
čovjek
here
je da ti
we
ne
see
stigne.
that
Pita
Father
treba
Clark
li
is
što, imate li
supposedly
problema.
a previous
Razumiješ,
priest
ono
at
obiša
the
i kako
church,
šije.
fell victim to
Ne
what
znam,
the
zalije
creature
neranđe,
happened.
pobere ovo,
There is
pobere
a
ono,
sort
ako
of
nešto
clock
treba po
face
kući,
laying
čačne
on the
popravi.
ground in the
Ono,
next
bio je...
room.
Održava.
Stepping
Jest.
into the room
I ovaj
after
zna da Marko
we
voli
see the
oružje,
room is
donio mu je
completely
taj.
dark.
To je sigurno $1000
Symbols
čika.
laid out.
To je
The
skupo.
symbols correlate to
I
the
donio mu je,
clock.
sećam se da mu je donio
What we're supposed to do
3 kutije metkova. Jedne su bile obične, jedni su bili čorci, a jedan je bio,
If
to
John
nikad nije
doesn't
koristio.
step on the
Viče
symbols
Milo
in
ovo
the
šilju
correct
pobio,
order,
to nikad
then
nisam
all of
nikad
the
vidio.
symbols will
Metak po
disappear
metak,
as a
ali
sort
gore.
of timer begins to play.
Srebran, on ima
John has to
čeličnu
run
košuljicu.
back to the start of the
Čelični je
room.
gore.
And when he gets there, he
A
sees
to je
exactly
ono,
what
i
was
gore je
chasing
bio
him.
kao da je sred, kao
Now,
da
we
je
have
Nikola.
no idea what this creature
Zrno
is
samo,
yet.
a
We will
metak
soon.
kao metak
But
je
whatever it
bio
is,
ono,
it's big
bojan
and
je zlatan.
frightening. Once
Čao.
we finally do get to the other
Taj
side,
nikad
we're led
ne
into
spali.
another
Iz
room
toga
that
pištolja,
has
to mi je
these
krivo,
sort
to moram
of
doneti.
great effigies all around it.
Ispalio je
The
jedan,
word Mother of Demons
jedno
is
burence
scrawled
kad mi
in
se
the
tetka
corner.
udavala,
After walking
jako
back
je
up
možda
the
ispuca
stairs,
još
we find
jedno
ourselves once again
10 metaka gdje je kupovala, ja sam 2-3
However, this
puca s tim i to,
time, laying in a
iz tog
circle of
pištolja
rocks,
spaljeno 30 metaka.
find a very
I ima i dan danas
Three
ima
murders
to,
in the latest
ima
wave
tih,
of ritual
ne znam koliko idu red. Ja mislim 5 puta 5, 25 komada ima tih sa čeličnom, ima možda što ili jako tečom je puca. I jedno 10 komada klasično. I, naravno, pištolj. I znaš što ima? Zbrojevku češku, to imao, i ima je Luger Parabellum, onaj Hitlerovski. I to ima. Taj pištolj je užasno skup.
To je dobro.
Luger Parabellum, to je kratka ili duga devetka. Ide malo ukus od šanžera, ovako ide.
Jes, duga.
Jeste. To ima, i znaš što ima, Đike? Ima je bokser, onaj bokser, vojni onaj bokser. I ovako unutra, sećam se da ima kukasti krst. To je on valjda iz rata. Moguće da je taj Luger Parabellum iz rata. Znam da treba prilistiš kao neko dugme da bi ispao okvir onaj. Ide u njega 9.
The arrangement of the bodies in a
Aj
ritualistic
pištoljak u
pattern,
dobrom
as
stanju,
well as the
možda bi
rise
1000
of
maraka,
certain
2000 evra za njega
blood
sigurno.
matches the
Mišo
style
ga je
of several
uzeo,
murders that have
ali ne znam
occurred
čega
in
se
the Sterling area since
To je jako
1996.
precizno.
od onoga
The killings
kondukcije
may be
Neša
connected
Uleć,
to last
znaš
week's
onaj,
murder slain
onaj,
a
one,
Florida 10-year-old girl
ne znam, ili
by
dvije
Joe
ili dvije
Ward.
po hiljade
Ward
maraka.
had
Da,
impersonated
preskupiš to
priests
duže.
A ko je to bilo, ima
and
25-30
rijetko,
godina.
rijetko.
Ima i 30 i više.
killing her.
Mislim, treba bi se čovjek malo raspitati i naš ono,
Ali
ti to
bio-
staviti sad na oglasnu tablu da
A
prodaješ.
bio je ono crno, baš kao ono iz filmova.
Da, da, i ovaj, ono, kaj si imao? Brown imao
They were
ove,
degenerate,
Korice.
devil-worshipping
Korice.
thugs who were hooked on crack
nije imao
cocaine, hated
fultonu,
their
nije imao
peers.
ništa, bio je
Why even conduct an investigation at
Ne znam,
all?
ovaj ovdje
So
gdje.
you would like them to
Petka je vazde
think,
onaj,
wouldn't you,
ne
John?
znam koliko si ga
They
znao.
were just
onaj
three
uvijek.
pathetic outcasts who got
Ovdje je
what
bio
they
kondukcija,
deserved.
Neš.
You actually did the community a favor when you
Ali
found
to,
them getting high in that
recimo,
tune.
to je danas
You stalked them through
to
the
je
graves
danas
and killed them one by one. You
To je
ignored
veliki
their
problem.
cries for help, their pleas for mercy.
Žena mu je
You put holes in
ispeklića
their
na
ruined
jelicu.
drug addict
Pazi
bodies
samo na
and then
tržišće
chopped
jelica.
off their heads because everybody
Jako
knows that
krivo.
removing the head is the only way to kill a snake.
E,
Well,
sad
guess
to meni
what?
stoji,
You didn't
taj
kill the
kufer
snakes,
je-
John. You cannot kill what cannot be killed. Thou shalt not
taj
raise up
kufer
without
bio,
heads
je.
not put down
Ne, ne,
again.
kad
Thou
su
couldst
nakon-
not kill Amy.
Bio
Thou
u
shalt
šest
not
dana.
destroy my works,
Preko
for
čitali
their works of
ljudi,
eternal
ljudi.
drag. Even now she is at thy door. Her hand
Sin,
is at thy throat. Yet you
majka
see
i
her not.
unučen,
I
sin
will
ima
have thy
stavio
soul, for
majka.
I am the God of this
Koliko
world.
su godina je on
Thy
bio?
soul.
Te dvije porodice su
I
tamo.
am the God of this world.
Ne znam, 15-20 godina, ako bude tamo prijavljen, a ne odjaviš ga, može dobije stanarsko pravo. Znaš
We
da?
cut out of the note and fire surrounds us.
Ne, to je bancija.
Members everywhere. Amy is watching us
A
behind
je
the
tako,
truck just
ima
above.
stanar.
But suddenly John's body
A
begins
to
to
slučajno,
dissolve and melt
on je
into
došao
nothingness
ono u obor,
until
70.
becomes
godina,
this
da
deformed
se gradio.
spider-like creature crawling about on the floor.
I on neki je
Eventually,
tamo
after
komšija
wandering
neki
around
deda.
the estate and surrounded
Pjera
by
delja.
more of these
Delja,
effigies,
bogatom
John
pravu.
makes his
Welcome
way
to my
to
channel.
an underpass,
I on kaže,
bridge above
Božo,
he sees a man and woman repairing a
si
truck.
fan, kako
After
smišno,
passing
kako
beneath
smačno
that
i
bridge,
video
John
bolje. Oni
regains
s
his
ženom
original
bili,
form.
nisu ni
There's been a
imali
lot of
djece,
weird
samo
stuff
bili.
so far in chapter 2, and not just your
Kaže
typical,
on,
there's
blizu
demons
ima
and
više od
he's an
15
exorcist
godina.
stuff. Like
I
there's
veli
been
ako
some
20 godina
reality
bude
breaking
kod tebe, ti si ga
sequences.
prijavio,
For
on
example, whenever we
stiče
left the cemetery
pravo
on
stanara
our way
i
to church
ne može ga
earlier,
seliti.
John opens a gate and suddenly
Ja ne
the
znam
whole
su
layout
uvijek,
of the cemetery
vidi,
appears
znaš kaj
right
tu
in front
žikaš
of
to?
him. And
Sad-
here we
sad smo
saw
imali
what
zemlju
looked like
sudeći,
John's
te
body
kuće.
melting into
Ma
nothingness.
neka
Now
to,
he's
no, on,
fine.
papiri mu
He's
stiže, on
Eventually,
može,
we make our way to
to,
a drainage tunnel
moraš igrati.
that
Ne,
leads
ne, znaš kaj je tu
underground.
štos?
To give some
Mi smo
context
sad
to
imali
this,
problem, znaš
we
koji?
find another note.
Mi
Two
tu
more
kuću
bodies
nismo
have been
prevedeli.
recovered from the drainage ditch
Na Marka.
under Snake Meadow
Na Marka.
Hill Road
I mi smo
outside
slušali,
Sterling.
plaćali
The
porez,
notorious
tamo je
candy
porez
tunnel,
ubijanje
known in
ne
the area to be a home
A
to
su
addicts,
ljudi
gangs,
evra
runaways,
godišnje
and
porez
the indigent,
na kuću.
has been the site
Smo
of
i strani
several
državi.
grisly
A
discoveries
ovako
over
je
the past
130
few months.
evra godišnje.
Since May, 5 bodies
I
have
pošto
been
tetka
recovered
zna
from the
tuže,
drainage
bej,
ditch
da
leading to the
zna tu ženu
tunnels.
što radi u Hrvatskoj Ljubačkoj.
Authorities are being
Oni se
pressured
prave
by
ludi,
concerned
pošalju na
citizens
Marka,
to
mi
search the
platimo
tunnels
i
under
na,
fears
ono.
of a possible
Ako ima
connection
10
to
godina.
Bowman,
Da, da.
aka
I
the Candy
sad je
Store
nastavio
Killer,
problem.
who has claimed 8 victims in Connecticut and Rhode Island over the past year. And there certainly was some kind of killer down here, because when stepping into the sewers,
Da legalizuje.
Ne, ne, legalizovano je to, nego mora
Da se prevede.
da prevede.
E,
On
a to.
ima u sudu ovjereno darovni ugovor od oca i tetka se saglasili sve. Sad treba je, a i to mora da urade, ja sam to rekao sudu. Zato što treba se pokrenuti ostavinska rasprava. Iako je darovni ugovor da pođe tetka i tatu Herceg-Novi to da riješi.
Zašto ti to treba? Da ti to prevedeš na
also
sebe.
known as the Candy Tunnel.
Meni to ne treba, ja sam rekao
Witnesses
sudu,
say they
mi smo
heard the
sad to
shots
pričali.
approximately
Ja sam
10
rekao,
minutes
to sad
after
dalje cijeni,
police
znaš koji
raided the
dalje
tunnels,
cijeni idući.
where suspected murderer Joe Bauman, aka the Candy Store Killer, was alleged to be hiding. At this time, it is not known how many officers were involved, although it has been confirmed that one officer
Znači ti
has
kažem,
been
tržišna
killed.
vrijednost.
Officials are not saying if Bauman was wounded in the exchange
da ti jutro
and
zadrži
efforts
1000
are being
eura,
made to recover
neko će
casualties
traži
from
6,5,
the
neko će ti da 5.800, ali ispod 6 ga niko prodat neće. Bez da je neka muka za
Following them, we'll enter a room that has graffiti on 4 different colors
270
that
evra
when
ti je
pieced
kvadratna.
together says, when you see it, don't
I od
move.
1200
Keeping this
do
in mind,
3000 evra
as we
ti je
enter the
kvadrat
next
građevine.
room, this
Zavisi
appears from
gdje
behind a
i u
pillar.
kojem stanju je
As we
građevina.
remain perfectly still,
It gets closer as we
Od
see
1300 do 3000
whose hands are
Znači,
disembodied
3000 evra je novogradnje.
in its face. This is a creature known as the
Markova
Peekaboo
kuća u
Demon.
stambenom
Just as
prostoru
the graffiti
ima
suggests, when you
140
see it, don't move.
Pa da je po
Follow
taj
where it
minimum
went,
1200
you can come
evra,
across
to ti
other
200.000 evra
notes
samo
related
kuća.
to what's happening down in these tunnels.
870
Also, as we
kvadrata
move
placa
through
na
these tunnels,
ćošku.
we'll occasionally
Po
see these
270
red
evra.
figures
To ti je
sprinting from
350
behind the grates of the
Pola
ceiling.
miliona evra mi
When I was a boy, my nana used to tell me old legends about the dragons, trolls, and demons that lived up in the mountains of Norway. In those old tales, the people were never strong enough to kill the
Može
monster,
neko ti kaže,
so
vidi, ja ti
instead
nudim 4.
sacrifice one of their
Ali
own
ispod
to appease
300 ti
it.
niko neće.
Keep it satisfied.
Niko ti
It was
neće
like a
ponuditi
deal
ispod
with the
300.
devil.
Da.
One
Pa u
sacrifice
vrba
per
šjori ti
year
je
so that the
kvadrat
beast
stana,
would not come
džika,
down from the
1700.
mountain and slaughter the entire village in one night.
Imaš računa vrba svi primori.
There was no candy store killer.
U Novi Sad je
What we're
2,
dealing
Beograd je
with
3,
is not even human. When I got separated from the other
Što drugo
officers,
što
I
mi
saw
zove
the damn
straćara,
thing
gdje
dragging
možemo
what was left of
straćara, gdje je
chickens
tvoja straćara,
down into
moja
its
straćara.
lair.
Ja za moju kuću ne
But
mogu
I
više od
understood.
15.000 evra.
The bombs and the tweakers,
I to s
the
onom
ones
zemljom,
with
ima
grit
više od
and the
poljutra
child
zemlje iza kuće.
prostitute runaways,
Ne mogu da mi više
they'll
od
eventually
15.000
come
evra.
back to the top.
Iako ima parket,
They always
iako
do.
ima kupatilo,
They
iako
can
ima
have
sve.
them for all I care.
Ne može ti.
Nobody wants them around, except maybe that.
870
And I tell you what,
kvadrata placa
I hope to
džika,
God it
ravno.
never gets tired of
Nema
it.
smrčno, nema ništa,
So
ravno.
whatever's down here is
Ima
supposedly
kuća ravno,
and the witnesses are so
stepenice.
afraid of it, they want it to keep feeding
Tu
as long as
Marko
it's
je
not on them. There's
kao
another
mi
sort
baš
of secret
država
that they
malo
can
paradajza,
keep
ima
traveling
neke
just off
loze.
screen to a
To stoji
hidden
tako.
corner of the room.
This is as far as I'll go to
870
hide my
kvadrata
stash.
puta
Nobody goes
270.
past the first
Računaj
check.
800 puta
Nobody
200.
except those strange people with their bodies painted red and their eyes like animals. Twice a month, they come and pass right through into the deeper tunnels. Sometimes I can hear them yelling or chanting. Sometimes I hear something like an old woman laughing. Sometimes I hear things that aren't even human. Whatever they are, they sound really, really big.
As is to be expected, this cult is involved in some way. They're holding rituals and sacrifices, it seems, down in the sewers. And as we've seen from the other notes, innocent people are paying the price. As we continue to follow the path of blood, we eventually lead us to a dark room. In the
Mene da
corner
vuče
of the
neka
room,
želja da živim
flashing
dolje, ne vuče.
it up, we can see the
Kad to
carving
prodaš,
across the
tiče
walls.
mene, ti rasporedi kako god
At the
hoćeš.
center of this
Moraš ih meni.
John will
Koliko si
encounter
namijenio
the
mene, ti daj
Facebook
meni, ne
demon.
moraš ti meni.
When
meni.
meeting him, the demon will say,
Ja rekao,
"Welcome,
da
blasphemer,"
se pođe
and
dolje,
another
prvo da
boss
pođeš
fight
da
will begin.
prevedeš.
This fight is
No,
particularly
treba ti
difficult on
Jebi
your
ga,
first
treba, pa
try
treba.
because you can only see
Da,
a
da,
limited
da,
amount
da.
of the room in whichever
Ti
direction
slušao
you
si,
point
ja?
your flashlight. And again,
Vidi,
being touched by the
slušaj,
demon in
pa
any
jest,
way
nije to problem.
kills John.
Ali ja njemu kažem,
During the fight, however, as John whips his flashlight around the room, he will catch brief glimpses of the same child from earlier, or even two children at a time, sprinting across the room. After a couple phases of attacks, the boss will be defeated, and John is now allowed to leave the area. Using his flashlight, he can now venture into a dark tunnel with cryptic symbols, and at the end of the tunnel, he will see a red figure sprinting away from him. Now, at this point, we've seen these red figures before. Not only have they appeared in glimpses in the background of certain areas, but while walking through the sewers, it's possible to run into them, in which case they needed to be fended off with a cross. These red figures, as described in several of the letters that we saw earlier, are not demons per se, but are instead cult members. These low-level cult members are effectively cannon fodder that the cult moves at John to try and stop it. Within the game and community, these members are referred to as thralls. The purpose of these thralls are to serve as a vessel for and to worship the demons, while also trying to stop John. By following the direction this thrall went, we find ourselves in an underground catacomb. The wall's purple and very different from the sewer we've come to know so far. We find a door with the depiction of a goat-headed demon, but are unable to pass as the door is locked. While looking for a way out, we can use our flashlight to look at the ground and see, once again scrawled in blood, the phrase, "They hate the light." Keeping this in mind, we walk into the next room and are suddenly attacked by what appears to be a high-ranking cult member. Or at least I assume that, considering that thralls run around naked, painted red, and these guys get to wear clothes. So that's high ranking in my book. As these cult members approach us, John shines his light at them to force them into the shadows. Using this technique, John can make his way around the edge of the room and eventually find a sort of altar with a key beneath it. If John walks to the top of this room, he finds a note hidden behind 3 different symbols.
Ovo je brodogradilište, gledajte. Ovo crveno je magistrala.
Definitely looks like ones we've been able to
Ovdje
pick
sam
up
ja.
up until this point. So why can't we
Ovo je more tu dolje.
more on that later? John then has to make his way
Gledaj
back
kakav je
through
kuć,
the room
vidiš?
filled with the high-ranking
Ovo,
cult
kuća
members.
i sve
But
ovo.
as he does, there's
Ovo je
a
sve
picture
more.
of
Ovo
what
i ovo.
appears to be a nun
Elslovo, gledaj.
at the front of
Ovo
the
je
room.
jedna cesta,
John can
ovo je ispod
even
druga cesta.
exercise the picture. Much like
ja
the note that we weren't able to get to earlier, more on that in a minute.
Ispod.
Now able
Evo
to
ga.
unlock the demon's
Evo ga
door,
tu.
John
Evo ga,
steps
viš.
through and finds
Znaš
himself in
ima,
the hallway.
tu neđe
Now
klip
no
je
longer
okuć.
needed the
Nađete klip o kući. Evo je ovdje, ovdje je nešto.
I ona malo gore i vaše gore.
Jeste, pa to.
Znam ja.
Evo, klip je ovdje. A vidi je brodogradilište, Đik, evo ga tu
Father
dolje,
Garcia
gledaj.
saved
Evo.
John from the demonic
A tu se gradi ona porta.
For one,
A ja
this is
sam
super cool.
brodogradilište
Father
150
Garcia is
metara.
neat, and then
To
he
se
shows up with
gradi
the cross,
u
and
Fulđi.
the nun disappears.
Da,
Yeah, I love
magistrala
it.
i
But also, that nun is similar
klip je
to the
radio kao
picture
portir.
that we saw in
Tam.
cult members' room earlier. Garcia tells John that he will help him fight this evil, and the two of them set off. They walk into a
To ima
room
i
where
Vasova
the
žena,
symbols on
Bazija
the
i
floor match the
neki
symbols that
Branko,
were
onaj
seen
malo
on the
nije baš
floor of the
pa
Martin's
i-
basement where Amy was
I,
exercised.
ne znam,
It seems
to se
that
vodi-
the
vodi
demons
se
are
dosta.
placing this here for
Pa
John
uvijek je
to
to
see
na- ne
and make
Branko,
him
na
feel
Batić.
guilt over the
tako
loss
nešto,
of Amy
dobro,
Martin.
napisano.
Garcia assures
Da,
John
Ovo je
that
stariji
this wasn't his
Miško
fault
se
and that
kaže.
together they'll defeat this evil.
Ali njemu
The two
ime
of them
Batić.
step into the next room
Ali
and
on
they
ima
approach the
sina,
figure standing in front of an
neđe on u
altar with various
Hrvatsku.
items.
Njemu je žena
Figure
ta
turns
iz
around to
Partira.
reveal
Znam da je tamo, i tamo je neki
A,
problem
ja
bio.
čujem.
Here it is John's
Vidi, kad su
job
bili
to
ti
protect
I on je
Garcia
htio to da
as
prodaje.
Garcia
Jeste, znam da je
recites
bio
the
problem.
91st Psalm.
I
During this
međutim
time,
ovi,
thralls
ali,
will rush out
to je-
the door.
ali tako je neka klauzula stavljena,
Garcia.
ako
John
neće
must
neko
protect
da
Garcia
se
during this
dogovori,
time and also
nema,
deal damage to the demon
a
at
to
the
je
center
na,
of the room.
na njih sve
But it's
troje.
also completely
Na to je
possible
Batrić,
that during
Miško,
this segment,
Klip i
Father
Dragan
Garcia dies.
i
Like
Vađa
straight up, if you don't
Bran.
protect him, a thrall will run over
Za
and
vas je
decimate
Ukaš.
him. Just
Da,
like
da,
John,
Vađa
he
znam.
goes down in one
Znam, a
hit.
išli smo-
Although we're not going to do that because we like Garcia. And while
Venči,
Garcia's death
ovi
here
momci,
doesn't
Yeah.
affect that much, as we're
klipi
going to
ove
see,
čerke.
in my
Da.
world,
A mi smo se
keep
tamo
Garcia
zajedno
alive
kupali,
in every
družili,
phase of
nije
the
to
fight.
to.
This boss
Ja
fight
sam
has
tu odmah
3
gore.
stages.
I znaš ko je tu
The
blizu
first
nas?
is this defense against the
Stevović.
thralls. The second
Andrija,
goes
tu
back
isto
to
tu
a
blizu.
flashlight
Da, da,
similar to
da,
the
da.
basement demon fight from earlier. And then in the
I
third
vidi,
stage of the
znam da je
fight,
tamo
the
isto
nun
problem.
uses
Recimo,
combos
isto
and moves
ovakva
that
cijena
we've
bila,
seen
oko
from
pola
pretty much
milijuna
every
smo
boss
mogli
fight
dobiti.
up until this
Jer su
point.
bili Rusi
After
na
we
15
finally
godina,
defeat
Marko
the
bio
nun,
živ.
her body begins to dissolve,
Mi smo ga mi
and this
pitali,
giant,
bilo padalo, lako
monstrous
među
being breaks out of her. This is
sad
the
već
same
to-
monstrous being
razumiješ,
that we
možeš-
saw in the
sad se
basement
mogu
of the
uzeti
church
dobre pare za
earlier.
prođe.
But just
E
as this is
sad,
happening, all
neko
of a
će reći
sudden,
prodaješ
John
djedovinu,
wakes
neko
up.
će reći što ćeš
Yes,
parama.
I know, the whole thing was a
meni
dream.
suja
That's
viče,
so
već ti normalno
boring and
znaš da
lame
ljudi
and
ovdje rade po
stupid.
50,
And
60
you're fair
godina,
to have
uzimaju
that
kredite,
opinion on
prodaju,
first
ne znaš što da bi
playthrough
kupili
of like,
nešto
oh,
na
was
Primorju, a
any
vi ga
of that
prodajete.
even real? Did I
Jebi
just
ga tac.
do all of chapter
Ja sam
2
radio.
and it was all
Ujak je
in
prodaje
Layhead?
bika jedna.
Again, insert pyrocynical
Bik.
reference. But chapter
I
2
kupio
isn't so
pola
much a
plasa,
dream
pola je onaj šotić.
as it is a
Bora.
vision. Sure, John's
tamo-
I
actions
pola je
within
njihovo
chapter 2
Bora,
weren't real,
umro je i
but
Bora.
everything that he was
I
witnessing
Mira je tamo.
was. Possessions of the cult members
I
who
onaj
went to the
Peđa.
cemetery is real.
Ne
All
znam
the
li Peđa,
events
on je
that
bio
we
Šotić.
read about happening
Ne, ne,
at
otišao je.
Snake Meadow
On je bio, on je
Church are
setnik
real.
je bio.
And
Ma je.
especially
A, njel se zove,
I sa Bibom.
ona ga je žena
effectively,
razvalila.
this dream allowed
Ova
John to learn
čerka
about
ove-
what the cult was up to and what their
Evo,
practices
Učiteljice,
are without
Evo,
actually
poj.
putting his life
Ona
on
ga
the
je
line.
razjebala.
This also
On
explains
bre,
why
on
the
lice
weird
momčina
things
bre
we've
bio.
been
I
seeing
dobar je
throughout
ovako bio.
chapter 2.
Radio je tamo u
Again,
bijelu
the
kubu, je
children
radio kao
appearing
oficir,
in the
sve.
background.
Dovede ga ovdje, kopaje kanale, seća se,
Two
snema
elements of
što
the
mi je
world
radio čovjek.
appearing
I na
and
kraju se opet
disappearing.
vratio tamo.
So now in John's
Ako
house,
svađa
we
se
walk
s majkom.
around to the other side of
Majka
the
mu je
bed,
rekla da
pick
je...
up the only note in the game that we
To je
get
Klipijeva
from
majka.
Molly.
Da,
John,
sestra.
I
Nije
can't
sestra,
do
majka.
this anymore.
Ma sestra, bre.
I'm sorry.
Majka, bre.
I will always love you back.
Bio je sestra,
So it seems
Mira,
that Molly,
a majka
the woman
ovoga što ti će
that
šta
John
lupa,
wrote
mene
in
priča.
chapter
O,
1
kako se
seemed
zvala
to be a
Klipijeva
romantic
majka? Ovo je ta
interest.
žena.
Ike.
But that doesn't make
Ike,
sense.
bravo.
How does
Crna imala 90 godina.
have a
Ike, ja se
romantic
pomiješao
interest
sa
kind of
Ikom.
like
Jesi.
point, but
lupa
again,
kao
all
Maxim
will be
Pajec.
Jesi,
explained
Ike.
eventually.
Ike imala
As
90
John
godina
walks
kad
to
se
his
ima
living
15
room,
da.
one, he passes by a door that's absolutely covered.
Vas onako se smijala crna, mršava žena.
Od Lupovića.
And then in his living room, we can see a letter
A
on
baba je
John's
zvala
doormat.
Njegušica
When picking up the letter on the doormat,
Ne, ne.
finds
A
a
znaš
note
što im Marko radi?
John,
Marko
we
im
don't
dođe
have
ujutru u
much time.
7 i dere
Propane Sabbath is almost upon us. If they find Nate and Jason, they will perform a ritual on them to call forth a demon of unspeakable power. The name of the demon is Malthus. I'm in the
Marko je
process
bio
of
navazan
discovering their
čovjek sa svoje
whereabouts. I
godine,
will
jebe
contact you
sunce,
again
ovakav
soon.
srazan.
We
Ja
must
dođem
not
iz
let
godine,
them do to the
12,
boys
15
what they did
godina,
to Amy.
ono već
Father
momčić.
Garcia.
I on
So
mene,
even
ej
though
Milo,
Garcia
on mene
and
zva
John
Milo.
have never
Ej
formally
Milo,
met, I mean they met in the woods
da
outside.
se donese po pivo, da mu donesem 2 piva
Somehow
od
Garcia
Vojvođanskih
knows
para.
about
Iz
John,
bogate
and
si
he also
Vojvodine.
knows about John's plan
Ko?
to save the
To
twins.
nema
He
šanse
says that Nate and Jason
da
are
mu
out there
sujo
somewhere,
kad
and
ja
that the
idem,
cult is
kad
trying
idem
to
u Crnu
use
Goru
them
da se ne
to
nosi
summon a
košulja.
demon by the name
To je
of
nepisano pravilo.
Malthus. Now
I
Malthus is an
uvek ga
actual
opuča
biblical demon,
2-3
or at
džaka
least
kukuruza,
in Jewish and
držaje
Christian
kokoške
lore,
2
a
svinje.
demon
Pazi,
that's
ja
mentioned
idem
in
na
the Bible.
i
But
sujo
because
si
of
lazi
the
Hondom
that Garcia is
i u Topola Trans, znaš da on tamo
two of them
radio.
have to find Nate
Tovari
and
su
Jason
mu, koji se
before
smija.
it's too late.
Veli on, nemojte se smijati, dušu bi mi izvali.
John driving away saying
Pršuta
he has
i
to
to
save
se
the
zamontava
twins. Before the camera pans
u
back,
džak od
we see
prekrupe,
that he's
veže se manilom
So
i
whatever John and
2
Garcia set
džaka
out to do,
kukuruza.
the cult will be hot.
Tako ti ja, i torba,
Now,
tako
chapter
ti ja
2
džikija
is
na more.
absolutely
A Marko me
full
čeka
of a
na
lot of
autobusku
different
sa
lore and a
Japanerom.
lot of different alternative
Dobro je.
endings. The lamest one, I'll let
Vjerujem,
you
da,
know.
da.
If you get Garcia killed,
Sad će da ova kokoška, ne može
Slušaj,
pije sad.
Slušaj, i onda ovi
Ona,
vozači, ovi
kako
vozači,
zadani?
ja malo vi se vozači smiju s njim iznose, stavljaju mu na Japaner, kukuruz, pršuta je tu, idemo mi Milo, nismo ni došli. Kaži autobus, imaš porek, ideš, imaš pekara i jedna radnje, na Onićoš. Milo, onda kupi 2 piva i tebi babi sladoled, načni vojvođanske pare. Nismo ni krenuli. Ja što ću prodavnicu, obično je autobus dolazi oko 9, pola 10.
Načni vojvođanske pare.
Let's look at some of the other things he's given knowledge of in this sort of vision,
Ja se
starting
raspedim,
with
čak
the Snake Meadow
Marko,
Hill Church.
male.
While exploring this church, other than the
Koliko su te
spindly
para
lady randomly
spravili,
attacking
Milo,
you,
o meni
there are
vidiš.
some other things
Ja
that we
rekao
can
dala
cover.
mi nešto
For
majka, nešto
one,
tata,
John can
koliko?
find a confession booth
Uglavnom,
located
meni
inside
suje
the
bio da
church.
50
When
maraka, ja
stepping
sam
into
malo
the
ono,
confession
bio
booth,
razmažen
this
kukumaka
scene
i
plays.
bose da suje, ne znam da mi još 50. Ja kažem, djedu, poslali su me sa 100 maraka da vidim, mogu to fino uzmem. I onda mi svaki dan da od toga 2 marke za sladoled i kada posle mjesec dana treba da idem kući, on suju vrati 60 maraka, veli da ga ne, kako je da ga ne iskorišćava ovdje po primorju da kupuje glupost. Čuš, uzme mi pare moje i onda mi on dozira, znaš. On mi kaže koliko meni treba, znaš. A ja džika bi
Moraš biti skroman.
Slušaj, a ja bi sladoled i Coca-Colu i na more priganicu da kupim. Ja, slušaj, kakav ti je finta bila?
Neki.
Neki, slušaj. U 12 je kod Marka ručak. U 12, ko je na ručak, nema. U 12 desu, nema vede.
12.
I on jede u 12 i više meni ovako Milo. Muhu
So this
neću
opens
da
up some questions.
Muhu.
For one, we
On
know
ide
that
da
John is
leži,
talking
odmara,
about his
čita
experience
novine,
with
nebitno
Amy
šta radi.
and her attempt to
I
save
u
her the
2
second time.
pišti brodogradilišti, u radnici
And as
kući.
we saw at the end of
Zvoni se
chapter
ono,
1, John
brod,
saw
ono,
the same. However,
znaš
the
ono,
demon
brodogradilište
specifically
pišti.
asked John to break
Kad
the
brodogradilište
child, which,
pišti,
believe it or not,
ja
is
idem
something we
budim
can
po koju
actually
babu,
do.
jer
While
je ona
exploring the
mara
rest
da
of
se
the
kuva
church and walking
kafa.
to the altar at the front of the
Kafa se
auditorium,
skuva,
we come
tu se
across
to pije
several
do pola
depictions
3,
in
Marko
stained
ima neki
glass.
tomos,
Most of these
pedalaš,
are normal, a
onaj,
depiction
na.
of an angel, a
to ti
depiction
vojnika
of
si
a
ima
cross,
10-12
but then we
godina.
have this one depiction
Milo,
of a
uzmi
figure with a
peškir,
hand
ja
flying out
peškir,
of its
ja i on
face.
idemo na
This, of
plažu.
course, elicits memories
Ja
of
na
Amy
plažu se
back in
kupam,
chapter
on
1.
u
But then
kafanu
combine
preko
that with
puta
the
plaže,
earlier
sjedi,
of
pije
someone seeing
pivo.
a red figure with a hole for a face.
I tako ja
Are
budem
these
tu
all
doleđen.
referring to Amy,
Od 2, pola,
or
3
is
do
this
7,
something that
6,
the cult
on popijete 4 piva s onim
and
ljudima.
by causing to happen,
Sjećam
I
se da su
mean
igrali
to
karte,
people.
igrali su, to sam
Also,
prvi put
remember
tada
how
vidio.
when we were walking
Pod nekom
around
vozom.
the church earlier, we found the
To je
note
tačno.
from a paranormal
Dijeli nas
investigation
magistrala do
group,
plaže.
the one that explained
Igrali
to
su
us how the spindly lady game works.
s nekim
Well, while
metalnim
exploring
kuglama
the
nešto
church,
gurali
you
po
can
nečem,
actually
moći,
find
ali
what
kako su.
3 other
E,
notes
to
that
ti
tell
igra
us
ti
what
lacnani
happened
to,
in that
to
cruise.
si
We
igra,
still
otkrili
haven't
to.
found a way
Jel
into
ti
the
to
basement,
unuk
but we
jesa,
found
ono,
something
oni
just as
neki
cool.
mi ljudi časte
A secret
Coca-Cola, neki
passage in the
sladoled.
old confession
Marko
booth
snima tamo.
leading to
Ja
this
kad volio malo
hall.
da kocka.
Henry's going into town to buy a crowbar. We'll see if we can't get these boards
Njemu
off
dobro
some
dođe, ja se kupam,
But that's
on
not
u
even the best
kafanu,
part.
malo igra, malo
We
se
caught
zjeba,
EVP.
dobro njemu, dobro
You
meni.
can't hear it on tape very
Milo,
well, but to
da
us,
se
it kind of
sušiš,
sounded
idemo
like
doma.
laughing.
Ja,
Thank God we
peškir na
brought the nice
pedalare.
mic. We'll review it on the
pali,
sound
ide
gear once we
kući.
get back into town.
Ko ti je?
Night 2, we're gonna be rich. We've
Ali
done
ne
supernatural
opuča.
stuff
Znaš
in
ko
the
ima
game before,
fobiju?
sure.
Ja sam bio
Doors opening on their own, things falling off shelves, but nothing like this.
Kad god dođe svake
Tonight, while
godine,
we were trying the spindly
skine
lady
se,
game
presvuče
again,
se,
one
ide
of the
na van.
candles lit up by itself as soon as Lars walked into the room.
I on
It
viče,
was
a
nuts,
lijepo
and
ste
we
ovoga
got it all
maloga
on
spravili
film.
svakom
We're
u
gonna make a
srebrniti.
fortune selling this
A
to
on je
TV
vas da
stations.
zjebava moj, što nije daleko od istine,
Night
Bosi nije
3.
kuvar neki. Nikad
Shouldn't
je.
have come here.
Kuvarica.
Tapes missing. Lars stuck behind
slaba je
basement
kuvar.
door. Henry hasn't come back yet.
I onda
Can't
bi
leave
bosi
anyway.
Italijanos
So yeah, they're probably
izmjeri mene.
fine.
I onda
Sure.
se ostaje
You're
tamo
probably
mjesec
picking
i
up
pol
that
do
this
dva.
church has
Vidi ga,
a
baba
lot
koja
of
dobro
connections
kuva.
to
Ja hoće
everything
tu
else
gosti
we've
kad
seen
dođeš,
so
pa
far.
pravi
Something
nekiki,
happened here back in the
palačinke,
50s, and a group
mesi,
of kids
svega.
somehow
I
died.
onda ti
And
ono
in the
učiš i kad
prologue
kupaš
to
ona voda ti
chapter 2,
iscrpi
we get
pa
some more
uglavniš, znaš.
explanation as to why the
Dobiješ
church
apetit
is so
ti dođe,
important.
znaš.
But before we talk about the
Ja se vas da
prologue,
popravim
I want
na
to talk
3-4
about
kilo.
chapter 2 secret ending.
a kako
Remember
je,
how
znaš
when we
kako je,
went to that
kako je
underground
posljednja
temple,
puna te
there
naravno.
were the three symbols
sam
between
ljudio,
us and the last note? Well, to get that
Dolazili
the
mi
player
svi,
has to perform
ja, mi,
3
sestre,
demonic
dvije i
actions.
majka.
Now, why would John perform these 3 demonic actions? I don't know.
I
It's
gledaj,
not canon.
ja da
John
kažemo
wouldn't
sad ima možda
actually
jedno
do
10
that, but it's
godina
fun for
bosi mu
us, so why not
40.
make John do it? The first of these
I ove
actions can be
cestima, pa
performed
50
after
godina
John's reflection stabs
I dolazimo
himself
mi u
in the
Crnu
eye
Goru, Marko
with
zna
the
da
key
ćemo doći,
inside
jel?
of the save
Ide
family
pa
too.
šuta i
If,
svega.
while dripping
Standardno.
blood, John walks
A boss
back
obuka
to the
haljinu,
series of
stavlja
rocks
šešir,
that he spawned
bije,
in
palica.
at the beginning of chapter
Marko
2,
na
and then
meni
just
si
as
Welcome
the
to my
note
channel.
from the thrall that he killed in the cemetery
Niče
constructed,
njoj
remember the one that
pridrži
specified
ovu
how to do a
kozu,
pentagram,
dok
if
ja
John
ovdje
traces
pokupim
that
stvari.
track with his
Prosi,
blood,
šta ćeš
it will
onu
cause a
kozu
pentagram
pođe
to
one
appear
bijele
and a
rukavice?
demon to spawn in.
Ovi,
The
znaš,
demon will charge at the player, but
evo ti nevjesto ova koza!
Notes. New patient
A
initial
zje, majke,
consultation.
stilo.
Subject, John Thomas
A
Wood.
zna, ovaj bi bezobrazan.
Present, Dr. James Spinell, PhD, and 2 orderlies. Subject non-responsive
Što je
for
radio,
first half
što je
hour,
radio nesretno
followed by
teči.
fragmented exorcism
Dragan,
narrative.
njemu je
Subject
masa.
unable to maintain
Ovaj je bio lijen
consistency
čovjek,
in
znaš.
story. For example, stating that Amy
Lijen,
was
nije
in the
volio da radi
basement and
oko
then
kuće
saying
ništa.
she was in the attic.
A volio
Subject
da popije.
insists incident was the result
A
of
kad
demonic
Marko
possession.
dođe, pošto ga je
Cannot
2-3 puta
declare subject
izbrdlja,
of sound mind. Will
Ovaj
require
neće
several
pije.
more sessions to fully
I Marko
understand
kad dođe,
subject's
uvek mu
mistake.
izmisli posao,
Will advise Martin family
aj, a zva ga je
attorneys.
Maljugo.
So again, it gives us
Ajde,
another
Maljugo,
note
vodi
from John's
iznoteriše,
time
ma kakva ti ova
This
kuća,
one
kad ti
calling
nije
out
sramota
John
da
for
ja
being
komšija
unreliable
nisi
narrator,
završio od 20
which
godina.
actually
Znaš,
highlights
ovaj,
the thing I
pušti me,
mentioned in chapter
ma kako
1,
puštanje,
where
daj,
John's note
ajde,
goes from the
zove
description
komšiju,
of
gligo, ajde
basement
pomogneš,
to
već pali lješalicu, aj se
The
zvala
attending
ovako,
physician
ovaj.
is trying
Plus
to
50,
describe
ne
John's
radi mu se.
experience. We'll see another note from this
Radi
document
se
after
tu,
we perform
obično smo
the
mi kod
second
tetkiši
demonic
vatina,
act.
cijel dan
Remember
se
how in
radi,
the church the voice
Marko
of the
šalje
confession
mene ili
booth
Beku
said
po
that we
pivu.
need to bring him a
I
child.
Beka donese
For
peše
our second
spiva,
demonic act, we
i
bring him a child. If,
kako
after
daje,
receiving this note,
Vazda Dragana preskače, namjerno ga
if
preskače.
John walks to the corner
Ovaj gleda, oblizuje se, vruće mu je, pa pije vodu. A čuš popio mi pivo prije ništa. Ne smije od Marka
now
popi
begin
pivo.
to follow John.
A znaš
He
šta mu
will
je
follow
radio?
John all the way back into the
Ja-
church, and if we walk in front
Kad
of
mu
the
dođe
confession
Marko, ome
booth, the
3 dana
mere
mi dođe.
demon from chapter
Em što mu
1
ne da da
will
pije,
reach
em
out
večera da
and
radi.
grab the child. This will then pull John into another boss fight.
Okay.
After the mirror demon is defeated again, we
Yeah.
receive another note. Subject is suffering from delusion.
Odnosno, ja dika si
In
ispričao
John's
sam.
mind, he plays the role of the
Ili ja
hero
isto,
sent
ono
by
sebi.
God to protect the
Ovo su sebi
innocent.
ispričao.
In order to escape
to je-
the consequences of his actions,
A
he has
ovo.
created his own
Hoćemo na novo
reality.
čelo
In
prišivati.
order for everything to make sense, he needs to believe in
a.
the evil spirits and
A ne
paranormal
sad, no drugi dan.
occurrences. I recommend an
Ja
in
bih-
vivo
Može i
approach
previše.
until we can get John to accept the truth. And for the love of
Ja
God,
ću
please
pomognem
have
ti da
Miss
pomognem.
Martin transferred to another facility. Somehow, John knows that she is in here with him.
Pa dobro, ne.
So this
Ovo mi javi kad budete
is
dobro
really
radili.
interesting. For
Pa ne
one,
mogu
we
ja,
see that
pa ne
the
mogu ja, pa
physician
sud
is
da
again
bacam kad
trying to
se radi.
pronounce John's purpose, and he says things like John thinks of himself as a hero,
but given the John we see, that's not at all the case.
This
physician just hears John talking about demons and trying to save her, and thinks that John has Messiah complex, when in actuality, John thinks of himself as not a Messiah at all, and self-degrading to save Amy. But what's interesting is that note at the end, where the physician says that somehow John knows Amy is in the facility. And while the physician is saying that this is because John's delusional, or maybe overly paranoid, so he just heard Amy was here, so he's freaking out, it's most likely because John, after the events of 1986, just witnessed the carnage that happened at the Mark household, and now knows that the demon is inside the hospital with him. Finally, the last demonic act we can perform is when John is transported to this or whatever this crawling
Ma
in
nemaš
the
to ni
vein
uradio. I
is.
sad
If,
upali,
just before
radi,
traveling beneath the
raspada
bridge,
se.
where you can see the
Nema
couple
uopšte umjerenja.
working on a truck on top of the bridge,
Karburator,
John goes back
se
down
donosio
and
kod tebe
up
kad
to
smo
get
vratili.
onto the bridge
Zašto
itself.
se donosio?
John can kill the
Stvarno
man and
su
woman
se oni radio
while
da se
in
javi
this
bio ne
demonic
pamtimo.
state of being.
Tamo je
After
kuć,
that, he
gdje
can
je
just
kuć?
loop back down and then go
A
about
ima
the
sad,
level as usual.
baš
After all three of these acts
reklamiraju
are
ono.
performed, if John
Ima
goes
sad
back to
to...
that setting in
A
the
nije to
underground
smisla.
temple,
Ne.
all three of the symbols
Možda
will now
120
dawn.
serva.
Again, each symbol represented a separate
Gain Snow.
demonic act. If
Pa
you
ja sam na
had
Vašar bio
one
sad
or
u
two
subotu.
demonic acts earlier,
Nedelju.
when you come to this section
U
now,
topu.
one or two of those symbols
Gain
will
Snow,
dawn
ali ja
and
neću
came
da je
into the
kupim na
dawn
Vašar,
in all three.
jer nema granicu.
Da, on imaš garanciju, sve u servis. Jeste?
We shall visit thee soon.
E sad zavisi koliko ti...
Then, at the end of
Mislim da
chapter
ti...
2, after John
Mislim da nama ne treba reći ono što ona...
35, 40, mač.
A to ti ono malo da imaš da obriješ.
Now, if John walks into his kitchen, the back door is open. Walking out the back door leads to this cutscene. Panic from Magic Pool, but like the text-to-speech works really well for a lot of the dialogue. The kitchen. Amy was screaming, "Mother, mother," the whole time. Finally, I got them to sit down with me at the kitchen table. After a few minutes, we couldn't hear much of anything down in the basement, so I went down to check on things. I found Father Alred lying on his back, unconscious, with his arms spread out wide. Amy was not in the chair. So at some point, Amy broke free during the exorcism and seemingly attacked Father Alred. As we traveled to the location in the basement where this exorcism likely took place, we can see the markings of an upside-down cross. If we step into the cross, the music begins to distort as these red symbols appear on the ground behind us, closer and closer. And when they make their way
Too edgy for me. Yes.
There's Officer Carbine.
Okay, meters are finished and done. I need a freaking emulator, man.
Yeah, same.
Snake, what's up, dude? Oh man, you just missed the clutch of the year. Look at these guys here, man. Too good to me, man, these guys.
One thing I want to mention now that I haven't brought up yet is the art form of some of these cutscenes.
Eat burek.
You saw it earlier when I
Are you eating burek or are you asking me to eat burek? No?
But we see the same art.
This fucking gun is becoming annoying to see in the lobbies, man. And hello, baby.
Necromancer here.
Ooh. Saddlebag. I got a stamina shot for free. I wish I had a burek, Snake, man.
Do we have both bounties now?
Yes,
Yeah.
baby.
Sweet. Let's get out of here.
Do you want to take
Be
Necromancer?
gone. No.
I can do it, yeah.
Because I'm full on clicks, I can't take shit.
Be gone. Oh, there's a guy here. Dead though.
The Lonely Hollow?
No, it's a sheriff.
Oh, sheriff?
Yeah, that's
shit,
here.
really?
Here.
Wait, he has the same gun like me?
Uh-oh. Nice. Uh-oh. There's something. Oh, there's an ammo box floating here.
That's mine.
Okay. There's an ammo box floating, man.
And there's an ammo box down.
Oh, you don't have burek, Snake. Where do I find burek, man?
Oh, there you go. There's
Wait.
a guy here.
This is an Inception,
There's a
guys.
guy
What is this?
here. There's a girl here.
Nice. I'm gonna loot everything.
Yeah.
Do you have Vulture?
Yeah, baby.
I
Oh, look at
don't.
that. More you want a carbine? I have more carbines.
Fuck that gun.
Yep, you love it, man. It's so charming.
It's such a charming gun. You're so good if you use that gun.
Yes, give me more.
You know what's the funniest part? Like, I know that the gun is broken, but when I take it, I can't do shit with it.
Same. I mean, it's fast, and that's like the only thing.
Oh, I'm gonna get actually his late. Fuck yes. Let's go bushy, man. No, I do want an answer down in future, Snake. Laser guns, man. Surprised these guys hit. I only hit once. I guess it was down already. Yep. Next update soon, Snake. Can't say anything, man. You know that these directives are only for official channels. I'm okay, Panda dear. I'm still in alto mare, as we say, in high sea, high water, because of gas and whatnot. Oh!
Ow!
Wait, why wasn't blinking for me? It was so. Oh my goodness! No, bitch! Oh, you almost killed him.
Oh, bitch. Nearly headless.
Nearly.
It's annoying as heck, Panda. You have no idea. Yeah. Also, guys, just so you know, if you want to help your hermit, September is here. If you want to renew more months for less money, if you want to keep still supporting my butt and helping me with the bills and whatnot, I appreciate your support nonetheless. If you can't say, then I have my answer. It's gonna be soon though, Snake. You gotta be patient, you know. They already teased a bunch of things. Quert, how you doing, baby? Quert, talking about this sci-fi dude. Someone gifted me Spaceborne 2, Quert. This game right here, and it's... I'm gonna probably stream it because it's kind of impressive what they did, man. Like, literally kind of impressive for the budget that the game has. Yep. Let me again. Let me change one thing here, so. Yeah, borderline racist people, guys. It drives me fucking nuts, dude. Such a fucking cringe people, man. Anyway, they got what deserved. He's reporting later as well in the profile. Falling Frontier looking good though too. Falling Frontier, what is that? Falling Frontier. Oh, I have it in my wish list. Oh yeah, yeah. It says 2023, but it's gonna be probably later on, man. Spaceborne 2, yes. Yeah, SDG. They did a big update as well. Let me put the rights, my babies. Okay, you're back as well, beauties. But SDG, I will definitely stream it. Yes. Today, though, beauties, we're doing this game here. And also, by the way, Mr. Snake, you will like this game here as well.
Cool.
We're back. I just took a half a day from work, and not sure if it wasted holiday time, but I was bored during shutdown and being hounded by bosses. Oh, nice, SDG, baby. Yeah, I've been, guys, yeah, like I already said it many times on Discord as well. I'm extremely in anxiety because the amount of issues that I had with the apartment, look, it's amazing and everything. We love it, but we still have issues to solve with the gas and whatnot, and it's just driving me crazy, man. Driving me crazy.
Ziki, welcome to my channel.
It would be fun if I actually, like, maybe killed somebody just once.
Oh, that's okay, baby. Look, I'm gonna stop playing it for a while, and you can kill all the hunters again.
Did I get it? Yay!
Yes.
Thank you.
Press the C key for.
Sí.
I did miss the rain in the game. Gotta be honest.
Disgusting.
It is a nice feeling to it, but yeah. I have a conduiner, so I'll take the first one if that's cool.
Okay, do it. I actually
Found your way back here, huh?
You're a smart person.
Can't stay away.
Oh, great. Love this.
Where? What? What's that to love?
It's just locked on both sides.
Well, what happened?
Welcome to my channel.
No, nothing.
I found it. She found it.
Nothing. I may have found an emulator and killed it with an apple knife.
Oh my god. Okay, I started see you in 2 months.
Pick out your ride and prepare for action.
Well, what about you? The cops still got your car.
Don't worry. I'll find someone else. See you there.
It took a while for finding me.
Being a bitch for months and not. This is what pushes you over the edge.
Emulators, they're most rare AI ever.
Unless you're me and you have 3 emulators on the fucking.
Starfield stream, yes.
No,
I do. I told you, I already got almost the 60 hours of the game. And I keep like doing things like the best honestly is this, I'm started is the side quest for the Vanguard, one of the faction you can use. Because I didn't like the UC Classics one, I did the Vanguard, and holy shit, it is like a bug hunting alien slash...
Ne moram ćao, ma ne te odbaci ćala bre, pa ako vidiš ujutro ma ima neko, ako baš ne bi ima niko, zoneš ga telefonom doći.
The main quest, I gotta say, is
Sutra, znaš da sam ti rekao sutra? Pa dobro, onda sutra, samo da kažem. Poš.
Yeah, the Vanguard, Josh is the best.
How are you not dead, you son of a bitch?
Also, Neon, yeah, the Ryujin looks amazing as well. There's a saddlebag here. Let's start it.
I'm lazy to come back.
Okay. There's my friend. Loot.
Looty loot.
What?
Oh, by the way, Hermit?
Yeah, baby.
Can you call me Sul?
Sul?
Not Ama? Yeah.
Sul? Oh, Zul, like a Zul. Yeah, yeah.
Zul.
What do you mean, Alma?
I can call you Alma sometimes.
He calls me Alma sometimes.
Oma. Hey, Zuli.
Zuli or just Josh? You could just call me Josh, too.
How about I call you...
Call me asshole.
No, how about I call you...
You call me nothing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that too.
I'm gonna call you Zul, va bene? Zul.
Va bene. Molto bene.
Está bien?
Why is the rain? Do you see this? The rain is like landing here.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm gonna call you like chat suggests the Eki Fatham Tunzunden.
What?
I don't know. I think it's the name of a dragon in Skyrim.
Short for stroke. That's
Eki Fatham.
Short for stroke, indeed.
Better call Zul. Gonna die. Put the traps 100% here.
Of course, it stops raining when we get here.
Yeah, baby.
It's good.
Oh, one is close here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, one is on the house and one is inside. I think.
He's in the window.
Into the window.
What is my...
What happened?
He's inside here.
She's right in front of me. 5 meters. You can necro me if you want.
Yeah, but I heard a Constantina.
What do you mean, Constantina?
Someone charge the Constantina. Got one. What is here?
Yeah, that's the girl with short mini. She was
What is here?
behind the wall, yeah.
Got her.
Nice.
Nice.
I gotta get the start. Watch out the cover.
What?
Where?
Crossbow
on my body.
The wall, yeah. He's gonna be behind you. She's gonna throw out immediately.
Tagging him again.
Nice shot.
How did she not die, dude?
I have no idea.
Eating. How the fuck did he not die as well? Porco. Go closer, go closer.
No choking.
Yeah, throwing. On me. Fuck.
Where?
Trade it. Woohoo! Suck my dick! I am loving a Starfield, man.
Fuck. Is that it? I think that was the bounty team.
Well, they didn't pick up yet, so we don't know.
Oh, you can necro me if you want.
It was the bounty, yes. What's the other guy? Necro. Oh, no, it's no one else, man. We killed 3.
Yeah, but no one picked up bounty.
It was them.
I don't know that, and I'm not taking the risk.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Nice trade. That's it seems like the most rare thing ever, man. I was fair. I mean, I was bleeding and stuff. This guy here, headshot though. Crispy. Where the fuck is he actually?
I can't find him. Yeah, that was guy that was crouching. He was literally hanging out of a window on the side.
It was a Batus.
But I don't have a vulture yet.
Oh. Fuck it. Okay. But you had it, but we had a previous.
No, I didn't, because I'm prestiging. I don't even have it.
Okay. It's from Monty Python. Wait, what? It's from Sorry, what is it from Monty Python? Sorry, Zul.
I was right there.
I know.
Are we just getting out, or?
Yeah, let's get out.
By the way.
Ow, what the fuck?
Murphy, hello, how you doing?
Heavy rain, by the way.
Heavy rain. No, but I don't understand what you mean. It's from Monty Python and Holy Grail. What is from the story here? I missed the name. Oh, the Ekeke Fazanzung. Right, yes. I thought because I watched it in Italian ages ago, which is hilarious watching in Italian Monty Python. But that was probably more than 26 years ago.
Might be
And
traps
the
here.
jokes are all different. Most likely, maybe yes. Sniff them out. Much love, Shivs. I appreciate you guys. Give a shout out to Shivs, please. Where's my mods? The mods, man.
Oh my god, the trap! What
Oh
the
my
fuck?
god!
You called it!
You can't hit me.
That was a pretty disgusting, that trap there. We'll put it there, man. Sweaties.
Damn sweat lords.
Damn sweaties. Second booties, I'm fighting one thing that you send me right now. I'm doing the things that makes me. Oh, Hunter, thank you so much. Thank you so much, baby, for all these months, man. Thank you, Hunter. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I appreciate you very much, baby. Sorry, guys, I have to file out this stuff here. Hunter, I hope you're doing extremely well, my friend. Sheep, thank you so much again for the lurk. Have a good day at work. I must start to call you Todd. Business. Okay, I got the 164 and the dollars, man. I'm gonna get now conduit, so Zula doesn't steal anymore anything.
What? I'm gonna steal
I'm
it
gonna
all.
steal it more, Otter.
I'm gonna steal it more now.
Otter. Okay. Yeah, back. I need to talk to someone. 1 second. Whoa! They delivered my little mini vacuum for cleaning the keyboard. Aspirator.
Oh, you got like a small one?
It's a USB one, but apparently it's very powerful. I'm gonna try it. It's only 20 euros. I doubt it's gonna be very good, but we'll see. Thank you, Monka, for the gift sub to Papadab. Papadab was the winner.
They got a mini vacuum for the keyboard.
I gotta do it. I
I've been wanting one of those.
I gotta do the unboxing now, so I'm gonna check out soon.
I just blow mine.
You can get like a small app. What the fuck?
Yeah. You just blow the yours, Astarte? Wait.
I just blow mine. With a blow dry?
Yeah, because I have a professional blow dryer, so.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Doc, hello,
Nice.
baby.
It's very strong.
Thank you guys for
I
this
had
up.
one of those. I gave it to my mom.
This up for him.
Since I'm actually a
The message
certified
because
hairdresser.
activation was almost over. I had to save it. Oh my
That's
god.
actually awesome.
Yeah, I found one that could a vacuum that you could like vacuum inside of your computer too.
You can use that as well. Yes, there's a little different type of heads you can exchange.
Yeah.
But I don't know how powerful it is. It's an aspirator. It's not a blower. It's not a blower. The blower, I'm not gonna do it because I mean, dust is gonna be all over the fucking room if I do that. What the? Daka, how you doing, baby? Daka, have you
like
played the
those air
Starfield?
cans thingies that just blows
Yeah,
your...
that is such a fucking waste, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I got a blower as well. That is not USB, of course, but it's a very powerful. It's small enough for cleaning, like a super cleaning out. If you do have a balcony, you can do that.
I got a blower as well. Yeah. I call her my girlfriend.
Oh my.
Why am I even friends with you?
That's okay, Alma. Dark Sage, hello, brother. How you doing? I was watching you for the Resident Evil.
Do people that have conduit run past the claw?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was talking to chat and shit. I forgot. It's all yours. I actually gave it to Zul.
I can take it. I can take it.
Slobodon, what's up, baby? They have been clutching a lot. 2 weeks of no hunt makes you do wonders, man. They do wonders 2 weeks, man. Oh, I think I heard. Northwest or something. Then. You got a shoulder infection and a fluid down the. Oh shit, Doc! What the hell happened? Is it weather or you? What the hell did you do, man? Yeah. Is that you, Millie? Okay, it's
yeah, it's me.
When I say Zula, it kind of reminds me of the demon in Ghostbusters.
Oh.
What was the name of the?
That's cool.
What was the name of the? What was the name of the?
First Ghostbusters or?
The last one.
Can't remember.
Zul. Actually, Zul is. Is Zul, known as a gatekeeper, Vince Corporal Keymaster. You are Zul.
Hell yeah.
It's a with double who? You. That is a Zul.
And it's the same when I ran into someone in bio who had the same name.
I know, Slava.
Bandits called.
Wait.
And I was like, the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Are you guys ready, chat?
Yeah, it's a very common name.
You guys ready, chat?
Really?
Chat, are you ready?
I never heard that before, so I was like, okay.
I mean, Kal-El is the name of Superman.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, I'm not into Superman.
What is this,
so
man?
obviously I don't know.
Is this a dark skin, dude?
I'm only into those days.
I don't
interest me.
I do not care about superheroes.
I need to find a way to use
the
the
only
glasses.
Superhero in my heart is like Goku from Dragon Ball. And Vegeta.
It is pretty good, man. One of the best superheroes. Gotta showcase. Wait until we have, Halloween. Nick! There is no Dinah, only Zul. How old are you, by the way, Zul? I forgot.
I recently turned 32.
Oh, fuck, you're older then.
Okay.
God damn, baby. I mean, I feel better because I'm 30. I'm gonna be 37 this October.
Oh, nice.
And there's not many. They're all fucking kids. Besides Astarte. Astarte is she's older.
Erotic official. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si neurotičan?
There's a...
Da si video mači skin.
I'm kidding. Astarte, guys, doesn't have a hate. She's a witch.
Maji Sam.
Got the emulator.
Got the emulator.
I am Isaac.
Majko, šta je to? Ajde Messi to, aj kao... Rekoše mi kao čovjek voli da igra Call of Duty, a okej, kao bacili se. Onda Snoop Dogg, okej, kakav je ima Snoop Dogg sa igrama, kao ima, aj dobro. Pa onda ona, ne znam, Minaj, šta god.
I know. It does. Why the fuck am I running here outside like an idiot?
I don't know, they're banners.
Yeah, I know.
Are we gonna just
Kilkich Moss STACES.
No, because I don't know, they get
I'm a
trash.
dang, yeah, no.
And I Kribi Cad Pogogas.
But I can blow
J. Tanika Eni Biozio.
Ma ne znam, to mi ne vam
I
pamet.
wish this fucking thing was unbreakable.
Trap down. We break this.
Van pameti. Brš! Vuci se sa ceste. Brš i ti.
We need someone to clip, guys. We need to start to do some job, okay, guys? Provide you with gifts. I need you guys to do some. What? It's directly there, man. What the fuck?
Downstairs, upstairs.
It was downstairs. Sheriff. One of it was on top as well. Oh wow! What?
Yeah, that's a Spitzer. It's Wormwood with Spitzer.
Is he here? He was around here.
He's
there somewhere.
Back to the left.
The door is open to my right. I'm flashed. They're gonna chase me down.
Killed him.
Thank you.
Good shit.
That's another one. A girl. Agda. Nice double tap, baby. Holy Virgin Mary, man.
The Wormwood is like
southeast.
I did. You did. Yeah, you killed some. You got killed ever then.
Ajde pičku materinu.
I'm gonna get you, brother. Oh my god. It's fucking.
That's the last guy.
Yeah. Watch out. I'm gonna get down. You're the best. You're the best.
Good shit.
Zul.
I am the distraction.
That was perfect, dude.
They call me distraction.
Yeah, I need to go the back of. I did so many clutches, but you were not here. It's okay, baby. I'm gonna provide it later. Okay.
Good job.
Does anyone want the drilling?
Do you guys looted everything?
Almost.
Okay.
Almost. I mean, if you don't want.
Oh, bound you! Oh my god.
You're a fucking psycho, man.
Okay. Okay.
What is going on? Everyone got to the from the crates to the slate? Jesus.
They like the slate. Are we going to prison or are we staying here?
Let me see.
They're fighting, so we got time.
No, we have extraction here. We go out, baby.
Yeah, okay, let's
Please
go.
not. Easy, man. In Europe, you don't want
the fucking fog? Ugh.
Yeah. No, you're fine, man. No, sheep is a did some glitches as well. I don't know when Nems went that I needed some mod work. Also dangerous. Daka, I modded the Captain Dangerous, okay, because anyway, Pepper streams and other times. Holy shit. The guy's gone as well, man.
Ajde kurac.
I'm not a captain. It's the end, man. Oh wait, the Dark Sages. So what happened to your shoulder? Sorry, I might have missed many.
Sa metar ili stope, šta je ovo bilo? Šta je metar?
Sage, what happened to your shoulder and ear, man? Okay, I'm gonna grab the thing. I'm gonna check out the thing. Yes.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
sad da neko kine da mi treba.
Simple, dude. Oh man, it does work pretty good. Okay, so
I'm actually vacuuming now.
Yes. Give me a second here.
How do you tell a person is old? They used to like be happy about Friday night, now they're happy about vacuum.
Oh, there you go. That's super sweet, dude. Look, man. It's a USB chargeable here, and it's just for the. I mean, let me try this out. I'm gonna mute myself 1 second. Oh, mute. No, it's a fucking mini vacuum with a keyboard. Oh, it's so good. Okay, no, it does its job. Look at that, man. Ooh. It is awesome, Loki. You know what? Fucking, good, man.
Fucking housewife.
Yes, man. Oh god.
You need a maid costume.
No, no. Too mainstream. I'm gonna be the Iron Bark and Halloween. How you doing, Loki, baby? How's you, man? I've been clutching today, yeah. Astarte is jealous. Astarte has the professional one. What do you mean?
Yeah, man.
She has a professional blower.
Man, I'm
Wait,
a mother.
I'm glad I overlapped what last thing I said.
Really? What did you say?
Professional blower.
I'm a professional blower. Maybe I am. You don't know.
I mean, that's fine. I'm
you
very...
are not. You don't know how
I'm
my
not
blowing skills are.
I'm not exactly. I'm not. It's a skill issue, man. I know. I know, Loki. I told you. I'm not joking. This one here is 20 euros, man. It is. I'll send you. You probably find it anyway, man. Look at this. Oh, it's called Uratk. Here, 24 euros, man. The image. I'm gonna look at this stream in 1 second. I'll start it again.
Wait, what?
Look at the dirt here. Oh, phone. Fuck. 1 second.
What is that keyboard, man?
Fucking hell, I'm waiting for a call. I'm waiting for a call and it doesn't.
And it doesn't call.
No, it's just.
All gaslighting is
It was
crazy.
fucking insane. Yeah, I got. That's the image there is grotesque. Of course, a nice use of Photoshop as well.
To ti glidas nesto.
Hermita.
Qgem English.
Hermite. Grandfather Hermit. Nada. Uzmimo nešto muzike. Previše glasno. Oni už. Ne znam šta li ovo povedio. Mogu probati. Možda mi nešto tvrdi. $200 metara skoro. Aj ja. Definitivno se sjeti da ima više konja motor. Mi je nelogično kad gledam kako AI vozi. AI tapne levo i auto skrene momentalno levo. Ja kad bi radio to da tapnem levo, ne da ne bi ispravio auto, nego bi završio u bankini. I onda kao AI vara, pa ne da vara, nego prava razvaljenja.
Welcome to my channel.
Drift. Ah, fucking drift. Crossfield. Mislim da lakše malo skreći. Mnogo drveno je bilo. Ovo je svjetski faktor. Marš! Mora da sam se zablenuo nešto. Ili mi je isključio na cestu da sam se ja zablenuo, ko zna. Slušaj, ako ja ne znam da vozim, moraš ti bar znati. Kaj bre? Onda možeš sa... Im baš cilj da grindujem para, ali dobro. Verovatno neka off-road varijanta. Oh la la. Prolazim kroz betonske ograde, ovo mora nešto psihološki, ne mogu bankinu ošibati. Odjebi. Pogledaj Mike što udari u bankinu, dok sam ja krenuo da skrećem tako on skrenuo i udari u bankinu. Bože, se čuje. Are you winning, son? Ja dajem gas na prvini i on daje gas na prvini. I to skreće u krivinu brže nego ja. Ma da. Cheating fucking AI. Suck my fucking cock. Sure. Pam 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 pam. Da.
Samo začas za Urbasa doćemo mi do 5.
Idete u Urbas?
Onda ručak. Da ja kod zubara i ja da vidim, da odemo u onaj forma ideala, da vidim za kaj leže.
Uzmi. Naruči. Čitav krug. Nešto sam zapao pičku u materinu. Baš u pičku u materinu. Baš! I jebe mater. Čitaru čitarski. Jebote i ko te kodira. Sad ne može da me stigne. Sad ne može da me stigne i to ove majke. Bože, spas. Treba obesiti za muda toga ko kodira ovo. Bilo da ga jednom klepim, da ispadne iz staze i to je to. Što ne može da dođe sebe. Čitačina raspala. Užasno, užasno. Ja bi bolje kodirao. Kunem ti se. Jesus Christ. Almighty.
Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
Pa opet se s ovim trkam. A, barele, što ja pratim ovoga, ovaj lik je luđi nego ja. On je izleteo sa staze. Kraj. Treba budem brži samo od njega. Ok. Oh good my dude. Idu pičku materinu. Ne znam koliko mi treba brzine. Pam 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 pam. Ne. Koliko ne? Pam 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 pam. Aha. Vidim.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Baš u pičku. Not even a barrel roll. Idu pičku materinu. Jedva. Pronto.
Au.
Competition's getting tough out there, huh?
No da sì. Ok. Level 27. Ne pokušaj da menjaš tablicu. Da pičku materinu. Dobro, nebitno.
Clearly done in sort of the rendering capabilities of the platform we're using. It seems to be in, you know, an old graphic fidelity. But the movements are much too smooth, and a lot of the line work far too detailed for something that the Atari 2600 could pull off. To pull off these effects, Erdorf used a technique called rotoscoping. For those that don't know what rotoscoping is, it is when you take a real IRL visual video of someone moving or of some motion or something similar, and then you trace over it effectively or sketch it into whatever media you're using. Rotoscoping was popular with a lot of early hand-drawn animations. So what Erdorf has done here is he has hand-drawn all of these videos depicting the motion that he wants to put in the game, and then the drawn art form he's used has matched the aesthetics of this 8-bit video game. The final product are these incredibly impressive shots that really get across a lot of the horror that's implied throughout the games. One of my favorite aspects about rotoscoping is how seamlessly it allows someone to integrate body horror or supernatural horror into real-world settings. For example, if you wanted to rotoscope, say, someone's head exploding, not that we're going to see that later in the series, hint hint, then all you have to do is get a video of someone doing the motion that you want, and then as you draw that motion, you just have to change the parts of the body or of the individual or of the setting that you want to change. And then all you have to do is blend in the effects that you want to change with the real framework that you've established, and you get these seamless fluid motions of real people and real motions that are affected by things that would be near impossible to replicate. You may not know what I'm talking about yet, but we'll get there. Erdorf pulled off some really cool stuff with the rotoscope. Back to the game, as John moves from room to room, symbols will appear again and get closer to him. When John holds up his cross, Amy will appear in 4 different versions in all directions. This is our first boss fight, with the objective being we have to figure out which of these Amy's is the real Amy, hold the cross up to it, or we die. Another thing I forgot to mention, well, didn't really forget, but it wasn't relevant until now. Every single attack in the game, except for attacks in the last 2 boss fights of the game, every single attack instant kills John. Like, anything he runs into, if it touches him, he's dead. He is very afraid of everything and fragile all the time, so you have to be careful with it. Each time the player moves to a different room of the house, this attack will reset. Eventually, John will remark that he heard a door open upstairs, and the attacks will cease. Meaning it is now time for John to travel back to the attic. An attic that we have not seen yet, but from the notes, we know that John certainly has. As we make our way up to the attic, we find the final note from John Ward's journey here 1 year ago.
Molly, the church might contact you in a few days to tell you their version of what happened. I want you to hear it from me first. A year ago, I was involved in the exorcism of Amy Martin. What they said in the papers about what happened to her. She, my superior, father, with. When I confronted her, she managed to cut the power to the house and her own parents with their own. I have to go back to that house. The nightmares I'm having are real. She's still there waiting for me. I can still help her. If I don't come back, know that I love you and I'm sorry. John.
So even though we don't know all of the specifics, we know that something terrible happened in that house. And now John is telling Molly, whoever that might be, that he has to go back. which leads us to the events of September the 21st, 1987 that we're playing right now. Upon stepping into the attic, John confronts Amy Martin.
My God, what happened to you? My face is breaking. I have to finish what I started. She died, please.
Somehow, there seems to, I don't know what magic Careful pulled, but somehow there seems to be a level of emotion to the text-to-speech. Maybe I'm just superimposing what I think the characters mean onto it, but there's something so unsettling about the way they say everything, to like the tone that's conveyed. I'm sure there was some magic pull, but like the text-to-speech works really well for a lot of the dialogue in the game. As John begins the exorcism, eventually Amy's mask slips off.
Careful,
and we see what Amy meant when she remarked that her face is turned. Where her face should be, instead, is a giant bloody hole. Her entire face removed by some unknown hand. At this point, the boss fight really begins, with Amy once again teleporting around the player, as John has to hold his cross on her to perform the exorcism. After this stage of the boss fight ends, from that bloody hole in Amy's face, an arm rips out. As this stage of the boss fight begins, with the arm hidden out of her face, Amy begins to trace a pentagram on the floor and it is hit to kill John. And as mentioned earlier, if John is touched by any of this, he's dead. Also during this time, Amy will cause other demons to appear and make a run for John. If John is able to defeat Amy, the hand will retract from her face, and Amy, in defeat, will fly out of the window. Having seemingly won, if John leaves the attic, he will find another note on his way out. This note is written in a very strange tone, with several redactions from the figure John has read to him.
This is the ceremony for opening the Let no brother or sister utter it. Prepare the Use the right index finger to draw the signs of the on the floor. Bring an impure vessel to the signs of the Let a brother or sister drink at each sign of them. Carve the face of the blood that fills the opening is the new. Let 7 be taken from their mothers and lowered into the upon the offering of the 7th, the will emerge from them. This is the second death.
John tries to leave the house, but when he enters the living room, sprawled across the floor in blood is the words, "Kill me." And next to the words are a gun lying on the floor. Also, earlier in the video, I lied. When I said that the only time John put down his cross was to pick up a camera, I was wrong. Because here, he puts down his cross to pick up a gun. Also, airsoft, YouTube, whatever. Now, upon picking up the gun, we enter the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 1 has 5 possible endings and even a hidden boss fight. Now, of course, only one of these endings are canon, but even the non-canon endings give us some explanations to the lore and world of Faith as a whole. So before we get into the real ending, let's talk about some of those side missions. After you walk out of the Martin house while holding the gun, there are 5 different things you can do. While exploring the woods earlier in the game, the player could run across a deer that would roam from area to area. The creature that would crawl around and chase John would even change its attention to the deer on occasion. If you find that deer now that you have the gun and shoot it, you get an ending called The Hunter. In this ending, when John tries to leave the property, the deer cause him to get into a car crash, and then as John crawls away from the wreckage, the deer beat him to death. Each ending gives the player a unique note, and this note describes how the police found John's body having been horribly mangled by a deer. Again, these aren't canon at all, but they are fun. In another ending called The Offering, John finds the sacrificed animal that appears to be a fox that he saw on his way into the Martin house. If he shoots the sacrifice with his gun and then decides to leave, he's stopped by a group of people in red robes standing in the middle of the road. In this in-game note, we see again text that is displayed in red, like the redacted note about the second death that we saw earlier. However, this letter is written to Amy, and whoever is writing the letter says that they're sad that Amy can no longer work at the clinic, but they don't want her to feel left out. After inviting her to a party at the clinic, they address the letter as being from Gary. Now, Gary's familiar because if you'll remember when the game boots up, we see the message, "Gary loves you," displayed over and over. Once again, this ending of the game is not canon, but Gary and the cult we saw standing on the side of the road certainly will be. I also don't think or hope that any aspect of the deer ending's canon. I hope the deer can't just do that. But certain elements in this ending, like Gary and the people in the red robes, are legitimate. In our third false ending, when we leave the house, we can actually find Amy waiting in the tree line. If we shoot Amy with the gun, she simply falls over dead. And as John tries to leave the property, he is stopped by the police. In this ending, we see that John was arrested for the murder of Amy Martin, John even being blamed for her whole face missing. The element from this note that does give us context to the whole game is that at the end of the note, the police report says that the Vatican confirms that John Ward is not a priest. But that doesn't make any sense. We know that previously he went to perform an exorcism with Father Alred, but then again at the beginning of the whole game, he said that what he is about to do is not going to be by the Vatican. So something has happened to John's priestly status between 1986 and 1987. The fourth ending is when, once again while venturing through the woods, we come across the gray figure that we saw outside of the window earlier. When shooting this man for really no reason, and then getting in the car and driving away, the creature from earlier pops up in the back seat and murders John. This letter is written from the aforementioned Father Garcia. If you'll remember, he is the priest that we heard about in the note that dropped from the creature after exorcising it 10 times. This letter is Father Garcia responding to the cardinal from the first letter. I'm not going to read what that note is now because this note's actually canon in chapter 2 and we'll get to it then. But all you need to know for now is that that gray man that we shot in the middle of the woods is Father Garcia. And that creature, the crawling thing that's been chasing us around through the woods this whole time and kills John Ward in this ending, that is Michael Davies. So Father Garcia had been imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and then Michael Davies seemingly escaped, only to torture John Ward in the woods while Father Garcia was following. And in this ending, we kill Father Garcia, which leaves Michael Davies free to kill John. Now, given that Michael Davies is this crawling thing with red eyes and red mouth that rips people to pieces, we can assume he's probably possessed and the child doesn't just look like that. So again, we can put some pieces together. Father Garcia was a priest who was imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and the family was making him back. As a matter of fact, the Vatican sided with the family. But Father Garcia, seeing the condition of this boy, knew that would be a bad idea to give him back and continue the exorcism. Now Michael Davies is free, wandering around in the woods, attacking John, and Father Garcia is supposedly there to stop him. So to clarify again, shooting Father Garcia is not canon. But with those 4 false endings out of the way, now we can talk about the real ending. If the player does not follow any of the side routes and heads directly for the car, when John arrives at the car, Michael Davies will run out of the woods and try to attack him. When John shoots Michael, he begins to bleed and stumble out into the road, only to be hit by the Airdorf tractor trailer. See, I told you that 18-wheeler was coming. In the note we get in this ending, it says that the local police are baffled over the remains of this chupacabra. Or at least that's what the locals are referring to a creature that was ran over by a truck on Snake Meadow Hill Road. And of course we know this chupacabra to be Michael Davies. Then as John drives away, this time uninterrupted, he recites the 91st Psalms and then remarks that while he can't explain what happened in his house, he just has to have faith and get the right thing. So in our canon ending, after Amy is exorcised in the boss fight, she flies out the window and is seemingly just out there somewhere. In John's confrontation, Michael is killed after being shot and hit by the truck, and Father Garcia is also alive out there somewhere. At the end of chapter 1, John seems to be in a point of uncertainty. He came back to this house because he wasn't able to live with the tragedy that took place a year ago. But now, after trying to save Amy and exorcise the demon from her, she's gone out there in the night. Perhaps even worse than when the night began. And Michael Davies, who John has no idea who that kid is now dead. John says he has to have faith that he did the right thing. At this point, he can't possibly know what that means. But on that note, we have the ending of chapter 1. However, there is one more secret at the ending of chapter 1 that we need to talk about. After John gets the gun, if the player decides to not walk out of the market house, instead head towards the mirror in the back of the bedroom, when John fires his gun at the mirror, a crack is full of glass. John walks back to the living room, picks up a new gun, and does this process 3 times. The glass will shatter, and a hand will reach out of the glass and pull John into a sort of mirror ring. While there, John is in a boss fight against this tall, dark creature whose head seems to be a bleeding skull. As John tries to exorcise this creature, he will periodically teleport around the room. After defeating this demon, a new note will drop from it, which is the final note from chapter 1.
October 23rd, 1986. Dear Dr. McGlashy, it has been 30 days since the beginning of my treatment here at Yale Psychiatric Institute. Dr. Spinell, who has been so patient, has helped me understand my afflictions and has helped me find a way to move forward and accept the truth. With Dr. Spinell's help, I have come to accept what really happened in September at the Martin family residence. I accept that what happened was not the result of any supernatural phenomenon, but rather the desperate actions of a young girl driven to violence by her dogmatic parents who told her which road was thought to drive out. I am happy to report that, since accepting the truth, my nightmares have ceased, and I now enjoy peace of mind that I have not felt since Wednesday. Given my progress, I respectfully request my release from Yale Psychiatric Institute contingent upon follow-up appointment with Dr. Spinell. Sincerely, John Taylor.
Now, I know what you may be thinking. You may be thinking, oh, is all of this in John's head? Is John actually in some mental hospital somewhere right now? Is this just pyrocynicism? But I assure you, it's not going on. However, this letter will have relevance as the time period from the first exorcism in 1986 and the exorcism now in 1987. For now, just hold on to that thought about John Ward. John Ward. Anyway, the last thing from chapter 1 I haven't brought up yet is one more note that can be found in the household. If, while exploring the basement, John exercises the baby crib, a note appears from a missionary named Layton.
Dear Amy, thanks for writing. It really brightened my day hearing from you. In your letter, you asked what's the weirdest thing I've seen as a missionary. The area we are working in has a lot of folks who practice with bomba. It's what you might call a pagan religion. It's kind of a mix of Catholic and African religions. One of the saints they worship is Saint La Muerte, or Saint Death. Yesterday, we talked to a boy about 15. When we asked him if he had ever prayed, he said, no, but I have prayed to Saint La Muerte. He told us about a time when he stayed over at his cousin's house and, according to him, they prayed to some figures of Saint La Muerte, and the figures made things in the house for them. He got real quiet and scared when we asked that. We told him he could pray to God, and thank God, would it make him feel scared like that? We invited him to church, but he hasn't come. I need to wrap this letter up and get back to work. See you in 4 months. Later.
Now, similar to the doll mentioned earlier and stuff like gravestones and whatnot, this doesn't hold any relevance to the first narrative. However, what it does hold relevance to is its relation to Erdor, the creator. As Erdor talked about in the interview that we did, not to keep plugging the interview, but it was fine. But as Erdor mentioned in our interview, not only is he a Christian, as you can probably figure out from a lot of the themes in this game, but he was also a missionary. And this letter from Layton, as shown in game, was almost one-for-one a letter that he wrote back home during his mission trip. He says that he inserted it into the game to give the world a sense of depth, especially when it comes to religion and occult practices. And he also made up Quimbamba because he didn't want to implicate any real-world beliefs. But I just thought it was interesting and wanted to mention that the creator took his letter, changed the name from Erdorf to Leyden, threw it in a game about demons, and it fit, which is terrifying. Erdorf actually does a lot of stuff like that in the Unholy Trinity. Not only does he do things like use one of his letters for in-game lore, or use a lot of the themes that were built off of the satanic panic from the 80s, and then convert those into the horror in the game, or effectively the boogeyman. A lot of people thought, you know, cults might be, or all these secret cults that worship the devil that are around in town and stuff like that. Not only is that used literally in the game, but even in a lot of the thematic elements. Like, for example, at one point in the game, there are these very creepy noises. Like, in the music, it's very, like, screamy loud. And they are edited versions from a real-world exorcism. He has never said which exorcism it is, but if you're like me and you're weird and you like look into exorcist stuff or creepy horror stuff like that, you can probably think what the most famous exorcist audio tapes are, like real exorcist audio tapes. And those are, I believe, the ones he used to make the music for this. So while playing the game, not only are you exposed to, you know, thematic elements of occult demonic practices, and, you know, seeing all of this scary like writings he had that were real, that are translated into the game, but you're also listening to demons or potential demons as well. So that's nice, I guess. What? I'm sorry. I want to emphasize how terrible and how brutal this world is with all of the horror that is being built up to contrast with where this story eventually goes. But now that is everything from Faith Chapter 1, so now let's move in to Chapter 2. Now Chapter 2 has a prologue attached to it, but the prologue doesn't make a lot of sense until you play the chapter itself. So we're going to cover Chapter 2 and then go back to the prologue. Which makes sense because in-game, you don't unlock the prologue until you play the chapter itself. Chapter 2 opens with us playing as a gray figure in a small room. This character, who you'll recognize from Chapter 1, is Father Garcia. When you start playing as Father Garcia, you can pick up the same note from Chapter 1 that tells us about the Cardinal trying to make Father Garcia return Michael Davies home to his parents. Walking through Garcia's house, we see pictures of Michael Davies in the later stages of his possession. And when stepping into the basement, we see Michael Davies chained to a bed surrounded by crosses. When Father Garcia approaches, the demon initially speaks in the voice of Michael asking to be let go, before reverting to his demonic voice and saying that the priest will never win. As Garcia holds up his cross and begins the exorcism, the demon begins to thrash before suddenly power goes out. When the power comes back on, he flips Michael quickly under the staircase. Father Garcia chases him out of his room and into the hallway of the apartment building where the possessed Michael Davies is murdered and is now feasting on his dead son. Garcia asks Michael what he's done before Michael says once again, "I have the body of a pig," jumps out the window, running away. Father Garcia then quickly follows after him. Mind you, in a very funny running animation. So in case it isn't already apparent, what we just witnessed is a prequel to the events of Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, we know that somehow Father Garcia got to the point that he was chasing Michael Davies around the woods, only for Michael to get shot by John and then ran over by a truck. What we just witnessed was the amount of time leading up to that event. Michael Davies was in the possession of Father Garcia for some time, as Father Garcia was trying to exorcise the demon from him. Eventually, the demon broke loose, and then the events of Chapter 1 take place. So for some reason, whatever demon was possessing Michael decided to escape and then run to the forest outside of the Martin household, only to inevitably meet its end, or at least the end of the body it was possessing, in front of John Ward. So that raises the question, what was the demon inside of Michael doing at the Martin household in the first place? And also, what is Father Garcia doing now, since the boy he was trying to save is in several pieces all over a Connecticut background? But on the bright side, probably not possessed. The note that I didn't mention in one of the non-canonical endings of Chapter 1, specifically the one where you kill Father Garcia is a note from Garcia responding to Cardinal Giffer, in which Garcia tells Cardinal Giffer that he cannot return Michael to the Davies family because Michael sent out his mission to return. And to prove the dire straits that Michael is trapped in, Garcia says that he will attach several photographs of Michael as proof of his possession. These are likely the photographs we saw lying around Father Garcia's home. So it seems that, given that this note is what's found after he killed Garcia in Chapter 1, Garcia was never able to get this letter or these photographs out because he was interrupted by Michael's escape. There is one more little thing of note at this little section at the beginning of Chapter 2. So there is a mention in, I think it's the one already seen in Chapter 2, but in one of the mental health reports we see for John Lord, it's mentioned that he is afraid of clowns, like he has a phobia of them. And when you're playing as Father Garcia, if you go into his closet in his bedroom and you walk just off screen, you'll pick up a clown nose and put it in your inventory. This led to a bunch of theories that Garcia was actually a villain, that he was planning to attack or mess with John in some way. But after talking to Erdorf, he confirmed that this was set up for a side sort of Easter egg in Chapter 3 that ended up not going anywhere. So, for now, while I'm playing as a priest, whose little demon boy just escaped into the woods, you can pick up a clown nose, or whatever that's worth. After this scene with Father Garcia, we pick back up playing as John Ward, who, for some reason, is once again in the middle of a forest. You think after the events of Chapter 1, he learned to stay out, but guess not. While walking through the woods, we immediately realize that things are not good, as John comes across the remains of a deer scattered and dismembered across a large tree. Another thing that the player will note, if they do what I did upon seeing this and immediately try to point Jesus at it, is that, for some reason, Father Ward's cross is now silver. So now the crucifix has gone from gold to silver. We don't know what to do with that information yet, but keep it in mind. Eventually we come to a large gateway, and in front of the gateway, we find an ominous note.
I shook hands with the devil. I looked him in the eye. He looked like a long-lost friend.
After stepping through this entryway, John will find himself in an old cemetery. There's a note explaining that this tomb is a tomb for the Save family, but the tomb functions as a safe room as you navigate the cemetery itself. And if it wasn't apparent enough from the deer that we saw scattered on the tree outside, or the ominous notes in front of the cemetery, we immediately realize that things are not good when stepping into the Save family tomb and seeing 3 people coated in red inside of it. When walking up to these people, we can see their expressions of anger and discontent. Something is certainly off about them, and we see what that is once we step to a mirror at the end of the tomb itself. When John faces the mirror, he sees an eerie reflection of himself, smiling at him. We see the reflection of John holding a key before we're pulled back and we see the souls of the people sitting inside of the tomb get up and fly to separate parts of the cemetery. From here, the player can deal with the souls in any order they choose. If we make our way to the bottom left of the cemetery, we're met with a small boss fight. This creature moves quickly from clouds of fog floating through the cemetery, and the only way to attack him is to wait for him to hide within one of these clouds and try to exorcise him before he teleports away to another. And, as always, if John is even touched by the hint of this ghost, he's dead immediately. When we finally defeat this ghost or demon or whatever it is, it drops a note. However, the note probably isn't what you were expecting.
Losing Grandpa was the hardest thing I ever experienced. We were really close. I cried about it for weeks. Then my stepmom introduced me to some of her friends. They asked me, would you like to see your grandfather again? I missed him so much, I was willing to try anything. That night, my stepmom drove me to one of her friends' house. They took me down to the basement. I saw my grandfather in there, only it wasn't actually him. When I tried to run, they closed the basement door and locked me in. I can't remember much else from that night. My stepmom's friends are always coming by the house now. They tell me I have a debt to pay. They say they have work for me to do.
So why would this demon thing we just fought drop a note about a young boy who missed his grandfather. Well, before we have time to think about that, we're on to the next fight. At the top left-hand corner of the cemetery, there's a short puzzle we have to figure out by moving from one of the walkthrough areas of this 4-section courtyard into the correct next area. This puzzle can be solved by going to the room before it and then looking at which way the statue is pointing. Once we solve the puzzle, we trigger yet again another boss fight. This ghost is much more violent than the previous one. As a matter of fact, the previous ghost didn't really seem to have any direct attacks. Instead, it just moved from cloud to cloud and supposedly killed John on accident when John was in the way. This one, however, makes a beeline for John, but because it's so exposed, is pretty easy to put down. Once again, when this ghost is defeated, it drops another note.
I've been freed. No more overbearing father-turned-violent alcoholic. No more hiding my bruises and cuts. No more pills and needles. No more getting laughed at and kicked around. They'll never laugh at me again. By day, my body withers away, but by night, my mind explores forbidden worlds of power and knowledge, guided by beings of pure darkness. I have been trusted with secret knowledge of the demon's seal. I have learned the correct conjuring sign, drawing the inverted star along the rocks arranged in 5, first at the top left point and then down. I will lure them into the woods. Then I will show them my power.
Now this note sounds a whole lot more like a demon, right? But again, why is that paired with the one that we heard earlier? But before we can think about that, we're on to the last boss fight of the cemetery. By now going to the right-hand side of the cemetery, we find ourselves in a small sort of maze. While walking the path to unlock the doorway, we come across another note. This note giving us a bit more context as to the events surrounding Chapter 1.
It is with great sadness that the Sterling community announces the passing of Cindy Marie Martin, 38, Robert Kimball Martin, 40. Devoted husband and wife and beloved one. Their lives tragically came to an end on September the 21st due to an accident in their home. Bob was a training advisor for the United States Navy, and Cindy was a CPA and, more recently, a stay-at-home mother. They were married March the 12th of 1969 in Voluntown. Though not particularly religious, they taught their children to be kind, generous, and involved in the community. A public, closed-casket memorial will be held at Tillinghast Funeral Home at 10 a.m. Thursday. Burial services will proceed shortly after. Bob and Cindy are survived by their daughter, Amy, and twin boys, Nate and Jason.
So if you were curious as to how in Chapter 1, John just lets himself into the Martin household a year after the first exorcism, and wonder why Bob and Cindy don't have anything to say about that, that's because Bob and Cindy no longer exist. You could probably piece that together given the redacted note that John left Molly in Chapter 1. But even from the descriptions we see in this newspaper article, their death sounds pretty brutal. I mean, it had to be a closed casket after all. But no time to dwell on that because we've got another demon ghost soul thing to go fight. And when we get to that fight, we're treated to this side. This boss fight is kind of a combination of the previous two. While it does move towards us, albeit slower, the majority of its attacks revolve it moving across the screen in a set direction, not specifically chasing down John. As long as you can stay out of the way of its attack patterns, you're fine, and upon exercising this ghost, we get our last note from the cemetery.
Nobody was thrilled when I got pregnant. Not even a little happy. Even my doctor seemed to be judging me. Each time I'd leave the doctor's office, I'd see this strange woman across the street. All she'd do is stare at me and smile. No words, just a big, warm smile. Somehow, it made those visits a little more bearable. After I lost the baby, I saw her again across the street from the doctor's. Her smile was as big as ever, but somehow not as warm and friendly as I remember. Yesterday, I was walking and was shocked to see the woman standing in the middle of the path. Now, she was pregnant. She beckoned towards me. I followed her off the path into the woods. That's when I met Gary.
So now that we have 3 different examples, we can probably figure out what these ghosts that we're fighting really are. If it hasn't already been made clear, there is some kind of cult associated with whatever demonic presence is happening in this town. Again, in one of the bad endings from Chapter 1, we see the cult outright. And even though that ending isn't canon, their influence in the area certainly is. Things like the sacrificed animal that we've seen in both chapters. And now these 3 red figures that we found in the Say family tomb. And especially the mention at the end of that last note of a man named Gary. We've heard Gary mentioned multiple times at this point, all in relation to whatever this snake is. So it seems from these notes that Gary and his converts, given the note from the young boy who we first fought in the tombs, have been leading people in with promises of seeing their dead loved ones, of good fortune and power, and this has caused individuals to fully commit themselves over to demonic spirits. I mean, we just saw what happened to the souls or bodies of people who were a part of this cult for some time. It seems that this cult has a greater reach beyond just what happened to Amy Martin. John makes his way back to the safe family on the mirror again. This time, his reflection takes that key and jams it into his own eye. John, now in the real world with his eye bleeding and a key inside of it, stumbles his way out of the tomb and heads to the gate at the top of the cemetery, all the while leaving a trail of blood behind him. Now, supposedly pulling the key out of his skull, John opens the gate and is led again into a sort of wooded area. But upon entering this wooded area, this happens. The first time I played this game, which was live on the second channel, which second channel live streams, by the way, link in the description. But when I was playing this game, it horrified me. I wanted to quit right there. I did not want to run into whatever that thing is again. And for the rest of the game, I exercised every tree I came across because I was taking no chances. Eventually, John makes his way to an old abandoned church that was above the cemetery. Walking up to the church, John finds a very ominous note.
He guards the door to underground purgatory. I have not seen. Children fear her.
Well, no time to think about what that might mean yet. So if we explore the outside of the church, we'll find that the church itself is surrounded by a large cornfield. Walking into the cornfield, John can exorcise a scarecrow, which reveals this note.
I had to come back. I had to walk through the corn one last time. I wasn't sure what I would find. Dogs? Children? The thing that took them? It had been 5 years. I couldn't even find the little graves anymore. I just walked in the field until I found that stupid grinning scarecrow. As I listened to the night wind blowing through the crops, it was like the scarecrow was mocking me. I turned around to go back, and that's when I well, more like I felt it. I didn't dare turn around. I just stood there. Me, the scarecrow, the child. Finally, I mustered up a tiny bit of courage to turn the look. It immediately fled and followed me. Crashed into the road. I ran too. The little I saw was showing the blood from my face and made my skin cold. I say it because whenever I was looking at it, bloody, chasing head.
This immediately reminds us about Mark, right? Because when's the other time that we've seen something with a giant hole for a face? Another detail is that while walking through the cornfields, John will often spawn a small purple child quickly moving just off screen. We don't have enough information to know yet if this is the child that maybe you know what I'm referring to, or maybe this child is related to the whole cornfield, or maybe it's just young William Evans. Upon stepping into the foyer of the church, we find a note laying on the floor.
Day 1 of our paranormal investigation into the old Snake Meadow Hill Church. We've got 3 cameras, lots of dates, and enough beer and beef jerky to last us a week. On our way in, we asked some of the locals about the church. It was mostly the stories we had heard before, evil spirits dragging children into the cornfield, secret tunnels under the chapel. But there was this spindly lady that we hadn't heard yet. Apparently, it has to do with summoning the spirit of a woman who used to take care of the orphans back in the 50s. There was even an old rhyme they told us. Walk the church from room to room, and maybe you will see her. She will move when you do, but never try to trick her. Awesome. We're going to try the game tonight as soon as we get settled in.
So first of all, this church is called the Snake Meadow Hill Church. That should be familiar because the house that the Martins lived at was on Snake Meadow Hill Road. Likely, the Martin household and this church are somehow connected, at least geographically. The other thing is this detail of the Spindly Lady game. In every room of the church, there are a series of candles laid out on the ground. After some guesswork, the player will eventually realize that the candles line up with the rooms of the church itself. One candle representing the player, one candle representing something else. If the two candles become one lit candle, that means you are currently in the room with whatever this creature is. By checking different areas of the room by holding up your cross, eventually, Spindly Lady will appear. This is again another boss fight. When defeated, Spindly Lady won't respawn. Once we find the Spindly Lady, she'll begin an attack pattern where she teleports away from the player and then flies at them. Compared to the fights we've had up until now, it's pretty tough, but once we finally defeat her, the door to the basement will be open in the main auditorium of the church. Now I know that those of you who know the game know that I'm skipping a lot of Chapter 2 and the church right now, but right now we're just looking at all the canonical main stuff.
Norwegian
Once
girl.
we figure out the nature of Chapter 2
Welcome to
itself,
my channel.
I'll go back and talk about the exploration stuff. As we walk down the stairs into the basement, we find a note written by someone named Father Clark.
This is my final memoir, hastily scribbled on a page of the good book. I now descend the staircase, knowing full well that she waits for me ahead. Checking my old watch has revealed something quite astonishing. Time doesn't change down here as we know it on the surface. Even now, the hands don't move past 2 o'clock. God's work be done. I have been to where only the faintest light shine and protect from things unspeakable. God help me, Father Clark, a foolish old man, going mad in this dark prison, ears bleeding from the screams of a demon.
So here we see that Father Clark, who was supposedly a previous priest at this church, fell victim to whatever creature was inhabiting it. There is a sort of clock face laying on the ground in the next room, and then when stepping into the room after that, we see that the room is completely dark other than a series of symbols laid out on the floor. The symbols correlate to the clock in the previous room, and what we're supposed to do is trace the clock around the sides, figure out the correct pattern of pace side. If John doesn't step on the symbols in the correct order, then all of the symbols will disappear as a sort of timer begins to play, and John has to run back to the start of the room. When he gets there, he sees exactly what was chasing him. Now, we have no idea what this creature is yet. We will soon. But whatever it is, it's big and frightening. Once we finally do get to the other side, we're led into another room that has these sort of gray effigies all around it, with the word Mother of Demons scrawled into the floor. After walking back up the stairs, we find ourselves once again in the middle of the woods. However, this time, laying in a circle of rocks, we find a very special note.
3 murdered in the latest wave of ritualistic killings, Sterling, Connecticut. The bodies of 3 young people were discovered in the woods outside of Sterling last night, and were reportedly calling it a ritualistic murder. Sandra Atwood, Angel Noglis, and Troy Ingalls are the names of the unfortunate victims who were apparently stabbed multiple times and beheaded before being killed in a prison. Pandemonium Rignog.
Ghost McRogue.
2 of the victims' bodies.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, hello. Mr. Ghost. What's up?
Cemetery, where residents reported a tomb had been desecrated.
How is it going?
They also found trails of blood leading off into the woods. Investigators would not comment on whether or not these 2 incidents could be. The arrangement of the bodies as well as provided
oh, look.
matches the style of several murders that have occurred in the killings may be connected to last week's brutal slaying of
Would you like to buy my art na JK how has Remnant going?
Ward had impersonated a priest.
No, and I think nice to meet you, Mr. Ghost Rogue.
Investigators are asking residents to report any suspicious activity.
I mean,
authorities are urging the
I kind of kill all hope in the people that try to, you know, sell me a merch.
They were degenerate devil
Sorry for doing that, like in forward, but
it
is what it is.
Why even conduct an investigation at all?
That's what you would like them to think, wouldn't you, John? They were just 3 pathetic outcasts who got what they deserved. You actually did the community a favor when you found them getting high in that tomb. You stalked them through the graves and killed them one by one. You ignored their cries for help, their pleas for mercy.
I've had multiple people try to sell me
addicts' bodies, chopped off their heads, and everybody knows that the Brutus head is the only way to kill a snake. Well, guess what? You didn't kill the snake, John. You cannot kill what cannot be killed. Thou shalt not raise up what thou canst not put down again. Thou couldst not kill me. Thou shalt not destroy my works, for they are the works of the eternal dragon. Even now she is at thy door.
I believe,
her hand is at thy throat. Yet you see her not. I will have thy soul, for I am the god of this world.
Will have thy soul, for I am the god of this world.
We cut out of the note and fires around us. There's cult members everywhere. Amy is watching us behind a tree just above. When suddenly John's body begins to dissolve and melt into nothingness. Till he becomes this deformed spider-like creature crawling about on the floor. Eventually, after wandering around for a state and surrounded by warriors everywhere, John makes his way to the underground. The bridge above sees a man and woman carrying a truck.
Welcome to my channel.
John regains. There's been a lot
No, double tap.
Fuck
Fuck off.
Oh, there's demons and he's an exorcist stuff. Like there's
No,
been
not
some
you, man.
reality-breaking
The boss
For
fucking
example,
double
whenever
tapped
we
me.
left
Oh,
the
he's
cemetery
even
on our
healing.
way to the church
Look
earlier,
at this.
John opens the
This
gate,
piece of
and
shit.
suddenly the whole layout of the cemetery is right in front of it. And here we saw what looked like John's body melting into nothingness down to his spine. Collar and all. Eventually, we make our way to the drainage.
Oh lord.
To give some context, we find another note. 2 more bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch under State
I don't think he can do this.
outside Sterling. The notorious Candy Tunnel, known in the area to be a home to addicts, gangs, runaways, and the indigent, has been the site of several grisly discoveries over the past 3 months. Since May, 5 bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch leading to the tunnel. Authorities are being pressured by
bullshit,
concerned
boss.
citizens to search the tunnel amid fears of a possible connection to Joe Bowman, aka the Candy Store Killer, who has claimed 8 victims in Connecticut and Rhode Island over the past year.
Oh,
There
wow.
certainly was some kind of killer down here, because on stepping into the sewers, we see not only demonic graffiti,
He's gonna
but
be killed by
skeletons
lightning.
and bodies littered around everywhere. On exercising some of these skeletons, he was finding another note. Multiple officers wounded and found dead in sewer tunnel shooting. Law enforcement officials are reporting multiple officers down, including 1 deputy who
Wow,
was fatally
he survived
wounded
barely.
after an exchange of gunfire in the sewer
Pretty
tunnels
good.
near Snake Meadow Hill Road, also known as the Candy Tunnel. Witnesses say they heard the shots approximately 10
not
minutes
that way,
after
dude.
police raided
My
the
dude.
tunnels, where suspected
You
murderer
can't.
Joe Bauman, aka the Candy Store Killer, was alleged to be hiding. At this time, it is not known how many officers have been wounded, although it has been confirmed that 1 officer has been killed. Officials
No,
are not
no,
saying
no,
that
no,
Bauman
no,
was
no,
wounded
no.
in
Call the
exchange,
elevator.
and efforts are being made to recover the casualties from the tunnels. As we keep walking through the tunnels, we eventually come across trails of blood. Following them, we'll enter a room that has graffiti across 4 different columns that, when pieced together, says, "When you see it, don't move." Keeping this in mind, as we enter the next room, this appears from behind a pillar. As we remain perfectly still, it gets closer as we see
that didn't go as planned.
disembodied, constantly rubbing its face. This is a creature known as the Peekaboo Demon, and just as the graffiti suggests, when you see it, don't move. Following where it went, we can come across other notes related to what's happening down in these tunnels. Also, as we move through these tunnels, we'll occasionally see these red figures sprinting from behind the grates of the sewers. When I was a boy, my Nana used to tell me old legends about the dragons, trolls, and demons that lived up in the mountains of Norway. In those old tales, the people were never strong enough to kill the monster, so instead, they would sacrifice one of their own to appease it, keep it satisfied. It was like a deal with the devil, 1 sacrifice per year so that the beast would not come down from the mountain and slaughter the entire village in 1 night. There was no Candy Store Killer. What we're dealing with is not even human.
When I got separated from the other officers, I saw the damn thing dragging what was left of Jenkins down into its lair. That's when I understood. The bombs and the tweakers, the ones with Grid and the child prostitute runaways, they'll eventually come back to the tunnels. They always do. It can have them for all I care. Nobody wants them around, except maybe that thing. And I tell you what, I hope to God it never gets tired of them.
So whatever's down here is supposedly feeding on people, and the witnesses are so afraid of it, they want it to keep feeding as long as it's not on them. There's another sort of secret note that can be found when traveling just off screen to a hidden corner of the room. This is as far as I'll go to hide my stash. Nobody goes past the first pipe. Nobody except those strange people with their bodies painted red and their eyes like animals. Twice a month, they come and pass right through into the deeper tunnels. Sometimes I can hear them yelling or chanting. Sometimes I hear something like an old woman laughing. Sometimes I hear things that aren't even human. Whatever they are, they sound really, really big. As is to be expected, this cult is involved in some way. They're holding rituals and sacrifices, it seems, down in the sewers, and as we've seen from the other notes, innocent people are paying the price. As we continue to follow the path of blood, it will eventually lead us to a dark room. In the corner of the room is a flashlight, and on picking it up, we can see the carnage across the walls and floor. And at the center of this carnage, John will encounter the basement demon. When meeting him, the demon will say, "Welcome, blasphemer," and another boss fight will begin. This fight is particularly difficult on your first try because you can only see a limited amount of the room in whichever direction you point your flashlight. And again, being touched by the demon in a way kills John. During the fight, however, as John whips his flashlight around the room, he will catch brief glimpses of the same child from earlier, or even two children at a time, spreading across the room. After a couple phases of attacks, the boss will be defeated, and John is now allowed to leave the area. Using his flashlight, he can now venture into the dark tunnel with cryptic symbols, and at the end of the tunnel, he will see a red figure spreading away from him. Now, at this point, we've seen these red figures before. Not only have they appeared in glimpses in the background of certain areas, but while walking through the sewers, it's possible to run into them, in which case they need to be fended off with a cross. These red figures, as described in several of the letters that we've seen earlier, are not demons per se, but are instead cult members. These low-level cult members are effectively cannon fodder that the cult throws at John to try to stop it. Within the game and community, these members are referred to as thralls. The purpose of these thralls are to serve as a vessel for and to worship the demons, while also trying to stop John's war. On following the direction this thrall went, we find ourselves in an underground passage. The wall of purple is very different from the scene we've seen so far. We find a door with the depiction of a goat-headed demon, but are unable to pass as the door is locked. While looking for a way out, we can use our flashlight to look at the ground and see, once again scrawled in blood, the phrase, "They hate the light." Keeping this in mind, we walk into the next room, and we are suddenly attacked by what appears to be high-ranking cult members. Or at least I assume they're high-ranking, considering that the thralls run around naked, and these guys get more. That's high-ranking. As these cult members approach us, John turns to blind them, forcing them to death. Using this technique, John can make his way around the room, and eventually find a sort of altar with a key lying beneath it. If John walks to the top of this room, he finds a note hidden behind 3 different symbols. These symbols block John's movement, but the note definitely looks like one who's been able to kill this person. So why can't he get it? More on that later. John then has to make his way back through the room filled with high-ranking cult members, but as he does, there is a picture of what appears to be a nun at the front of the room. John can even exercise the picture. Much like the note that we weren't able to get to earlier, more on that in a minute. Now able to unlock the demon's door, John steps through and finds himself in the hallway, now no longer using flashes. But then suddenly, as he walks through the hallway, Father Garcia saves John from the demonic nun that was about to attack. For one, this is super cool. Father Garcia's neat.
What is
this?
Shows
up with the cross, and the nun disappears, and yay, I love it. But also, that nun is similar to the picture that we saw in the cult members' room earlier. Garcia tells John that he will help him to fight this evil, and the two of them set off. They walk into a room where the symbols on the floor match the symbols that were seen on the floor of the Martin's basement where Amy was exorcised. It seems that the demons are placing this here for John to see and make him feel guilt over the loss of Amy Martin. Garcia assures John that this wasn't his fault and that together they'll defeat this evil. The two of them step into the next room, and when they approach the figure standing in front of an altar with various demons, the figure turns around to reveal its evil, spitting face. Here it is John's job
It's
to
impossible.
Garcia as Garcia
It's
recites
fucking impossible.
During this time, thralls will rush out of the doorways around the room and attempt to kill Garcia. John has to protect Garcia during this time and also deal
I
damage
don't understand.
to the center of the room. But it's also completely possible that during this segment, Father Garcia dies. Like straight up, if you don't protect him, the thrall will run over and decimate him. Just like John, he goes down in one hit. Although we're not going to do that because we like Garcia. And while Garcia's death here doesn't affect that much, as we're gonna see, in my world, you keep Garcia alive through every phase of the fight. This boss fight has 3 stages. The first is this defense against the thralls. The second goes back to a flashlight, similar to the basement demon fight from earlier. And then in the third stage of the fight, the nun uses combos and moves that we've seen from pretty much every boss fight up until this point. After we finally defeat the nun, her body begins to dissolve, and this giant monstrous being breaks out of her. This is the same monstrous being that we saw in the basement of the church earlier. But just as this is happening, all of a sudden, John wakes up. Yes, I know, the whole thing was a dream. That's so boring and lame and stupid. And you're fair to have that opinion on first playthrough of like, oh, was any of that even real? Did I just do all of chapter 2 and it was all in Layhead? Again, insert pyrocynical reference. But chapter 2 isn't so much a dream as it is a vision. Sure, John's actions within chapter 2 weren't real, but everything that he was witnessing was. The possessions of the cult members who went to the cemetery is real. All the events that we read about happening at the Snake Meadow Hill Church are real, and especially the things we learned from the cult. Effectively, this dream allowed John to learn about what the cult is up to and what their practices are without actually touching a lot of the line. This also explains a lot of the weird things we've been seeing throughout that series. Like, again, the children appearing in the background of certain boss fights, new elements of the world appearing and disappearing. So now in John's house, we walk around to the other side of the bed and pick up the only note in the game that we get from Molly.
John, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I will always love you back.
So it seems that Molly, again the woman that John wrote to in chapter 1, seems to be a romantic interest. But that doesn't make it better.
Whoa.
Have a romantic interest.
Whoa. How did that even
fit? All will be explained eventually. As John walks to his living room, for one, he passes by a door that's absolutely covered in crosses. Probably something. And then in his living room, he can see a letter on the doormat. When picking up the letter on the doormat, he finds a note from Father Garcia.
John, we don't have much time. Profane Sabbath is almost upon us. If they find Nate and Jason, they will perform a ritual on them to call forth a demon of unspeakable power. The name of the demon is Malchus. I am in the process of discovering their whereabouts and will contact you again soon. You must not let them do to the boys what they did to Amy. Father Garcia.
So even though Garcia and John had never formally met, and they met in the woods outside of the Martin household, somehow Garcia knows about John. And he also knows about John's plan to save twins. He says that Nate and Jason are out there somewhere, and that the cult is trying to use them to summon a demon by the name of Malchus. Now Malchus is an actual biblical demon, or at least for a demon that's by means that we're not sure of yet, Garcia is helping John, and the two of them have to find Nate and Jason towards you. Chapter 2 ends with a cutscene of John driving away saying that he has to save the twins. Before the camera pans back, we see that he's being followed. So whatever John and Garcia set out to do, cult will be caught on their tracks. Now, Chapter 2 is absolutely full of a lot of different lore and a lot of different alternative endings. The lamest one I'll mention now, if you get Garcia killed during that end boss fight, his letter to John at the end doesn't even mention Malthus, he's just saying that your soul can still be saved. And the end cutscene of John driving, his dialogue isn't nearly as cool. It's not like, I gotta save the twins. Instead he's just like, oh, I'm so sad. But in this house, we save Garcia every time, or we quit. That's just how it works. But now that you know how the mainline story of Chapter 2 goes, let's talk about all of the extra lore and even an alternate ending. So since we understand that John isn't actually present for the events that are happening in Chapter 2, let's look at some of the other things he's given knowledge of in this sort of vision. Starting with the Snake Meadow Hill Church. While exploring this church, other than the spindly lady randomly attacking you, there are some other things that we can come across. For one, John can find a confession booth located in the side of the church. When stepping into the confession booth, this scene plays.
Thanks for that.
Prepare for me, Connor, for I have sinned. I try to save it out of evil, but I fear for my head. I begot some in the street, and broke my vows to God.
I just can't.
A year later, a girl reached out to me again. But in the end, I couldn't save her. I left her to fire. I am sorry for me that I have sinned.
So this opens up some questions. For one, we know that John is talking about and her attempt to save her the second time is due to Chapter 1. And as we saw at the end of Chapter 1, John still didn't save her. However, the demon specifically asked John to bring her a child, which, believe it or not, is something we can actually do. While exploring the rest of the church, walking to the altar in front of the auditorium, we come across several depictions in the same class. Most of these are normal, a depiction of an angel, a depiction of Frost, but then we have this one depiction of a figure with a hand flying out of its face. This, of course, elicits memories of Amy back in Chapter 1. But then combine that with the note we read earlier of someone seeing a red figure before her face. Are these all referring to Amy, or is this something that either the cult or the being caused to happen? And by causing to happen, I mean also, remember how when we were walking around the church earlier, we found a note from the paranormal investigation crew, the one that told us how the spindly lady game was?
Wow, fuck off.
Actually find 3 other notes that tell us what happened to that crew. We still haven't found a way into the basement, but we found something just as cool. A secret passage in the old confession booth leading to this hallway. Henry's going into town to buy a crowbar. We'll see if we can't get these boards off some of these doors. But that's not even the best part. We caught an EVP. You can't hear it on tape very well, but to us it kind of sounded like laughing. Thank God we brought the nice mic. We'll review it on the sound gear once we get back into town. Night 2. We're gonna be rich. We've caught supernatural stuff on the floor, doors opening on their own, things falling off walls, but nothing like this. Tonight, while we were trying to spend it in nature, one of the candles lit up by itself as soon as stars walked. It was done. It was all on. We're gonna make a fortune selling it. Night 3. Shouldn't have come here. Tape's missing. Lars stuck behind basement door. Henry hasn't come back yet. Can't leave anyway. So yeah, they're probably
welcome to my channel.
Sure. You're probably picking up that this church has a lot of connections to everything else we've seen in the plot. Something happened here back in the 50s, and a group of kids suddenly died. And in the prologue to Chapter 2, we get some more explanation as to why this church is so important. But before we talk about the prologue, I want to talk about Chapter 2. Remember how when we went to that underground temple, there were the 3 symbols between us and the black note? Well, to get that note, the player has to perform 3 demonic actions. Now, why would John perform these 3 demonic actions? I don't know. It's not canon. John wouldn't actually do that, but fun for us, so why not make John do it? The first of these actions can be performed after John reflects his death and tells I inside the same family too. If, while dripping blood, John walks back to the series of rocks that he spawned in at the beginning of chapter 2, and then just as the note from the thrall that he killed in the cemetery instructed, remember the one that specified how to draw a pentagram, if John traces that track with his blood, it will cause a pentagram to appear and a demon to spawn in. This demon will charge at the player, but after defeated, drops another note. Notes: new patient initial consultation. Subject: John Thomas Ward. Present: Dr. James Spinell, PhD, and 2 orderlies. Subject non-responsive for first half hour, followed by fragmented exorcism narrative. Subject unable to maintain consistency in story. For example, stating that Amy was in the basement and then saying she was in the attic. Subject insists incident cannot declare subject of sound mind. Will require several more sessions to fully understand subject's mental state. Will advise Martin family attorneys. So again, it gives us another note from John's time in Cycling. This one calling out John for being an unreliable narrator, which actually highlights the thing I mentioned in chapter 1, where John's note goes from the description of Amy in the basement to the description of Amy in the attic. The attending physician is trying to discredit John's experience. We'll see another note from this doctor after we perform the second demonic act. Remember how in the church, the voice in the confession booth said that we need to bring him a child? Well, for our second demonic act, we bring him a child. If, after receiving this note from the demon in the confession booth, if John walks to the cornfield behind the church, the child that earlier was only spawning off the sides of the screen will now begin to follow John. He will follow John all the way back into the church, and if we walk in front of the confession booth, the mirror demon from chapter 1 will reach out and grab the child. This will then pull John into another boss fight. After the mirror demon is defeated again, we receive another note. Subject is suffering from delusion. In John's mind, he plays the role of the hero sent by God to protect the innocent. In order to escape the consequences of his actions, he has created his own reality. In order for everything to make sense, he needs to believe in the new experience and occurrences. I recommend an in vivo approach until we can get John to accept the truth. For the love of God, please have Miss Martin transferred to another facility. Somehow, John knows that she is under witness. So this letter is really interesting. For one, we see that the physician is again trying to announce John's purpose, and he says things like John thinks of himself as a hero, and given the John we see, that's not at all the case. I believe the physician just hears John talking about demons, trying to save her, thinks that John has a Messiah complex, when in actuality, John knows himself as not a Messiah at all, and very unable and self-degrading because of his faith. But what's interesting is that note at the end, where the physician says that somehow John knows Amy's ability. And while the physician is saying that this is because John's delusional, and maybe he's overly paranoid, he's heard Amy's here, he's freaking out, it's most likely because John, after the events of 1986, just witnessed carnage that happened at the Martin household, and now knows that the demon is inside the hospital. Finally, the last demonic act he is performed is when John is transformed into the spider creature, or whatever this crawling thing is. If, just before traveling beneath the bridge where you can see the couple working on a truck at the top of the bridge, John goes back down and then up to get on the bridge itself, John can kill the man and woman while in this demonic act. After that, he can just loop back down and then go about the level. After all three of these acts are performed, if John goes back to that setting in the underground temple, all three of the symbols will now be gone. Again, each symbol represents a separate demonic act. You only perform one or two demonic acts a year. When you come to this section now, one or two of those symbols will be gone, and you're able to know after three.
Well done. Now we shall visit
Then, at the end of chapter 2, after John awakes in his house, instead of picking up the note and ending the chapter as he normally would, now if John walks into his kitchen, the back door is open, walking out the back door leads to this cutscene. Now, of course, this isn't canon. John didn't do those demonic actions during the storyline of the game, but if the player wants to do this for fun, he can condemn John's soul to hell forever. I'm a fan of this ending for a few reasons. For one, typically in video games, the bad ending is the one you get for playing through the game normally, and the good ending only comes when you do all these steps. And as we'll see, that's certainly true for Chapter 3. But here in Chapter 2, you have to work with the bad ending. While I was talking to Eridor, he gave me a very compelling response as to why this is. In a lot of secular games around demons or demonology or even theology in general, there's kind of this laissez-faire approach to possession of sorts or demonic influence. Like a lot of movies and stuff you'll see will depict someone just going about their life as per usual, and then one day, oh no, I've got to be so bad. But as Eridor got it, it's not like that at all. As a matter of fact, it normally takes a long series of commitment, of belief, and practice for someone to truly give themselves over to fortunes. That just as one must dedicate themselves to following after God and holiness, one must dedicate themselves to following after sin. And of course, the depiction of the supernatural is very overt, very in your face, not quite, how it really happens. But those elements of real Satanism or demonic activity or what have you are translated into the game in their own way. In other words, you don't trip backwards into joining a demonic cult. John has to perform a ritual to summon the demon, and then he has to give the child to the demons, and then he has to kill 2 people himself. And of course, John in the game doesn't do that, but it does give us insight as to what some of these cult members might have had to do in order to get their status. Because as we're going to see, especially in Chapter 3, these people are absolutely fine. And it's one of the most disturbing, best parts of the whole series. Can't wait to talk about it. So with all those details of Chapter 2 out of the way, let's talk about that prologue, and maybe finally answer some questions as to what started this whole mess. Given that the prologue is unlockable after completing Chapter 2, and if the player starts the prologue, it runs you through the prologue and then into Father Garcia's flashback, Chapter 2 normally opens with, and from there the rest of Chapter 2, we can assume that the prologue is also a part of John's dream. As the prologue begins, we awake as John, whose vehicle has crashed on the side of the road. If we walk a little forward past the car, we can see that his car was actually ran off the road by none other than a thrall. The thrall seems satisfied with his actions, even in death, and if we walk off the screen and then come back, we can see that the thrall has left the vehicle. With nowhere else to go, John begins to walk into the cornfield, where he is suddenly attacked by this demon thing, whatever it is. And similar to boss fights we've seen earlier in the series, John must hold up his cross to reveal where the demon is at, and then from there defeat it in separate phases. After defeating the demon, we can exit the cornfield. From there, we see what appears to be a dead dog. Exercising it, we receive our first note of the prologue.
About a week ago, we started hearing those awful noises coming from the adjacent fields. After 3 nights, the children were getting pretty scared. I told them it was just coyotes. That 3rd night, the noises seemed closer than ever. The dogs were panicking. I could hardly approach them. Then Greta, the last of that old line brought over by the German missionaries, broke loose and tore off into the corn. We all listened, too scared to go after her, as her barks faded away into the distance. After that, we had 2 nights of silence, besides the endless whispering of the wind blowing through the crops. But then, this morning, I stepped outside to see this fresh horn left at the edge of the field. There's something out there.
Of course, this note makes sense as we've seen things in the cornfield ourselves. We're given a bit more clarification of what the previous note was talking about after we exercise the statue of St. Michael and receive this note.
What more could I have done? I warned them not to go into the fields. I warned them against straying too far from the sanctuary. Should I have shut them in their quarters and nailed boards over the doors? Now I am digging 6 graves here in the shadow of the church. 6 little graves forever looking to St. William. Some of the boxes are empty. The scattered remains we found couldn't fill them all. But I know they're all gone. I know their souls were taken by that thing in the field. I will finish my gruesome work and then renounce the ministry. I don't want to see anyone from the sanctuary ever again. Not even that girl who stayed inside the house last night. I don't believe in the devil anymore. Whatever did this is much, much worse. This is in reference to the initial, I was about to say missing children incident, but that gives flashbacks of another 8-bit horror game indie franchise that we're not talking about. But it clues us in that this note and the previous note were referring to the first event that's happened in the timeline. We'll later find out that this note was written in the 1930s, and that for some reason, 6 children were killed by whatever this thing was outside of the church. But there's also that mention at the end of a woman who stayed inside when the 6 children died. Keep her in mind, we're going to get an explanation for that in just a sec. Walking forward, we once again come across Snake Meadow Hill Church. And just outside of the church, we find this note. We have a new volunteer to look after the children and take care of things around the sanctuary. Sister Bell. She came highly recommended by the main office in Hartford. Bringing her in marks the completion of staffing the church after all these years. The church has been very careful about letting out what happened to those children. As far as I can tell, I'm the only one left who knows about it. Soon I'll be gone and the sanctuary will be able to go back into service, having finally left those dark times behind.
Let's take a breather.
We've received clearance to move in a new group of children, 3 next week and another 3 sometime next month. So this is taking place after the previous series of notes that mentioned 6 children dying, that now the orphanage is allowed to have another 6 kids brought in, and that they're under the watchful eye of Sister Bell. Walking into the church itself, the layout has changed slightly from how it normally is in Chapter 2. Again, all of this is in a dream, so it makes sense that the rooms aren't the exact way we know them to be previously. But there's still some of the mainstays, like the sanctuary and this weird cross that says "Thou shalt not kill." While walking into the area where the confession booth was previously, if John exercises a chalice, a demon will appear. After defeating the chalice demon, we receive this note. Sister Bell seems like a naturally cheery person, but when the new children arrived, she became positively elated. She doles over them constantly, takes them on walks, and tells them stories long into the night. I've seen her engaging in strange behavior. We don't teach the children much dancing or singing besides what is found in the hymns, but I've seen the children dancing around Sister Bell in a circle from time to time. While they dance, she stands still and looks up at the sky as if listening to something. On another occasion, I found all 6 children standing in a line just outside the cornfield where Sister Bell was standing, talking to them. These odd games don't bother me too much, since she's so good with the children. Cleaning is excellent too. As soon as she arrived, she seemed to just instantly know her way around. While the person writing this note is okay with Sister Bell being weird, I'm absolutely not. Because, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit with the timeline stuff, but this note was written around the 1950s, right? Okay, so we have 6 kids that died in the 30s, and then we have another set of 6 kids here in the 50s, and then when the game takes place in 1987, no one's there. The church is shut down, and there's all these notes that, oh, there's a demon lady you can summon, the spindly lady and all that, from this creepy story of when the church shut down in the 50s. So Sister Bell spinning around with the kids in the cornfield and just looking up at the sky, don't like it. Walking into the sanctuary of a church, we find yet again another note. They couldn't have given me a worse last case before retirement. Old Catholic church out in the middle of nowhere, 1 missing woman, 4 missing kids, and 1 deceased old nun. Brothers and sisters, or whatever the hell the people that work there call themselves, are all terrified, and worse, superstitious. All except Father Clark, who runs the place. Him and I drive along the farm roads at night, looking for signs of the missing people, and he makes for pretty good company. There are 2 kids left. Twins. Say they were asleep the night the 4 went missing. They also claim that the woman, Miriam Bell, isn't actually gone. When I ask where she is, they look at each other, then back at me, tell me to ask her myself. Alright, so this makes it interesting. This is an investigator who is looking into 4 kids that went missing again around the 1950s. He says that he is working at the church with someone named Father Clark. Because of that, we can assume that the previous notes describing Sister Bell and her behavior were written by Father Clark.
So we have Sister Belle and Father Clark, who is managing everything going wrong at the church. And then all of a sudden, one lady disappears, an old nun dies, and 4 of the kids go missing. We also see that Sister Belle's full name is Miriam Bell, and that the 2 kids who didn't go missing, the twins, are confused when the investigator asks where Belle is, because they say, simply talk to her, she's right here. If the player then goes to the right side of the church and exercises a painting of the Virgin Mary, as John tries to leave, a thrall will run out of a pile of brush, or trash or whatever that is, and sprint towards the player. If the thrall gets to John, he'll kill him, but if John repels the thrall will run away saying that they couldn't help themselves, that they're sorry. It gives the eerie notion that perhaps some of these cult members are initially volunteering or want the power of the demons, but at some point have no control over their actions. Then when John comes back into the sanctuary, there will be another gnome.
This morning we found these very odd subjects around the church. The best way I can describe them would be large, life-size dolls made of sticks and dead tree branches. Someone must have placed them there while we were sleeping. Hoodlums, maybe, or a group of weirdos? The twins seem fixated on these dolls. They stare out the window and I even heard them shout that they saw Miriam moving around them. And when I looked, there was nobody. Maybe it's a strange behavior. When hours of driving these farm roads, this place is different. I keep having the same nightmare now, standing outside the church, looking out into the fields. I can see people looking back and their bodies are painted red.
So once again, we have another letter from our investigator, and it seems that the church is starting to get to them. What's interesting here is the mention of these stick figure-like effigies. We've seen these before. You'll remember in Chapter 2 when we go through the room where we have to figure out the puzzle with the rings on the floor, and then we see the blood across the floor that says Murder of Demons. There were 6 of these effigies in that room. And also, after John was transformed into the spider thing, during that really weird segment of Chapter 2, he was surrounded by these things, all in the field around him. As a matter of fact, his spider form kind of looked like one. And here in the note, we see that the 2 surviving twins are obsessed with these new effigies that have appeared outside of the church. And if I had to bet, I'd say there's probably 4 of them. It's in my opinion that these effigies are the husks or destroyed bodies of people who have fully given themselves over to demonic forces, or at the very least have been possessed or taken by demonic forces. We saw at the beginning of Chapter 2, when moving through the graves, that these people who had given themselves over to the cult, even if some, like the child who just wanted to talk to his grandfather, did so without knowing what they were getting themselves into, we saw that the forms they took on were not human in any regard. They became these floating ghosts that had supernatural powers. So I think once you have ascended, or I guess descended, past the need for your physical body becomes this thing. Or perhaps, alternatively, the effigies are made as some sort of ritual to make your body rise to a different version. Maybe it's not your physical body, but it's at least a stand-in of where a person used to be, either physically or symbolically. Another thing to see in this church is, again, when walking to the altar, this time there are several cultists sitting in the pews of the church. And then after exercising the weird glass window of the hand flying out of the angel, Virgin Mary, whatever that is, face, the cultist will begin to twitch and spaz out, eventually attacking the player. After walking into another room and repelling another thrall, a final note will appear in the sanctuary, and the door to the basement will now be open. This final note we find in the sanctuary reads as follows.
I should have known this place was no good. The signs were all around me, the disappearances, creepy twins, the life-size stick dolls, 4 of them. Around 2 in the morning, we woke up to the sound of an old woman's cackle coming from the hallway outside the twins' room. I know this sounds crazy, but when we got to the hallway, the laughing was coming from a painting of the Virgin Mary. We thought we had lost our minds. Just then, we heard a loud noise coming from the chapel. We got there just in time to see Miriam drag the twins down the stairs into the basement. I drew my service weapon, but was stopped by Father Clark. He said something about God's work and headed down the stairs, sealing the opening of the stairs behind it. The stairs don't seem to open from this side. All I could do is wait. I can't describe the noises I heard down there, but one thing is certain, the devil is real. To anyone reading this, please, for the love of God, don't go down into that basement.
So, the cat's out of the bag. Miriam Bell is the cause, at least initially, for the demonic activity at the church. And as a matter of fact, as confirmed by Erdorf in our interview, all the way back in the 1930s when the initial 6 kids were killed, she was the woman who was left behind in the church. So in the 1930s, Miriam Bell, at the time probably not a sister or at least not a high-ranking nun, she was just a worker or perhaps even a visitor at that church, most likely performed some kind of demonic action or pact that condemned the 6 children. After the 6 kids are killed and the church shuts down its orphanage for a while, Sister Bell goes to perhaps a seminary school of some sort and eventually receives her status as an official sister. At that point, everyone from Snake Meadow Hill Church has left the ministry over the events that happened to those 6 kids. So now in the 50s, when Father Clark takes over and is looking for a nun to help him run the orphanage, Sister Bell is of course ready and willing to sign up. So Sister Bell comes back, as we could see from the notes describing how the kids would dance around her and sing in the fields. Miriam is once again putting her demonic influence on these children. This culminates when 4 of the kids go missing, and it seems that the other 2 are still under some kind of demonic spell. Now initially you may think that Miriam Bell is the old nun who died, but I don't think so. I believe she is the woman that went missing. Although now, as read in this note, she's back and it's not good. Because the investigator says that Miriam Bell dragged the 2 remaining children down the stairs into that basement. Father Clark, effectively saying that the gun won't do anything and that this is God's fight, decides to travel into the basement alone and seal it off behind him. This lines up with the note we read from Father Clark in chapter 2, right before going into the basement ourselves, in which Father Clark mentioned that his watch is stuck at 2 a.m., that he hears a demon further down in the tunnels, and as we can assume, probably dies. So John ventures into the basement himself, and this time...
Well.
Viola A. Welcome to my channel. Ziki. Welcome to my channel. Oh, follow Mo. Welcome to my channel. HVDES. Welcome to my channel. Ipalo. Welcome to my channel. Gamers Lounge. Welcome to my channel. Vlit. Welcome to my channel.
about to go eat something. Na, 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 na.
The night. Down you go. The way to the castle is open. Onward.
Now we're surrounded by the dead.
I felt it was time to drop in, see the old gang, and stab them.
Plenty of foes. I can...
As soon as be sure to get that.
Welcome, stranger. What are you buying? What are you selling? Welcome, stranger. What are you buying? What are you selling?
Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
You guys are going to stay.
Let's go.
Yep.
Be sure you follow the channel, boobies, Viking hello.
I mean, we were speaking about challenges, right?
Basista, you can check them, I think, with the on the escape menu.
No, I was talking about you as a challenge yourself.
Oh. Don't show the tutorial again, man.
Well, you can go to the options and disable.
Yeah,
This forest is teeming with death.
So
you just jump over.
Look, I can double jump. Look, man. I love the sounds from the 80s.
I'm looking for my battle path.
I've got your back.
Rapture!
Steer clear of this trap. Let me see those eyes.
Son of a... Rico is me, basically.
Raising shield. Stay close.
Exhausted, okay. Oh, thank you, darling, for my shield, baby. But the graphics look so good, man.
Yeah, especially the shadows.
The shadows, especially, man. Very. Look at those round, fucking shadows. Though.
Over here, there's a passage. Free Mystic Forge over there.
Yeah, everything is.
I found one. I found a spirit icon. I found one. I found a spirit icon. Check this out.
Big Ed is actually very angry with that character. So the gold is a share. That's good. That will be. Of course, Loot Goblin Nastate was in first place.
No,
whoa.
I was in first place because I depleted half of my health for gold. And just before that, I found a big healing potion that I found.
Of course.
Coming. I'll run you through.
Coffee!
Not enough cash.
Thank you, man. Can we get a shout to Kaff, mods, please?
Thank you.
Kaff, we need to play this though. I told you. We haven't played in ages. I'm just checking around. By the way, guys, this is kind of weird. Look at it. I think it's a secret. It's kind of weird. Is
check this out.
I'm not joking. It's not at all. Oh, actually.
In your face.
Here.
Check this out.
It
What's
takes
up, Viking?
longer to enter through the thicket, but we'd never survive a direct assault on the castle.
Right? It does look a super secret and stuff, but I can't interact.
Way into the castle. Not that the crypts will be any more welcoming. Stay focused.
So Astarte, what weapon you have? You have the book and. Oh, you have a. Holy fuck! Okay, you have 2 swords.
Yeah.
That's sick. Beautiful. Okay, let's get rid of these first. I mean, this.
I prefer the view from this angle.
I'm not entering.
Look what I made.
I do love the fact that you have an owl as the. Oh, what is that?
Free gambler's portal over there.
Oh, I'll try it. 500 gold. The fuck, I'll do it. Thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's how I.
That's how you. Oh, you found that? Oh, nice.
Let me see those eyes.
So I'm using right now the rogue, guys. The rogue has more attacks, of course, on the back. But did you see how complex it was? The building, the whole orc called.
I'm on fire.
Ow, hot.
Yep.
I don't like your AoE attacks.
I'll run you through. Surprise!
Look what I made.
Enemies there.
Focus on that enemy.
What the fuck? I forgot there's a trap there, man.
Check this out. Let me see those eyes.
Finally, I see a way forward.
Wait until you activate the super.
I feel
Oh shit! I revive allies faster now.
Nice. Let's go. Let's test the old mirror. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, this looks weird.
I don't know. You're the fearless leader. You go first.
This looks like a Disney man. We have 2 choices on the right or on the left. I'm going to the left.
I found a potion. Was just lying around here.
Motherfucker. Be that, man.
No way.
Motherfucker. Oh, wow. Actually, there's a... Whoa, I got a potion as well.
Oh, drink restore your health.
Oh, there's a healing fountain in case.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna save it. Oh, that's amazing. And you got 1 glyph as well.
There's
free healing fountain over there.
What is this? A return? Okay.
Treba mi 3 milijuna damage do kraja meča sa ovim osnovnim
I had 35 HP. You look how much HP you have.
Nemam pojma.
I don't care.
2,000 gold. No, I'm gonna save it. I need to get my new armor. The box and it look
Can someone take this?
Which one? Oh.
Here.
I can, yes. Thank you. What, you didn't take it? Or you don't
I
want?
had another one.
Oh, okay. You can exchange and drop it. If you hold V, you can or press 1, so you can actually drop the various trinkets.
Yeah, I know, but I already had one.
Okay. First, Miss AoE, please explode the things. I'm not entering there.
Done.
It's AoE.
Magical artillery in effect. Step
You all
aside.
blocked me.
20% more gold. Fuck yes, man. With my boots.
Okay,
I tried to defend you with the guy that is... I killed it. It was the archer.
Put it out! Put it out!
Heaven! Let me see those eyes.
There you're up.
So good, man.
I like that, yeah.
I'll run you through.
Coming through.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Welcome to the stream, guys. Be sure to follow the rules. Follow.
Running.
Yeah, there's a. It's like a loot goblin. Yeah.
Careful, the trap.
Yeah.
Over here. There's a passage.
I'm exposed. Nice. Let's go. Loot. What the fuck? Oh, bastarda. Oh, there's something here. Medium healing potion. Boom. Here.
Got a potion right there if you want it.
Vegir, you need to heal and get the here.
I have a potion.
Yeah, but heal and get the other potion.
Oh.
Mouse 3, what's up, baby? Welcome. And for Burek.
Got a potion right there if you want it.
Hang on, let me get this one here, heal up, and
there we go. Exactly what I meant, babe. Oh my god, Astarte, ma porco. Tier 2, wow.
From here, if that is okay.
I got a tier 2 perk now. What the fuck? Oh, watch out here.
Step aside. Step aside. There you're up.
For the honor of Eldritch.
Kissing here. Oh, just move away.
Check this out.
Ow.
Dude.
In your face. I'll run you through.
No.
I'll run you through. Let's go, baby.
Bet you didn't see that coming. I'll run you through. Surprise.
Oh my god. No, difference between normal and this.
There's the way forward.
And the hard mode.
I
Yep.
feel all powerful.
We were doing fine though for the first time in hard mode there.
Getting better all the time.
The mini company, welcome. Guys, be sure, mods, if you can refresh your memory, that you need to follow the channel. That would be pretty helpful, guys. I need to follow the channel here for the giveaway. For that to work, thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate
What
you.
the fuck is that?
I spy movement.
What is that? What?
I saw it.
Wow,
Something wicked must be close.
Oh, he was looking at us?
It was creeping, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Like troll-looking thing.
Oh, I might be one of those. Fragile Charm. What is that? We have a 3 HP max. Why would I want to do that? It looks insane. I have a curse,
Looks
though.
like someone
I
can
wonder...
use a hand.
Okay, if you press C, guys, you have the whole complex. What I have? Difficulty decrease. This is at the... And what is this? Oh my god, these are all the abilities upgrades. Okay. No, the trinkets on the side that you can only get 4. So I found a bug actually. I'm in a mid and I can kill these guys without them coming to me. That's nice. Gonna do that meanwhile Vigor is buying.
Coming through.
Oh my god, Vigor! Bye, Vigor! Oh!
Time for a skewer.
Look what I made.
Oh man, I have the arcane fucking bow. Pretty slick.
I prefer the view from this angle.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna...
Guys, what the fuck is this? I'm gonna show you after this. I just got... Oh, I got... It's a gold, okay. 600 gold. What the fuck?
I kinda ran into those things.
Yeah, I know, but they remove your HP easy. What the hell? That is a tentacle, man. Power deals a 60. Nope. Yo, the parry. The parry. The right time the parry. Holy shit. Oh, sick.
Here, this is the way.
Oh, tickets you mean, Mimi. You can get any... You just need only one. Sorry, I thought I said trinkets. You can get about 1,000 tickets, but it's all a joke there. That's... You need only one. Iran, what's up, baby? That's actually pretty good, man.
Step aside.
Time for a skewer. Let me see those eyes. I got you back.
Fucking... I'm the rogue, man.
Oh, there's a potion here. Ow.
Oh, you need that potion. Come over here.
I do have
Look at Astarte. No, Astarte is my favorite character so far. What the fuck?
And just like that, I'm over here.
Oh my god. She has the same pettiness as well as Astarte.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh!
Wait, no. Oh,
there, you're up.
That's good.
There's an item there.
Oh, guys, be sure to look on the corners because I found a secret gold.
Surprise! You should watch your back around me.
And I do love how the various classes works, by the way.
Oh, there's another potion.
I can feel I'm using a rogue right now and not the warrior main. Very close to
the Lyceum, Maggie.
the pocket stand, yeah, very close to
boring experiments and stuffy professors.
Figure, don't do. Look at the street figure. Do it again.
It's adorable that you think that'll do me.
Look.
Is it working?
Maybe a little.
Got a potion right there if you want it.
It's like a. I love it, man. I don't need it. Wait, I mean, yes, I can. Okay. There's a...
Free bracers over there.
Braces here. Bracelets. Killing one enemy grants...
Finally, passive healing.
I have a tier 2. Killing one enemy grants a 2% permanent max XP. Okay,
this is actually weird. I should have passive healing as well, but it doesn't...
And just like that, I'm over here.
Every hit, no? Holy fuck. Porco.
Bet you didn't see that coming. Focus on that enemy. Time for a skewer.
And then Veigar is complaining about someone being a little goblin.
Actually, I went over here because the enemies were here. And by the time I was here, they were dead. And I was like, okay, I can open the chest.
Classic, man.
Zeke,
See
welcome
what I mean?
to my channel.
How you doing, fat cat? Oh!
Time for a skewer.
Time for a skewer.
Get that fucker up there.
Oh. Okay.
Getting better all the time.
So slow.
We're gonna have lots of city keys, guys. So I'm gonna do probably after we finish the first. After the first thing, we're gonna do it. One giveaway. Inflict this enemy on full HP. Absolutely yes.
You are over encumbered.
Yeah, probably.
Check this out.
Okay,
It is roguelite under time, yes, brother.
Thing.
It's a roguelite. It's a co-op for players. It's all also procedurally generated maps.
Okay, something's definitely still bugged here.
It might be. Yeah, I saw that some perks they might be having some problems.
I couldn't move at all, and I couldn't use the shrine and kind of
Only
stuff.
a place
I
like
was
this could
only
make me miss the
if I would
Lyceum.
be out of stamina the
I
entire
thought
time.
you loved the Lyceum, Maggie.
I love learning magic, but not the boring experiments and stuffy professors.
Holy shit on a stick.
Now you're using what you learned to make the world a better place.
It's adorable that you think that'll cheer me up.
Is it working?
What are they talking about?
Maybe a little. Ooh, there's a pair of boots in case anybody needs them.
What a pair of boots.
Here.
Ooh, there's a pair of boots in case anybody needs them.
Yeah,
I have the order boots, by the way. 20% more gold.
Yeah, same.
The best.
I see how it is.
Here, Vega, if you want to, you have a ready?
Boots over there.
Oh yeah, my boots have movements.
Better, okay. Yeah, it reminds of a lot of games. I feel like it's more closer to Dark Messiah in co-op, and with a little bit of
not those. Can you deploy the thing?
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I'll run you through.
Coming through.
You should watch your back around me. Surprise!
Fucking
if you
comes up with that idea.
if you parry perfectly, you do a lot of damage. By the way, Becca.
Heal here, Veigar.
Looseless, welcome. Oh, yeah, there's a healing here.
Got a potion right there if you want it.
Yeah, let me drink mine.
Oh, let me see those eyes.
Oh my god. Okay. Nice. If you ever play Dark Messiah, guys, Gumball Reborn is the style, the graphic style under time, yes.
Magical artillery in effect.
Out of my way! Step aside.
Time for a skewer. I'm on fire.
Step sister. Wait, what?
In your face.
So good.
There's the way forward.
Be sure that they're careful, because these guys, they're actually the imp, the goblins. They do come out and steal your stuff, gold and whatnot.
Check this out.
Check this out.
Ooh, all party members gain +5 to all stats. There
Passive
we go,
HP regen. I only get the stuff. So you guys are buffers, but I don't. I have only stuff from me, man.
I'll take the same.
Because you're not a team player.
Yes. It's a rogue, man.
Magical artillery in effect.
Time for a skewer.
What is that? I love that the map are procedural and they're always
And just
different.
like that, I'm over here.
In your face. You should watch your back around me.
Ow!
And there's a heal up here.
That was what the fuck is that rapper?
I don't know how to teleport, so I'm just teleporting more things.
Well, I guess we have to do it the old-fashioned way and take the stairs, Hermit.
Oh, I just went to explore here, brother.
Okay, bye.
Coming back. Is that the, are you
There's a
streaming?
potion. No.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I need to remove the. I'll do it later.
I'll run you through. Surprise!
Let me remove the push to talk so I can. Don't worry about that. Yeah, better like this so I can talk to you.
I'll run you through.
Magical
Leo, what's up? Oh.
Free charm over there.
Oh.
You have a 3 HP max all damage received that reduced to 1. Dude, that's insane. That is nuts.
There's still enemies here.
Yeah.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Step aside.
Let me see those odds.
I love how the attack of Astarte is just covers completely my screen. Can't see anything.
It does 58% extra damage now.
Check this out.
Oh, got 600 gold. Oh, that is a big ass trap, man.
Steer clear of this trap.
Hey, there's a pussycat with a sword.
Okay, so I have this thing where when I heal myself.
Okay.
You guys get healed as well, and I get extra HP permanently.
Okay,
that's amazing.
No potions for
How long
you.
does it take to learn magic?
What do you
Years and years, Rico.
What?
What? Magic.
Oh,
You're
what is
still
that? Is that an S?
I'm a fast learner.
Teach me a spell. I'm a fast learner too.
Not that.
Oh no, it's a statue. There's a
camp.
there's a camp.
Shit.
Oh my ultimate ability. I don't know. Should I buy something, chat? Oh, supreme ability orb, warrior shard, augment to utility ability.
If you do not buy them, I buy them.
I'll take it too. I'm gonna take it. Enemy blind. Okay, sense now is a 360-degree smoke bomb, but it grants Rico increase the movement speed and short duration.
I'm gonna take this here on the left, the warrior.
Let me see.
Surprise!
No! Holy holy shit, dude! Sorry. Take this what?
Are you guys full? Do you want new shop items or no?
I mean, I have one more trinket that I can use, but it's okay.
Take the warrior shard.
Hey, wait.
Nah. Oh. 20 more gold. Better. Yeah. Magician shard here on the right. Grants a player a random perk that benefits magical combat.
Right, there's a heal here.
If you want a potion, there's one here.
Oops.
Gotta get one more. If the thrusted element increases below the enemy's cooldown is refreshed, then the thrusted reduces damage. Empowers Rico next attack. Dude, this game, man.
What was the augment?
If you want a potion, there's one here.
Heal and take potion, please.
I can take the potion.
There's also another potion.
If you want
on
a
the floor.
potion, there's one here.
I can drop that potion to snag that from her, and he was just like, motherfucker.
I love it. Elidar, welcome. Saja, please also spam that people need to follow the channel for entering the giveaway.
Only fools trespass on my domain.
Wait, what the fuck?
And I do not
I thought it was a voice mod.
You may take pride that you have come so far.
The beast horde.
That's the guy that was creeping on us.
I was him. Oh.
Yeah, it was him. It was peeking.
We'll deal with you. Good luck.
Oh my god, okay. That's different what I did. There's a witch there. What the fuck is that?
In your face. I'll run you through.
Oh my god. The witch is here.
Check this out.
What the fuck? Oh, that's so weird. Oh, is she here?
Focus on that enemy.
I'm staying in the bottom.
You should watch your back around me.
Agatha. Oh, that's amazing.
Out of my way! Step aside.
Time for you. I'll run you through.
Wow, oh, that was sick.
I got your back.
The fight you seek is with me.
I'll run you through.
Coming through.
1 minute. Nice. Meat force.
Time for you. Time for you.
On now.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the bubble.
I have no stamina, man. Find us.
Step aside. Coming through.
Have it in your face.
There.
Bet you didn't.
Oh my god.
I'm on fire. I'm on heaven. I'll run you through.
Nice.
Coming through. Out of my way.
Fire! I prefer the beaver.
Time for you.
8 seconds. Here.
Got a potion right there if you want it. I'll run you through.
Oh my god.
I can't move.
I think they blocked this. I'm exhausted.
I've got your back.
Okay, it's closing the circle again.
Nice. Holy shit, dude.
Oh, well.
Arona, welcome.
Woozy?
Nocturne song, welcome guys. The game is pretty sweet, huh?
Is it though?
It is, man. Come on. I love the style, the music as well. Pretty nice. Of course, big motherfucker.
Hello?
I mean, it's for everyone anyway. Can we actually swim?
I think we have to wait till...
There's some secret here. Guys, I'm not joking here. Oh, no, actually no.
Okay, let me show you a secret. Get your fucking ass over here.
There's a mushroom, man.
Check this out.
Amanita muscaria. Very poisonous.
There's no friendly fire right?
There's no healer class, but the class that Astarte is using is buffs a lot. It gives you back the shield. Nice. First one, man.
First try, easy.
Look at how big your logo, man. Banker. 16 rooms cleared. So you see, that's pretty sweet. Purchase of 5 cards.
I finished 2 quests. That's nice.
Yeah, be sure to redeem and stuff. That's pretty awesome. Very fast as well, the game in terms of connection. Dragon's Lair. Yeah, exactly. It's Viking. Dragon's Lair vibes. Pretty sweet.
Again.
So let me see again what I can upgrade here. Because look at the amount of perks you can change here. If you go to the Sun Disk Queen Ancella start and click Constellation, those are all fucking yeah. But you need these crystals.
Yeah, I have them.
The shard fusion that you need to buy 5 out of 10. We can actually create those as well when you have the ruby. That's pretty. So you can specialize specific on that. But my mission right now, guys, is actually buying the armor. Oh my god. No way, dude. They actually have a young adult wolf skin for Rico. Werewolf. Preview. Oh my god, for the furries, guys. Oh my god. I can't wait for this. I need this. No. No, the elf on the shelf, man. Off the shelf, no. No, dude. This looks pretty sweet as well. Okay, this one here we have.
Okay, I've put diamonds in all of my constellations. Did you?
I did. Oh, the wait. What do you mean? I couldn't do it.
Go to constellations. Go to constellations.
Where it was? Not here. Constellation.
So click on constellation, pick a gem.
Oh, you can put the gem, right? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Ultimate cooldown for the... Oh, that's actually smart. Physical defense and not much. I want attack speed for sure. I'm gonna go crazy for that.
How do I change weapon that I have equipped?
You have to buy different weapons.
I did.
Then you go just hover over that weapon, and then you can Z for primary and X for secondary.
Utility cooldown, I want that too as well. Physical defense, I don't. No, I wanna speed definitely for the DPS, and damage. Interesting. We need a 40 total of these glyphs for upgrading the perks.
Yeah, you know, we won't get any glyphs if we do not get into the next match.
Affanculo. Look how many there are, dude. Whoa, shit.
I can't. Wait, hang on. I have to check on your stream.
You can't what? You can't change.
I can't check how many levels there are or whatever. We're just
here. There's a
in the lobby.
We're on the second one. There's an episode 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I thought there were extras. So 9 episodes in total. It's gonna be sort of like a going to kill the Mr. Lord Vampire. Be right back, guys. I want the Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I know, dude. That's pretty good, man. I'm gonna do the first giveaway soon, guys. Hold on your balls. Dang.
That's not really concrete. There we go.
Yamikal. Welcome to my channel.
That's a cool diamond.
Welcome, stranger. What are you buying? What are you selling?
For dinner tonight. Whoa, wait, whoa, already. What the fuck? I didn't want to click that. Be sure, yes, to follow the channel, guys. Yeah, guys. How did I get already 2 perks here?
Out of my way! Coming through!
And just like that, I'm over here. I'm slow as molasses.
I've got your back.
So, until you die, you keep your level, by the way, guys.
I'll run you through.
Yeah, I'm level 4 still.
Surprise!
That's interesting.
Finally, I see a way forward.
There's magic resistance amulet here.
Oh, that's for us, Athena.
Magic resistance is basically for all of us.
For all of us. Plus 2 damage when the enemy killed and stack it 10 times.
I can't choose perks. I only have 1 perk. That's fucked up.
Skill issue.
Oh.
What the f... Okay.
Okay,
Wait, I actually block your stuff?
Yes.
What?
Got your back.
Why do you think I'm trying to move around?
My way! Coming through!
Oh! What the fuck? Dude, there's even mushroom
Let me see those eyes.
Son of a... I'm exhausted.
Just like that, I'm over here.
Even mushroom rogues.
My trail is an
Archer.
Let me see those eyes. You should watch your back around me. I'll run you through.
Dude, you look amazing in Vega. What the fuck? Nice sword, man.
Surprise!
That thing feels a shit on the
This way, everyone. Creature beast is said to be
Oh.
millennium.
I got 2 augmentation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you die in one of these during these runs, you restart from level 1.
This is nothing. When I was a squire,
This looks
I
amazing.
had to carry all my knight's equipment plus my own.
There's a dragon.
I don't understand why anyone would want to be a squire then.
In the hot summer, uphill, while playing his personal anthem on the lute.
I can't tell if you're joking.
There's no subtitles though in the game, right?
Oh, you can enable them.
You can? Oh, there are in real life. Yes. Nice.
Oh. Crit damage. Nice.
If you guys are worried about the performance chat, there's none, honestly. It runs smooth for you too, no? Stuff.
Huh?
The game runs smooth for you too, no?
Yeah.
This is the fire. I'll take it.
You just can't reach the 120 FPS. This is a little bit weird, but...
It's pretty sweet, man. Pretty sweet, dude. Gorilla Glue, welcome to the stream. What's up? Money? What is that?
There's a gambler's portal in case anybody needs it.
Oh, wait.
I was buying stuff there.
Yeah, you were buying stuff because I said try your luck at the random reward.
Yeah.
Cost the... Okay, I'm gonna
That's
get...
what I'm saying. I bought it, but I don't have space for that one.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Magical artillery?
It was there, the goblin?
You should watch your back around
that
me.
was the second goblin we encountered already. Can someone blow that way here up, please?
Yeah. Oh wow, he's a pairing. Look at this guy.
I'll run you through. Let me see those eyes. I'll run you through.
Okay, never mind.
I'm dealing with this guy on top and I haven't seen. And almost dead.
I'll run you through.
There we go.
Time for
Holy shit. That was sick.
In your face.
There's a chance in case anybody needs it.
I love that noise.
Time for a skew. Have at you. Time for a skewer. I'll run you through. In your face.
Coming through.
Coming through.
Put it out. Put it out.
You can type exclamation point ticket max of one time here. If you already bought the ticket, you can type the number of the rest once. Level 5.
We're making progress.
Inflict poison on it. Yeah. Poison bow, I'll take it. I don't know how much it's gonna do poison on this mushroom. Oh my goodness.
Time for a skewer. Bet you didn't see that coming.
What is this corrupting energy?
Have at it. Have at it. Time for a skewer.
Magical artillery?
You should watch your back around me.
What the hell is that?
Take a look at this.
What the f...
Time
What the hell is this? Did you hear that? Look how much gold! What? Damn. Damn, boy. Oh, sorry, skeleton can kill. Nice. Can get the poison as well, the skeleton. There's another
free gambler's portal over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Discerning is 7% work in addition to shrine.
Out of my way!
The enemies are getting tougher and tougher.
Welcome.
Give it a follow.
What are you buying?
After this match, first giveaway, oh sauce, oh sauce. This map. Sword mastery. I'll do it.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, I did the same.
What are you buying?
The big. What the fuck? Spork tacos. Whoa. Okay.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the bubble at all times.
What the fuck? Holy. Thank you.
This way, everyone.
Started cracking me there. You cracked me because you were in the middle of it, and then you started screaming. Not you, like the character.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
I love it,
do
man.
You have a trinket where
Meat
I
Force.
can get tier 2 perks out of that. But then I only have one choice, so now I got plus 25 max HP and heal 50 HP. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry, brother. Listen. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one here again. Enemies might pocket the center. How much playing? I'm gonna get this. The smoke bomb wizard was pretty awesome to go into the battle. Son of a bitch. Defender shard. We have also in the back here something, but okay, let's go there. Oh no, actually we went already here.
If you want a potion, there's one here.
Oh wow, thank you, darling. Beef Force. Beef Force.
I found one. I found a spirit icon.
I saw that.
Take a look at this.
I don't know if actually there is a VoIP, guys, by the way. Maybe I might have even wrong. I don't see that.
Not.
Yeah. There's FOV though, at least. Although, like I said, this is a pre version from the before the release.
Coming through.
Oh, that was a huge mistake.
Raise the shield. Stay close.
Time for a skewer. Bet you didn't see that coming.
Oh my god, the damage. I love that you see I get also your damage.
Here's the heal.
Yeah, I'm already with that. Cool. Biggie, don't go there. Watch out. You looting bastard, man. These are awesome, but these are were nice to fight. No, I mean, if I started and killed them.
Yeah, I left some
There's a
loot for you.
charm.
Oh, thank you, darling. Oh, amazing. Just shove it up your... Oh, yep. There's a... Oh, I got a buff. Nice.
I'll run you through.
Whoa. Okay, that was strong. Scruff, what's up, baby? The game is amazing. I freaking love it. I've been testing it a little bit before the embargo, and it is quite awesome. I'm actually happy that Bigger and my staff did join. I really wanted to show the co-op. Solo was pretty good, pretty fun, but you know, co-op is on a planet. You can still play as a solo, by the way, guys. It is pretty complex, dude. There's a few things that you can, you know, making builds and whatnot. And this one here I like. Oh, bound you!
Let me see those eyes. I'll run you through. I'll run you through.
That was insane, dude. That's a roots. That's a roots. Oh, mother.
Focus on that enemy. This must be how frostbite feels.
I need help.
That's one heck of a draft.
Thank you, darling. What is this? Oh, Finicky Charm again. What? Oh, that's again that one of the singer. There you go. Oh my god! This time around it did explode and didn't have it. Oh,
let me see those eyes.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh shit! I thought I'd get help.
That's what I did. That's what I. You have to read the chat. Don't click everything right away. Okay, so.
I need to take my potion soonish.
No, I don't. I healed you up.
Wait, you healed him? Wow.
Yeah, when I heal myself,
oh.
But Vega told me after that, don't let her take any potions then.
Oh, nice.
Over here, there's a path.
Which was obviously a joke.
You know, every time I visit the forest,
Actually, here, take my potion.
I have one. I have a big one.
Okay.
I have a big one.
One in the
Big one.
I fear Daedalus's accursed influence would have corrupted it.
Love the game. Wait, Restless, how you doing, baby?
Vampire unicorn?
Yeah, Restless. This game it came out today. I know it wasn't epic for a while.
Unicorn? Bro, this girl that I'm playing is tripping balls. I swear to God.
It's freaking balls.
Tripping balls. She's talking about vampire unicorns, man.
Yeah. Yeah. We had to go defeat.
With magic has been a great
Maybe there's gonna be enemies.
Minions. But they use steel and magic too.
Yes, but they're used to attacking townsfolk or city guards. Now they face opponents as strong as they are.
When you put it that way, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, there is. I'm already 325
That's what
HP.
I'm here for, Maggie. To remind you that you're stronger than you realize.
I have 3 HP.
There's a potion here.
What?
Yeah.
Might be an
It's
update.
not a bug. It's not a bug. It's a perk that you took.
Oh, yeah, there we go. You probably that's the thing that you just did early.
How can I check that first?
Press
I read about that perk. You only have 3 health, but you're not taking more than 1 damage from things. So essentially, you can only be hit 3 times.
I had something like 600 HP. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's the perk. I don't know, whatever.
There's nothing that says that. Oh, they are fragile. You have 3 max HP. All damage received. Okay, that's fucked up.
Sarbica.
Where are we going?
It's a charm. You can drop it if he doesn't want it. Villain says in chat. Maybe, yeah. I was answering in Discord as well, man. I do love the movement anyway.
Get rid of those.
Oh, there's a goblins. It's a
Wait,
goblin.
where?
In front of us.
Look at him!
it's a I know. He wants to take our stuff right away, so I can try to stun him, baby.
Okay, if somebody wants it, I drop that thing.
No, thank you.
That's the
I'm
thing
good.
Okay, I'm going for that.
Let me see those eyes. I'll run you through.
Nice.
Time for you.
Watch out here. There's a.
Raising shield. Stay close.
Focus on that enemy.
On the open stuff.
There's another thing here.
Focus on that enemy.
What the hell? Holy! What the hell is that root here again? A groove! Oh my god!
Whoa!
Oh, it's a Mario. What the hell? Okay, this time around they didn't give us anything. This is random. I found out lots of secret gold as well around these statues last time.
In your face.
Look at this freaking rogue. I know. I love your teleportation, man.
I'll run you through. Time for a skewer.
Great sword, best sword.
Level 7.
I feel stronger.
I feel all powerful.
I didn't try the perfect parry. Yeah, I was saying earlier.
Naturally.
It's probably my favorite classes so far, but I have to try the other ones as well. Oh, what is this? The furry statue.
Wait, I'm re-rolling my trades.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything. I was just checking the statue here. Oh wow, there's a I already have potions as well, regeneration here. It's pretty good. I like the graphics, shadings. I really like it. Quite a cartoon. Yes, the cell shading is very good.
How big your sword is.
Yeah, bigger, yes.
You like it?
Yeah, I do.
Pretty good swords.
What the fuck is this furry bullshit?
No, that's what I said.
I was going to say I'm kind of
oh, we're on the boss now.
Oh,
you're still
you
alive.
You saw that?
Oh god.
You must be more witless than you look to keep blundering through my land. You should have turned back while you still had the chance.
Oh god. So, where's the boss though?
Now.
Stay close.
Oh.
Same old V-store, such a blustering bull.
Magical artillery.
In your face. You should watch back around me. Have at it. Time for a skewer.
Oh my god. Gotta wait for the stinker horn. Where's the stink horn? Oh, it's in. Okay. Oh, it's vibrating.
I'll run you through.
Face me, cowards.
Surprise! Time for a skewer. Time for a skewer.
Is it got stuck in here, man? Meet the force. That was OP.
Have at it. Have at it.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the bubble at all times.
Time for a skewer. Time for a skewer. Bet you didn't see that coming.
Love it, man.
Out of my way! Look what I did.
Time for a skewer.
Dodge this!
I love it.
Coming through. Face me, cowards.
I'll run you through.
So good, man.
Focus on that enemy. Time for a skewer. Bet you didn't see that coming. Time for a skewer. There's the way forward.
So good. Meet the force.
There's a pair of bracers in case.
Zap and welcome. Oh, hello there. Fucking big here. There we go, baby.
You're not big enough to get the big chest.
I love the Terminator music. Four out of 5. Spore Folk at 240 out of 250. Oh.
I couldn't claim my quest. What the fuck?
And maybe you need to go to.
No, we were too fast in the lobby.
Ah, okay. I can't.
I do have to go now.
You have to go now. No worries, dear.
Yeah, I have to do homework with kiddo.
Of course, dear. Thank you for playing, love.
I'll keep watching. Thank you for the games.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, babies, I'm gonna do the giveaway now. The first one. Hold on your balls because we do. We're gonna go on, me and Vega. Unless you have something to do, baby.
About that.
Huh? No, about that. I was wondering. You sent to me, broski. No, I need to do the giveaway right now. So, guys, everyone, exclamation point ticket in the chat. Be sure you follow the channel. First giveaway, I'm gonna have a couple of more keys. First giveaway now. You do the did you do the perk already, Vega?
What do you mean?
Okay, go to these. Check it on the stream. Sorry, here. Go to Constellation and then put the diamonds that you can.
Oh, yeah, I did that.
You did already. Okay.
Yeah, right after the first.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna give you a few seconds. You need only one ticket, guys. One ticket. I can add the points to everyone, so you guys are happy to have all the routes that you want. There we go. Let's do it twice, just in case. Exclamation point ticket. Be sure you follow the channel, though, guys. First giveaway in a few minutes, and I'll be right back.
Welcome, stranger. What are you buying? What are you selling?
Do your macaroni, babies. First giveaway. Closing it right now. It'll be fucking ready, chat. Closing the giveaway. Boom. First winner is Toza Carta. Toza Carta, you here? You need to say yes, I'm here. Toza Carta. I don't know if Tuza card. Where's the Tuza card? Tuza card, how you here, boy? Where is he? Is he following the channel, Tuza card, though? Where's Tuza card, man? He doesn't follow the channel, man. I'm gonna fuck him up, dude. I'm gonna open you like a coconut, dude. Where is the Tuza card? Fog on the low. Oh, you follow me since 2091, dude. Where are you at, man? Dude. I need you guys present in chat. Those are the rules from forever. Tell them, Vigor. You know it. Even Vigor knew, man. Those are the rules, man.
To my channel.
Guys, I need you to be here and say... I'm gonna have more city keys, but I need you to say... Yes. Anyone here? Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. Zakart, welcome. Hello? Anyone? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Next to Undertime one. Okay, Undertime. I'm gonna open a new giveaway. Undertime DM me. I'm gonna send you the key. And we're gonna go on with the game, guys. Don't give away. Don't worry. We have more. This time around, only one ticket so it doesn't confuse you. And boom, everyone can grab it. Exclamation point ticket. Just follow the channel. Exclamation point ticket, baby.
Stranger. What are you
do you? I think Undertime has a fast connection, Vigor. You wanna wait a few seconds, or you need to take a shit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Took me even only 5 minutes to download, so...
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, at the time I just wrote greetings, a winner from is me. Winner. Okay. Enter right now, guys. Yes, a giveaway from Midforge. Going all night, all day, all fucking Saturday. I don't know.
Man, you don't have Mark selected right of head armor.
I can tell.
Another time you can join the Discord when you're ready. So which sorry, how much it costed it for you, the weapon? It was this
20.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I might actually took it. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. And here, electric spell book I have. Why would I want a rogue with the spells, man? Oh, for the weapons. Oh. Oh, shit. So yeah, you can have it up to these ones here. But I can get it now. Wait a second. I really want to get that. Oh, 39 out of 40, man. For the upgrade for this stuff.
I already upgraded it.
You... Wow!
I pressed the button.
Wait, how do you do have a 39 out of 40, bitch?
I'm a fucking loot goblin, bro.
Son of a bitch. So those you can't, man. Buy the fairy skin. I want to do that, yes. But I need the...
weird skins for this one here.
Did you see the preview of your skins, by the way?
Yeah.
Well, which skin do you have?
It's the worst one.
Let me see, actually. Meanwhile, I'm waiting for... Let me see... what kind of skin you have here. No. Oh! Victoria is pretty sexy. Then Order of a Lion.
Go for Franktoria.
Oh. All the monsters, yes. Because I have the werewolf, you have the Frankenstein. That's amazing. That's the classic one. That's the interesting.
It's disgusting, bro. It's like
disgusting, man. Let me see the other ones here. I wanna check them all, man. Oh, that is sick. The Mountaineer, that looks amazing. Forest Camouflage, nice. That is sick, the Invisible Hunter. Oh, that's some...
Tusken Raider.
That's amazing. Oh my god, no! Look at this one here.
Now you know when you're gonna play.
Oh, so each character though has a different type of golden. So you can't. You need to grind all the characters.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Maggie the White, nice. Blue Steel. Magula. Oh my god, that's why she has. Okay, the vampiric. Okay, the Living Doll. That's actually pretty sweet. I do wonder if they're gonna add more classes though.
Thought you'd never ask.
Very interesting. Barely competitive small chief. Thank you guys for the follows. Yes, grab a ticket, exclamation point ticket only once. You don't need to do anything. It's free. It's free. It's free, man. Let me do this. Yes.
Instead of coming across a puzzle, he comes across, once again, the basement demon. The same one found in Chapter 2 within the Candy Tunnel. The fight here is much the same, with the purple twins appearing around the room, and John only being able to fight the demon with a flashlight. Well, I mean, he's still fighting it with the cross, but he needs the flashlight to see. When the fight is over, John begins to leave the basement. He'll find the final note, a the Chapter 2 prologue.
Here is the ritual of the door to hell. Let no brother or sister utter it. He that is master of spirits. Let 3 spirits that follow the dragon be put into the effigy of the accursed. Only then can it be purified. You will know when it's time, when its eyes glow red. To enter the unseen world, destroy the purified effigy with fire. Then shall the door to hell be opened.
This will mean something to the Chapter 2 prologue's alternate ending. Yes, even the prologue has an alternate ending. For the normal ending, if John comes out of the basement and then walks towards the altar at the front of the church, John will see the twins standing on stage. However, when he tries to approach them, the nun from the end of Chapter 2 will suddenly appear and utter the phrase, "My little one," before the screen cuts to black and we're then thrown into the beginning of Chapter 2. And if you haven't figured it out already, the nun that we fought in Chapter 2 at the end boss fight with Father Garcia is Miriam Bell. So Miriam Bell, again, was there in the 30s, she was there in the 50s for both instances of dead children, and now, all the way in 1987, in John's vision, her influence is still very strong at the church, appearing there at the end of the prologue, and appearing for the boss fight at the end of Chapter 2. So it seems that Miriam Bell is the inception of everything that's going wrong. For the secret ending of the Chapter 2 prologue, if after leaving the basement demon fight, John walks out of the church and all the way back to the cornfield with his crashed car from the beginning of the prologue, he will see that now the Scarecrow is surrounded by a series of demonic symbols. If John exorcises the Scarecrow and then walks up to it, he'll see that its face is now an open hole. Again, more of that imagery of this demonic cult causing people's faces to just be like a pit of sorts. Specifically, the eyes of the Scarecrow will now glow red, or where the eyes should be. If you'll remember that last note we found in the prologue about the effigy of the accursed and whatnot, it says that after being purified, the eyes will glow red, and then it says to enter the unseen world, destroy the effigy with fire. So if John walks back to where his car was at the beginning of the prologue, the car is now on fire. John sets himself on fire and then quickly sprints to the Scarecrow, lighting it on fire as well. As the Scarecrow burns, the twins will appear at the top of the cornfield, and an additional 9 children will walk out from the sides of the corn and stand around the burning John and the burning Scarecrow. Suddenly the screen will cut and John will once again be transformed into this spider creature surrounded by several stick effigies. He'll walk through fields of these creatures until eventually he finds Miriam Bell. Upon approaching her, she will turn and scream at John before once again start back with Father Garcia at the normal beginning of Chapter 2. So what does this ending do? They both pick up with Chapter 2 as normal, and it's all a dream, so the events of what happens to John doesn't really matter, right? It's just the things that he's witnessing that matters. This is real history and characters he's witnessing that he normally wouldn't be privy to while he's awake, but again, this dream is a sort of vision. So what is the significance of this alternate ending? Well, in the normal ending, Miriam Bell appears, says, "Here I am," and then "my little ones." Whereas here we have John lighting himself on fire, and then a Scarecrow on fire, and then becoming the spider thing, and Miriam screams into the camera's face. I think the most important detail about this alternate ending is that scene of the children appearing out of the corn as the Scarecrow is burning. We have the twins, who have been very elusive up to this point, appear, but then 9 other kids. If you'll remember, 6 children died at the church in the 1930s, 4 more died in the 1950s, and then the 2 twins were dragged into the basement, supposedly also being killed, which adds up to 12 kids in total. So then why, as the Scarecrow is burning, do only 11 children show up? More on that in a bit. But now we're done with all of Chapter 2, and it's filled in a lot of gaps. Miriam Bell seemed to kick all of this off. When she was at the church back in the 30s, she probably caused the demon in the corn to appear. It killed the dog, that killed the 6 kids, that killed the 4 other kids, and then, or at least it probably killed the 4 other kids, or she killed the 4 other kids, doesn't really matter, and then she dragged the 2 kids into the basement, supposedly killing them. She is our first event in the timeline. All of this begins with her act of evil and her act of devotion to Satan. And then from there, we can start to put together in our heads how the rest of it played out. In the 1950s, the church was shut down, again because of Miriam Bell, led to things like the death of Father Clark. It led to a lot of superstition arising in the town, and then from the notes that we saw from the thralls or ghosts that we killed at the beginning of Chapter 2, we see that the demonic cult suddenly gained a lot of influence in the last 30 years. Either under the command or the command of the spirit of Miriam Bell, they are inducting new members into their cult daily. And from what little aspects we see of the cult, they're not exactly a charity organization.
Welcome to my channel.
Animal sacrifices and cutting people's faces open, or at least making holes appear in people's head. Not a lot of clarification on that yet, but we'll get there. But Miriam Bell seems to be the start of all of it. So that begs the question, who's Gary? Because we hear Gary mentioned a lot. When we boot up the game itself, we see the message, Gary loves you. So what does Gary have to do with Miriam Bell, and why is every other note we read supposedly written by this figure named Gary, if Bell's the one in charge? These are all questions to ask ourselves as we move towards Chapter 3. The other thing I want to mention is the Spindly Lady herself. So at the beginning of Chapter 2, we have a setup as to what a lot of these ghosts or demons that we are fighting are. They were previously people in a past life or before they gave themselves over to demonic influence. While in the tombs, we had the boy who wanted to talk to his grandfather, the man who wanted more power, and the woman who had a miscarriage. And as mentioned, each of those ghosts correlate to their fighting style and appearance. The woman with the miscarriage is very gross, considering the
Discord small streamers.
But very creepy. I love weird
to my channel.
Silent Hill-esque monster designs like that. But nevertheless, we see that these demons were previously people. Well, remember how there's that quick mention in the notes from the investigator that when the woman went missing, which we can assume to be Miriam Bell, an old nun died? Well, initially, I thought that was referring to Miriam Bell herself. I thought she was the old nun. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
But
for one, she could still be alive in the 1980s, or that might be her ghost or something, who knows. But when we see Miriam Bell, she is not the same form of the Spindly Lady that we fight in Chapter 2. I think that this old nun that died was someone that either willingly joined Miriam's side, or maybe Miriam effectively sold their soul or killed them in some kind of demonic sacrifice. Maybe Miriam used her blood and her body for the sacrifice that would lead to the death of the other children. And I think that this old nun became the Spindly Lady. My other evidence for that is that in the initial note you read that describes the Spindly Lady game, they mention an old nun from the 50s, so that's the phrase old nun used twice. But just like those victims that we fought in the cemetery, the old nun became the Spindly Lady who we fight within the church. Again, another example of this cult and demon's influence, and that it's causing a lot of people to die and suffer a lot. I believe that should be everything for Chapter 2. The last thing I want to mention is in the note that John reads that devolves into a bunch of demons talking about how you can't kill the snake, John, and all that, you see the phrase pandemonium regnat mentioned over and over, and that's even something that a lot of the demons who or the thralls that charge at you will say. Pandemonium regnat is Latin for chaos reigns. Chaos reigns is something that was seen in Chapter 1 in one of the notes. It is something that several of the thralls will mention. So sometimes the thralls. So sometimes you'll see Pandemonium regnat or chaos reigns. It means the same thing. But for my Wendigoon fans, those who've kept up with the channel or just in the literature, you'll remember that when we covered Paradise Lost, we learned that the word pandemonium came from John Milton as a Latin phrase to say all demons. And that from there, the word pandemonium was used as a synonym for chaos because the house of pandemonium in hell, as described in Paradise Lost, was this, this giant palace where they planned on how to take over the world. So in effect, chaos. So really, when you hear the phrase pandemonium regnat, it doesn't just mean chaos reigns, as is shown throughout the story, like with the thralls yelling it. It also means all demons reign, which is really a note to the cult's true intentions, to bring about the rule of demonic forces. And I believe that should be everything with Chapter 2. So at this point, we have seen everything that led up to the demonic possessions that have occurred throughout the story. It makes sense as to how all of this affected Amy Martin, because Snake Meadow Hill Road, where the Martins live, is related to Snake Meadow Hill Church. So Sister Miriam caused all this to take place, which eventually led up to John Ward in 1986 going to exorcise young Amy Martin. All of that went wrong. He was put in a psych ward. He tried again in 1987, and that went wrong as well. And chapter 2 ends with John Ward driving away, determined to save Jason and Nate Martin with the aid of Father Garcia, but the cult is hot on his trail, ready to stop him. And of course, at the end of all of this, the question, who's Gary? All of that will be revealed as we get into chapter 3. Now, in the previous sections, I've explained how the game normally goes, and then the alternate paths or secret endings you can take. However, chapter 3 is kind of defined by its secret ending, and also the chapters sections themselves make the most sense if you do the secret steps as you're playing through it. So we're going to talk about the methods and path to get the secret ending on our first talk through. With that, chapter 3 begins with a flashback. That flashback is to September the 21st, 1986, which means now we're going back to the night that was mentioned in the notes from chapter 1. The first night that Father Ward and Father Alred went to perform an exorcism on the young Amy Martin. John seems afraid, but Alred assures him that if he just follows Alred's lead, everything will be fine. When they arrive to the house, we see this cutscene of Alred and Ward stepping into the house. I can't explain why, but for some reason I really like this cutscene. It goes to show how rotoscoping can be used effectively just to portray emotions, because John has this sense of fear or anger almost in his eyes, like he's ready for a fight, while Alred seems so peaceful and calming. Another thing to mention about the rotoscopes, and I'll throw some examples on screen now, but Erdorf used himself or his family for a lot of the reference models for how to draw the rotoscope scenes out. So a lot of these scenes are just Erdorf acting out the motion and then painting over it and translating it into the game. That doesn't really affect the story at all, but it was cool and I wanted to mention it. Similar to the notes from chapter 1, as the Martins answer the door, Bob Martin says that he had to tie Amy up in the basement, and he clearly feels remorseful about it. John and Alred understand and begin to walk downstairs to see Amy. A few things to note if you don't immediately go downstairs to continue the story. If you walk to the fridge, you can see a drawing of 6 children. 6 kids, of course, being in reference to the missing children debacle. After going into the basement, Alred and John stand before Amy, and initially, Amy remains silent. At this, John awakes in bed. As you could imagine, the flashbacks to the Martin household were a part of his reoccurring nightmares. But at the same time, it also allows us to see exactly what happened on the night of September the 21st. The screen then tells us that it is 3 days till the Profane Sabbath. The Profane Sabbath is the thing Father Garcia mentioned in his note at the end of chapter 2. And while we don't know what the Profane Sabbath is yet, it's probably bad and they should probably stop it. Upon waking up, we can find the letter from Molly and the letter from Garcia at the end of chapter 2. But now we have another note from Father Garcia.
John, I can't find Nate and Jason Martin in the state foster care system. It's possible that, after what happened last year, they went to live with relatives. I will try to find out what I can. Meanwhile, go investigate the clinic where Amy worked. We must find the place where they intend to summon Malthus and disrupt their plans. Vaya con Dios. Father Garcia.
So Malthus is, once again, a very powerful demon in Christian and Judaism lore. And since John and Garcia have been unable to locate the twins, Garcia is now looking for them in the foster care system, informing John that he should go check out the clinic that Amy worked at. If you'll remember, all the way back in Chapter 1, we heard that Amy worked at a clinic and that her mother's religious friends weren't very happy about this. But we also saw in one of the non-canon endings that Amy was working at that clinic and being directly influenced by this Gary figure while she was there. So, as Garcia's deduced, perhaps the clinic has something to do with whatever's going on. Another thing I want to mention now is how in the first place did John and Garcia find each other, right? Because they've never met each other in person, again, besides the wood thing, and all of Chapter 2 was a dream. Given that John was having dreams about Father Garcia and about the twins and Amy's possession and whatnot, it's safe to say that Garcia was also having dreams and visions about John. We'll find out later in Chapter 3 that the two of them have never actually met in person, but somehow they've come into contact. Keep that in mind, that somehow the two of them came to know each other, and now they're both pushing forward to the same goal. After walking out of John's house, we can get in the car and immediately travel to the clinic, or we can walk down the street and look into the two houses next to John's house. One house has a small child watching the television, and the other house has a family sitting around the television. Depending on what's going on in the game, or which day during Chapter 3 you check in on these windows, different things will happen. If you keep playing the game wrong, which we'll talk about in a minute, the scenes inside of the houses become progressively more demonic, but there's also some fun Easter eggs as to what's actually happening on the TV screens that, again, Airdorf and I talked about in our interview. Anyway, from leaving John's house, we can get in the car and travel to the clinic. While walking around the street of downtown, the first thing that we'll notice is that the front door to the clinic is barred up with a police officer standing guard out front. The cop tells us that we're not allowed inside and better be on our way. While exploring the streets around the downtown, we'll see that the town itself is in a state of disrepair. Most of the buildings are boarded up and nearly everything's covered in graffiti. One rather ominous thing we can find is this image of a dead bird in an alley, and the bird's just there and dead, and we get to see it up close. For some reason, I guess. Also, while walking up and down the street, a truck will drive by that has a thrall in the driver's seat. This keeps in mind that the cult is always watching. After walking behind the clinic, we find an entryway in through a broken window. And from there, we can see what this clinic's about and why it's been recently shut down. Beginning with a note that we find near the front door of the clinic itself.
To Rhonda Eriks, from Gary Miller. Fax 081 785 002. Hi Rhonda, just a couple of reminders after last week's visit. Please keep your desk tidy. Our patients need to feel at ease with their healthcare experience. Remember our sales points. Clean, quick, courteous. Do not return any calls from the Department of Health before notifying me first or leaving a message with Tiffany. We cannot afford another surprise inspection. Please do call me on my direct personal line if you happen to hear back from Ms. Martin. And one more thing. Keep Jeffrey out of sight. Remember, Gary loves you.
This clinic is effectively a prenatal care clinic. In other words, it's a clinic that would help do things like monitor pregnancies, or provide supplements or vitamins or checkups or what have you, or deliver babies. And typically it would be a clinic like this that would also offer abortion options or pregnancy terminations, which would make sense why in Chapter 1, Amy's mother mentioned that her religious friends didn't like Amy working down at the clinic. So this would be the kind of clinic that would normally offer this kind of thing, and maybe they even advertise that they offer it. But as we're going to find out, they weren't doing a whole lot of that for one very not good reason. But for all we know now, this facility was effectively a pregnancy care clinic. And of course, the fact that that fax was written by Gary Miller. So whoever this Gary guy is, he owns a pregnancy care clinic for some reason. Like his day job's delivering babies, and in the night he just decides to lead a murder cult.
Motherfucker.
Walking through the rest of the clinic,
Finally.
we can see again that it's an abandoned facility. But after exercising an
Oh,
IV drip,
God.
we get this note. Note to self: pills do not dissolve in IV drip well. Too weak. patients waking up before process is complete. Sooner or later, they will realize they are having the same hallucinations. Suggests concentrated, injectable version. Now, this has nothing to do with pregnancy, probably. This is someone manufacturing a sort of hallucinogen, or at least a pseudo-hallucinogen, because, like they said in the letter, eventually the patients are going to realize they're having the same dreams. And it seems this facility was used as a front to manufacture whatever drug this is. While exploring the clinic, John will find a boarded up door. As soon as he starts to walk away, this thing throws open the door and drags John kicking and screaming down a staircase. We get a cutscene of John tied to a stretcher and before he hears some creature getting closer. We then switch back to playing as John, now again tied to a stretcher, and we have to roll John behind cover before the demon comes back and finds him. As soon as the demon leaves, we can make our way back to the staircase, and once we get there, the cop from earlier, who probably heard all this commotion, unties us from the gurney. When John and the cop get back to the entryway of the clinic, suddenly, the demon from before flies in through the window. We get an interesting sort of mini-boss here, where John has to hold the cross on the demon to slow it down while the cop shoots it. This can be very janky since the cop's AI is not the best, but eventually, the demon will go down. John and the cop escape the clinic, but before the cop can ask himself any real big questions about what he just shot, or do demons exist? Or what does this mean about the afterlife? There's some hippies setting his car on fire, or at least he refers to them as hippies. They're actually thralls, of course, and the cop chases them just off screen. If we follow where they went, we can see that the thralls took the cop to a back alley and murdered him. What's left of him remaining a pile of blood and bones strewn across the ground. And I guess now we know why that dead bird was there a minute ago. Now, if you're playing through the game and you're either not aware or not interested in its secret endings, then this is where you can end the first day. All you have to do is go get back in John's car, he'll drive back to his house, and then day 2 will begin. And as far as John knows, the clinic was a dead end, the thing's been shut down, and there's no information about the cult, or no further information about what happened to the twins or this Malthus demon itself in the clinic. But to begin unlocking the secret ending, we venture back into the clinic. John makes his way all the way back into the clinic until he arrives at the stretcher he was once tied down on. You'll be given a prompt asking if you want to lay down on the gurney again. Of course, any reasonable person would say no, but this is John Ward we're talking about, so of course he voluntarily ties himself back on. If John, now on the stretcher, wheels himself to the pile of bodies over to the left side of the screen and waits there for some time, eventually another door will open. Something to keep in mind is all of the people on these stretchers seem to have a distinct hole carved into their face. Whatever this hole in the face is, as we've established at this point, it's definitely related to the cult. If John goes through the doorway, we're treated to the best cutscene in the entire game, as we can hear John screaming in 8-bit audio as his gurney flies down the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, his gurney breaks, and he is now able to walk freely. He enters a room, and inside, he sees what appears to be a woman holding a baby. And upon approaching her,
se ti pridržati velike skale.
Da.
I samo metala da mi pridržiš one male metalne. Ja sam najtanja pa ću se...
Možemo popodne.
Pa da ne, pa ili ja idem na posad. Ili ja što ne piješ ovaj sok, on će se pokvariti.
Kako ne pijem popio sam jednu plaću. Daj mi to. To je razređeno. Vidiš? Nisam izgleda.
This scene plays out.
I'm looking for twin boys, Ned, Jess, and Martin. Have you seen them? Who's Gary? I'm bleeding now.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Now we're given the actual boss fight of the clinic, as babies, or at least what appears to be babies, pour out of the wall and begin to attack John. The cross will ward them off pretty quickly, but the babies will alternate between attacking John and attacking the woman. After fully covering the woman, she becomes much more powerful and effectively impervious to the cross attacks. And while they can't actually hurt John, they can slow him down. The best strategy here is to just focus on the woman and pretty much ignore the babies. The only time they become a problem is when they build up a pile of themselves and become this really fast baby mech thing. And then if that happens, that becomes your priority. But for the rest of the time, just focus on the woman. Eventually, she'll be defeated, and we are now allowed to leave the clinic. As we make our way out of the clinic's basement, we find another note.
Smooth moves, priest. But the twins are not here. Carry out the works of your god, while it is yet day. For the night cometh. Remember, Gary loves you.
So for one, she mentions that the twins belong to Gary, which is, of course, ominous. But when we ask about Gary specifically, she says, Gary is a normal human being just like you and me, which is not a thing that people feel the need to say about normal human beings. And it of course raises the question of what on earth was going on in this clinic. Because we saw the note that the pills weren't working enough to put people in these hallucinatory states of mind and an injection's needed, so there was some kind of drug being developed. Then in the basement, there's like hundreds of babies, or babies, whatever those things
Mada mislim da se golem scaluje sa mojim damageom.
And whatever that woman was doing down there with all of the babies. But what were they even for, right? More on that later. You're not going to like where it goes, but there will be more. That would be a good motto for the channel. You're not going to like where it goes, but there will be more. Now, after leaving the clinic, getting in our car and traveling home, we see a short cutscene of what looks like this big sacrifice slash, I don't know, some demon room that has a large cryptic symbol. Suddenly, a third of that symbol disappears. If you didn't go back into the clinic and fight the mom demon baby thing down in the basement, then this cutscene wouldn't play out. That's because going back in and feeding the mother is one of the 3 steps to achieving the correct organ. There will be one of the secret side quests in each of the 3 days we're going to play through, and the player has to complete all of them in order to fully unlock the end game. You don't need to know what that room is yet, or what the symbol we just saw part of it disappear means. All you need to know is that we're on the right track. So now, as we head into our next stage, John has another dream.
Flame Strike je isto dobar. Čini mi se da je...
This stream picks up right where the previous one left off, of John's exorcism of Amy back in 1986.
Mislim da je Flame Strike physical, ali se računa kao vatra. Ima crit 520%. Ima dobar attack speed jebo. Znam da suši bossove. Kad gledaš bossu health boss samo zagine.
Alred tells John to get the parents out of there, so John takes the 2 of them back upstairs. After the 2 remark that that's not their daughter, John goes back downstairs to help Father Alred. However, when John arrives back downstairs, Amy is gone and Father Alred is laying across the floor. Scrawled next to him are the words, "Take him, save her." And from there, John picks up Father Alred's crucifix and is ready to make an attempt to save Amy Martin. At this moment, John
ovaj boss ako ga dugo biješ poludi počne da trči brzo za tobom, da se teleportuje, da ti bije. Što ga brzo ubiješ, to ti je bolje. I ovo su ti achievementi koje sam radio. Otključio sam upgrade za... Za svaki sljedeći karakter s kojim igram ima opciju da bira upgrade-ovan Flame Strike, Golem ima novi skill. 30 minuta. Posle 30 minuta dođe boss. Ne znam da li ima neki brži mod, ali po defaultu je 30 minuta.
Kao a you vamp, sir.
Pa, kao u vampirima jeste. Mislim, igraš pola sata. Ako pogineš, a nije, pogineš, a nije. 10.000 imam. Možemo da kupimo health i health. Eto to. To je dosta dobro. Nema ništa da se kupi, već imam sve što mi treba. Mogu da pogledam kako idem sa achievementima. Nemam novih karaktera za sad. Imam odličan agoni mod, ali to dugo traje. Kaže, uradite 3 milijana. Da. Na početku kad startuješ igru, kad kupiš igru, imaš samo jednog karaktera i nemaš ništa na ekranu, samo vrat. I to je to. Nemaš trgovca za artefakte, nemaš spomenik za upgrade, nemaš achievement kamen, nemaš ovoga potion sellera, nemaš karaktere za izbor. Ovo imaš ovo kao za developere, kao to je, ako se ne varam. Ne, ovo si ti, da, register halls, choose your destination and halls autonomy, da. Svaki ovaj achievement kad ga uradiš daje ti bonus XP. Mislim da svaki achievement daje po 2% na total karakter XP koji zaradiš u toku meča. Imam 50% boost. Pošto sam uradio oko 50% achievementa. Neki su lakše, neki teže da radiš. Što ih više radiš, što se teže da raditi. Naprimjer, imam ovo kill 50.000 impova. Naprimjer, na drugom nivou imaš dosta impova. Mislim da sam ih potukao dosta. Imam još oko 9.000. To mi je jedan od achievementa. Imamo da upgradeujem Frost Avalanche i da uradim s njim 1,5 milijuna damage. I dobit ću Debris Avalanche upgrade. Imam i za Flame Strike. Već sam uradio ovaj malo pre, uradi milion damage-a. I imam sljedeći upgrade, uradi 2 milijuna damage-a. Već sam dobio jedan upgrade, ovo je još jedan. Flow and Overpowered. Scourge Slayer. Su nekakvi zombi zapaljeni. Ovo je treći nivo, on je jako težak, interesantan je pošto si na mostu. Nisam još pobedio bossa, ali možda mogu sa Warriorom da ih potamanim. Ovo je novi nivo, Frozen Depths, njega nisam puno igrao. Master Swordsman piše, ako dođeš do Reach Agony 3 on the Haunted Caverns i Unlock Mark of the Sword. Valjda ključavaš Mastery za karaktere. Mastery ti daje, zaboravio sam šta daje. Neki boost, to sam nešto čitao kao specijalizaciju neku dodatnu ili tako nešto za karaktere. Ili da svaki karakter... Ja mislim da jeste. Da vidim samo. Vjerojatno jeste. Moj ti sad probaš ako imaš. Jest, free. Probaj. Možda imaš prvi nivo i Swordsmana. To je moja pretpostavka. Probaj, ako se navadiš, kupi. Ne znam šta ti kažem. Ja piše ti 15 unique monstera, 3 unique bossa, 3 plus, nije 3 plus. Aha, to demo ima toliko. Ovo samo demo ima. Wow.
Puerto Rico AKO probam to Popals AKO odlusim da uz memigrudo mi ostan save.
Različit je od ovoga, pomozi mi reći, Vampire Survivorsa. Mislim, čim probaš malo da igraš, vidjet ćeš. Liči pomozi mi reći, na Vampire Survivorsa, ali nije isti. ¿Qué pasa? Izgleda interesantno. Pa ne šta. Fuck. U svakom slučaju, obećao mi je prijatelj da će mi pomoći da otključam klasu, 10. klasu u ovom Remnantu. A to ti je kao tajna klasa. Za nju treba ti pa dosta stvari. Treba ti određeni gear ekvipovan i da si na određenom delu mape i da interaktuješ s nekim vratima. I ako imaš sav gear koji treba za to, možda otvoriš vrata i da ključaš 10%. U svakom slučaju, dobro se provedi sa demom. To se ovako radi.
Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia. So after the clinic, for some reason, the cult is trying to take over this apartment building, which means that's our next target. However, there are 2 letters left for us to pick up, both from someone named Lisa.
John, for now, this is the only way I can contact you. I think they're watching me. I need you to come over as soon as you can. The situation has gotten much worse. My address is 665 Orange Street, apartment 5A, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511. Thank you, Lisa. P.S. If for some reason I don't answer the door, get the spare key from my friend Tiffany.
And then this note is followed by,
I don't know if you're getting my letters or not, but I hope you'll be here soon. I really need your help. They're in the apartment. I see them all the time now. I can hear them in the darkness. I haven't slept in days. When you get here, just come straight to my place. Tiffany can't be trusted. Don't talk to my neighbors either.
Welcome to my channel.
They won't let me leave. Lisa.
So whoever this Lisa is, she lives at the apartment building mentioned in Father Garcia's letter. And somehow, she knows John. Now we know this isn't a love interest because Molly was John's love interest. Remember that whole note where she's like, I can't do this anymore, but I'll always love you? So we can assume that John and Lisa aren't a romantic relationship, but they definitely have some kind of relationship. So we leave in our car and make our way over to the apartment building. Walking to the apartment building, we can see that it's a rather large structure of several floors. We can also assume that this entire thing is infested with cult members. If as soon as we walk into the apartment building, we take a left to get to the mailboxes, we find another note lying on the ground. This note is also our first clue, if it wasn't obvious enough from, Garcia telling us the building's probably overrun, that something has gone terribly wrong.
Hello, Mr. Ward. I am sorry to have worried you. I am perfectly fine. I have not been feeling like myself lately. However, I am much better now. Please do not trouble yourself with coming to visit. I have decided to take an extended vacation in the country, so you will not find me at home. Sincerely, Lisa Pearson.
So this is clearly not Lisa, but for some reason, the cult wants us to think that it is Lisa. For whatever reason, they don't want John meddling in whatever they're doing here. It also implies that something bad's probably happened to Lisa. Also, if you continue left and try to make your way down to the basement, you'll find that the basement is pitch black. And after walking in there for a short amount of time, a thrall will come up behind John and murder him. So we probably don't want to, I don't know, unless you're like really frustrated with John at this point for some reason. Going the other direction, we can choose to either use the elevator or the staircase to work our way between floors. And while exploring the layout of this apartment building, we can see that, yes, in fact, things aren't very often. Between the combination of creepy notes, shattered mirrors, and rooms in disrepair, it seems that the cult has infested every aspect of everyone who lives here. So, let's analyze what's so messed up about this setting. The first thing I want to mention is Lisa's friend who also lives in the apartment, Tiffany. Now, if you'll recall, Tiffany was mentioned all the way back in the letter we found from Gary over at the baby clinic. And of course, in Lisa's letter, she says that Tiffany can't be trusted. We get our first clues as to Tiffany's whereabouts in room 2A, in which we find a note written by her.
Every initiated follower knows that in order to bring about the second death, one must sacrifice 7 by passing them through the carved out of the impure vessel's face. Then shall the unspeakable reward with the second death. Such was the fate of that whore Amy. My beloved Gary has set his sights far too low. I will surpass her.
So this sounds like an acolyte of the cult who's so in love or enamored with Gary that she's jealous that Gary has chosen Amy to set his sights on. We'll see more of Tiffany's actions here in a moment. Also, in that note, she mentioned carving out one's face, which is, again, very similar to the people with holes for faces that we've seen earlier. We're getting more hints as to the cult's practices, but we're not there yet. If you looked at all the names on the mailbox on the first floor of the apartments, then you'd be able to see that Lisa's room is room 5A. But if John goes there now, the door will be locked, meaning we need to find a key. There's also a cross line out front of her room, which I'm sure isn't anything important. But if you'll remember in that note, Lisa said that she may leave something with Tiffany. And we can see from the mailbox that Tiffany's room is room 3B. So we go to the third floor to investigate. Another clue that something not good is happening in this apartment is this note we find outside of the elevator asking us to play the elevator game. And given the participant of the game that we can see on the note, that's something we probably don't want to do, but will likely end up doing anyway. This is only half of the full elevator game guide, but for now it gives us a hint that there are several demonic forces at play. When we get to Tiffany's room, we can see that, as imagined, it's in a state of disrepair. There's blood leading behind a door and static playing loudly on the TV. After we pick up Lisa's key and begin to make our way out the door, the face of what appears to be Amy shows up on the television. Now you may initially think it's Amy because it is a girl with a hole for her face that's kind of the same color that Amy looked like, that kind of light purple tone. But if you look closely, the shade is more of a pink than it is Amy's purple. As a matter of fact, the note we found on the ground earlier that was written by Tiffany is in this exact same color. And given that most of the characters in the game are color coordinated, this is probably Tiffany. So then that begs the question, why is her face also a hole? We make our way back to Lisa's room, and after unlocking the door, we can see that there is a second door in the room, this one covered in a demonic seal. There's also another note that can be found in the room as well.
If you wish to break the seal of a loom, your answer lies in the blood-stained knife and the face hiding in the deep dark. But only those who have ascended to the highest point can descend into the lowest depths. Remember, Gary loves you.
So this seems to be a sort of riddle as to how to get past this seal. For one, Alu, much like Malphus, is another demon mentioned in Christian and Judaism. One of the chieftains of hell whose job it is to meddle with humanity. So we have to deal with the knife and the face as the note mentions, and also the mention of going to the highest highs and the lowest depths. Well, we know from earlier that the depths of the apartment building is the pitch dark room where you get killed by a thrall, and since the note mentioned a face hiding in the darkness, whatever we're looking for is probably down there. But first, we have to go to the highest highs, or the top floor. In Lisa's bathroom, we find another key. Also, as you're traversing the apartment buildings, randomly, the elevator friend will appear out of the walls and quickly run at John before John wards him off. We can also find more clues about the apartment building by exercising various things we come across, such as this one on floor 6.
So I finally have my own place in the city. No more annoying roommates. I have a whole apartment all to myself. The building's nice. It seems new. New neighbors are kind of weird though. They're always coming around bringing food and stuff. It's actually making me a little sick. Another thing is the mirrors. They're everywhere in the halls. It's nice because I can look around corners, which makes me feel safe, but it's still weird. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but when I look at myself in those mirrors, I feel like it's not me in the reflection. Of course, when I came home from work today, the elevator didn't work, so I had to take the weird one-way stairs all the way up to the 6th floor. Then I noticed all the mirrors were shattered.
Another strange thing to note while you're traversing the apartment floors is that for some reason, there isn't a 7th floor. If we try to get to the 7th floor from the staircase, there's a wall with a note on it that says there is no 7th floor. And if we go to the 8th floor and try to go down to it, there's a note on a blank wall that says there is a 7th floor. While on the 8th floor, we can let ourselves into room 8A as well. And here, we find a note from Gary detailing Tiffany's situation.
Our sister Tiffany has gone against the will of the unspeakable. I thought I could trust you, but I was wrong. Proceed with the original plan. The woman in 5A will be our vessel. Let her pious friend come to rescue her. The unspeakable shall crush them both.
So this is interesting. Tiffany, in whatever action she performed, has gone against the cult and Gary. And of course, the woman in 5A mentioned and her pious friend is Lisa and John. So part of what we're seeing in this apartment building is the cult's doing, and part of it is also Tiffany's doing. Also, last note about the 7th floor thing, if you go to the elevator and just spam the 7th floor button over and over like I did, eventually the elevator friend will pop up for a moment before going away. And there's a note that we could find earlier that says those that go knocking on forbidden doors often find the ones the guard says. So, assumedly, knocking on the door, aka pressing button over and over, unleashes elevator friend thing. And speaking of the elevator friend, on the 9th floor, we can find this note.
If you're reading this, it means that you've been invited to the Williams family annual Halloween block party. It will be held on Halloween starting at 5 p.m. in apartment 9B. Activities will start promptly, so please do not be late. If you plan on being the next one, please let me know in advance. Only friends and family, aka those who receive this newsletter, are invited. Also, just a reminder, this is a family-friendly event, so please leave all overly scary costumes and masks at home. Timmy is still traumatized after last year's incident. I also respectfully ask that you keep alcohol and cigarettes out of the apartment. Also, we do not want a repeat of last year with the power going out, so please bring treats but no tricks. And just another friendly reminder that anti-religious or satanic imagery will not be allowed in the apartment. Also, please be aware of Timmy's diet and food allergies, and please be aware he suffers from asthma, so please do not sneak up on him or try to scare him. Again, he still has trouble after what happened last year. You will also notice that he has a new imaginary friend. When you see him, please just roll with it. Timmy's therapist says it's healthy for him to have such a coping mechanism. See you all at the party! Can't wait for you all to meet Mr. Miller, who has taken to Timmy so well and has become like a part of the family. Debbie.
For one, Timmy is a nerd and his mother is a Karen. No debate there. But also, that mention of Timmy's new imaginary friend is definitely the elevator friend. That's because the drawing of the elevator friend is known as Timmy's drawing. So Timmy has been seeing this creature, and those around him just think that it's an imaginary friend, including, as we see here, Timmy's mom. The other mention is that Mr. Miller has taken a liking to Timmy, and Mr. Miller, of course, means Gary Miller. So Timmy's super dead. He is talking to a demon who controls secret floors that don't really exist, and the cult leader who is summoning multiple high-powered demons to this apartment building has taken a liking to him. So I'm not sure where Timmy is now, but he's super dead. Eventually, after warding off the elevator friend enough times, similar to Michael in Chapter 1, he won't spawn in anymore, and he'll also drop another note. This other note, also written by Timmy, is the second part of the elevator game. Now, the elevator game has to do with the alternate boss fight of the apartment section of Chapter 3, or in other words, the complete ending, so we'll get to the elevator game in a minute. For now, we make our way to the top of the apartment building and come across a room labeled Inn. Now, this inn could be for management, or it could also be for Gary Miller. Next to the inn room, there is a note on the wall that says, "Sacrifice what you cling to." On entering the room M, we can see a dumbwaiter on the wall as well as instructions on how to operate it. The instructions tell us to place a sacrifice in the dumbwaiter, and to not open the hatch once the dumbwaiter has reached the basement, because there aren't enough earplugs for the screaming that can be heard. And as the note said outside, in order to survive, we have to sacrifice what we cling to. So John places his crucifix in the dumbwaiter and sends it to the basement below. I didn't mention it earlier, but now that we have a good view of it, I want to bring up the other change that's happened in John's cross. Remember, in Chapter 1 it was golden and shiny, and then in Chapter 2 it became silver. And and here it appears as a sort of brass or bronze. It's as if, as the chapters are going on, John is continuing to lose his faith. And no, not his faith in the existence of God or the existence of the supernatural. I mean, that's been made very apparent to him. But his faith in his ability to overcome it. Think about it. In chapter 1, it was a girl that he had failed to exorcise. That's on him, but that's something most priests would be able to deal with. But then in chapter 2, he begins to figure out that there's a whole cult, and there's people being possessed and giving their souls away to this monster all over the place. And then come to find out this is something that's been like 50 years in the making, with Miriam Bell and everything that happened at the Snake Meadow Hill Church. And now in chapter 3, this cult owns family clinics, they own apartment buildings, they've got all of these named demons from hell spawning all over town. The threat is becoming more and more insurmountable, and John doesn't know if he has the faith to do what he needs to do. And again, we see that in his cross losing its glimmer. Some have pointed out that this doesn't make any sense, because if we look at Father Garcia and all of his disappearances, his cross is always a sort of brass or bronze color, and Garcia doesn't seem to be losing faith. But when you see John's cross in chapter 3 and Garcia's side by side, they're different shades of brown. I believe that Father Garcia's cross is wooden, and this makes sense for his character. He's an older...
Okay, what I wanted to show, I wanted to show the gun, but I didn't upgrade the twisting wounds because I don't have, you know, the red crystals and the assassin dagger, which I can upgrade, I guess. Huh. Okay. Got this should fit nicely with build. It's a bit of material, you know.
You again. All right.
Yes, me again. Oh.
Bye.
What can I do for you?
Yep. Yes.
Be safe out there.
Nitty La Segra.
It's done. Okay. No problem.
Isto mi izgleda da je loksa za ocna to zagranje.
Pa, doduše možda isključiš blešteće efekte u Vampire Survivors.
Don't be a stranger, okay?
Le pestole. Cristo.
Kako hakujem igre.
Farewell. Greetings. Of course.
Digneš nivo težine igre na max i onda samo kraftaš. Doduše nije 100% šansa. Aha. Ako probaš craft na manje nivou težine od apokalipse, ništa ne dobiješ. I ovo ti je mala šansa da uradi, ali bolje mala šansa nego 0%. Više nema. Evo ovako. Odeš na ovo srce, to ti je kao ono health upgrade. Zdravo ljudi. I... mid range crit chance 10%. I onda proverim. 30% ammo pickup. 15% armor. 30% resist. 20% consume duration, use speed, damage reduction, dobar. Elemental damage resist. Može i bolje. 15% HP, attack speed. Mogu 3 bonusa s ove liste da aktiviram. More damage, more duration. Recoil. Fire rate. My speed, shield. Skill cooldown. Već imam 20% na pasiv. Možda bi se isplatilo da stavim 30%. Izvoli Boris. Ne čujem te, opet si pobegao mikrofon, nema ves. Ko zna koji je ovo mikrofon? Pričam sam sa sobom. Ima običaj pričam sam sa sobom. Jedino ovo. A umjesto čega?
Tuđe kazem sa na pamet na jim kovkom.
sam mutirao da ne čujem drugoga, da čujem, zato što mikrofon mu je negdje ispod stola. Da, znam. Resonating Heart. Znači 50%. Ono izgleda puno uopšte. Verovatno najbolji. Što da ne. Let's buff. Mada Apokalipsa nema potrebe za tim. Yes. That's direction.
STA Deja Tezine.
Respect. Thanks. Praise the Lord, that's the ammunition. Praise the Lord, that's the ammunition. Praise the Lord, then pass the ammunition. I'll go home. Praise the Lord to pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord to pass the ammunition. Hello? Okay. I'll wait. Oh my god. Over. Lezi odmari.
Here we go.
Ej, bravo. It isn't.
S.W.Frost to ha ha ha.
Nemaš da kopaš pare. Gledaj. Mislim da je ovo haste buff, nisam siguran. Mame, on ga spalim. Odi, odi. Nervira me ovo. Okej. Puška ne radi toliko velik direktan damage, stoji. Yep. Ako sam svanj. Time. Kaže. Nemaju stagger uopšte. Na ovom nivou težine nemaju stagger animaciju, znači treba rafal da ispališ da bi ga malo šumutio. Ovo je dosta dobro. Ha. Reroll. Pain. Just now. Like an idiot. Wait. Turn. Okay. Yeah.
BRB Odo Dudol.
Yep. Aha. Ajde, pozdrav. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sarelo. Survivor. Yes. Back. Roots. Okay. Roots. Wait.
Clementine! Forward! Shit. Where are you guys?
It is.
This is all insane. Both the crystal and Ford. I better get moving if I'm gonna find Clementine. Hey, this looks important.
Yeah, that one.
Where did you come from? How did you find Nerud? You should not even exist.
many questions. Find my tower within the wastes beyond. Look for a glowing white orb held aloft to the heavens. Look for the glowing white orb.
Said to look for a tower with a glowing white orb. Shouldn't be too hard to spot. Watch it, here they come! Let him up!
Against all the Seekers would have wept fascinated. Alas, you cannot yet.
Feel mercy.
I need your from.
Welcome to my channel.
The custodian. Set in charge. I can. The Seekers. Once inside, it is the. I will answer. You are the first, and the core will give me with control of Alepsis Torah. It may seem. This is unfortunate. Naturally, the Druzir, they did not before Nerud entered. There is, if the Druzir can be this, naturally, Nerud's fate is in your hands.
Nice.
Look out!
Okay.
Whoa, it's over.
Spaffa. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si Mercedes-Benz? Ima neka tajna veza za sve nas, ima neka tajna veza za sve nas, ima neka tajna veza, la 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 la. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you, as long as you want, you know I gotta. Baby, if you give it... Poslao Milane kroz smeć.
Čekaj, stani, o čemu tačno pričamo?
Ko zna o džakovima?
I don't know what all this is, but I do not want to find out.
Halo?
Hang on. I need to rest for a minute.
Ali hoću Mercedesa. Da li kupim za 1 euro Half-Life Kit?
Interesting.
Steam dao ogroman popust. Zvoni iPhone.
Half-Life Kids?
Yes.
Ne znam da ti kažem.
Good job!
20 godina Steam.
20 godina Steam. Sviđa mi se. Da, Dota košta 10 evra, bre.
Šta košta 10 evra? Dota?
Ne, ovo je bug, ovo ušli.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that smell?
can't believe we killed that thing.
So, is there another time game this way?
I don't know. That thing would have been dead if she did.
Yep. Let's see. U vezi? Pa zato što tuče maksimum FPS, a ti možeš, hvala Bogu, da dosta izguraš.
depresivan je i težak, ne mogu, to vi ste možda stari...
Stari momci možete da trpite više, ili to?
Da, ja
ne mogu.
Ne
mogu. Znaš kako ti ide? Što si stari, manje možda trpiš sranje. Ti ja objasnim.
Slušaj, neka mišljenja, pita nešto, priča...
Depresiva, jebi ga.
Operacije, milije, moguće, čovjek, porodično da priča, ne vredu kurac.
Kakve veze ima? Omuc.
did it.
Welcome to my channel.
Bag's full.
Gdje si, Nenad? Svakoj čorbi mi rođe. Gdje je nešto umro nije, ko to kaže?
Oh, bag's full.
Neki video, šta? Će pogledam. Samo da se doguram do ovoga saveznika.
custodian sealed our doom.
What's this doing here? That looks important. Huh. Interesting.
$200 dana, 300 dana, čega je to? Fali tu stvari za uraditi u projektu Zomboid. Tipa, recimo NPC-evi, NPC banditi, trgovci.
To ima.
To je bilo u igri, ali su izvadili, znaš? A nije radilo kako treba. A i njihov nije radio. Gotovo.
Okay, this is it.
Incoming!
What do you proceed? This is our journey. Naturally, Alepsis Torah is a subjective. Alepsis Torah, it may seem. Alepsis Torah objective. Find the core and shut it down.
Great. More bad news. Great, more bad news.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Šta te još staviti? Neki dan? Ma čekaj, si to Milan odvojio od Daka, poklonio ga naočno? Da. Šta ćeš kada bude?
What happened here?
Šta ćeš kada bude da Milan odvojio? Znači kada bude da Milan tamo nešto tamo. Jedinočki.
Looks like it could be useful.
Fire incoming!
That's ominous. This isn't looking good.
Upravo sam ti zvao, mislio sam da spavaš, šta reći.
Yes.
Nego Milan se odvojio od Daka, poklonio ti, ja?
Vjerojatno kad je palo prozivanje.
Znači biti svog svijeta. Da vidim šta se dešava tamo.
You have arrived. Proceed to the elevator. Once you shut down the core, I will gain access and save Nerud.
What are my thoughts on Alexis Sora? Magister, I have little time for these idle musings. Our jump is imminent. The countdown is already underway. Very well. Very well. Yes, I'm aware. State my name for the record. Preceptsurus, Seeker Primus, House Almo. Of course, in and out of Master before entering this on the record. I won't repeat it then. Preceptsurus, Seeker Primus, House Almo. Alexis Sora. The very jaws of creation. Looms just beyond our grasp. There can be no scientific explanation for what it is we know to be true. The answer we seek rests inside that black star. Talratha warned us. The doom awaits within. But every fiber of my being knows that we must make this jump. His great wisdom is a loss, for sure. But the astral paths from the remaining houses assure me they can jump the ship without his aid. Preparations are complete. Each of the houses have sought refuge within the stasis chambers. The Caution against potential exposure. The custodian assures us the shielding on Narude will be sufficient. The other Seekers have retreated to their stasis chambers. Only I and Seeker Maxim will remain to oversee the journey. Speak up, Maxim. I can hardly hear you. Guardian? Go. The Apocalypse have already secured the artist and prepared him for the jump. No. No. You can't delay. Countdown has already begun. Prepare yourself. Are you still recording this? Shut this off.
For millennia, the Drazier sought answers to a simple question. Are we alone? Nerude was built to answer this question. I was built to care for Nerude. Al-Ratha led Nerude through the currents of space and time, to the origin of energy in all its forms, to Alepsis Torah. The anomaly was unlike any on record. Massive in scope, purposeful in its composition. It appeared chaotic, but also intelligent in its design. Al-Ratha warned the Seekers. He guided Nerude to the gates of heaven, yet refused to step within. But Al-Ratha was overruled. The Seekers saw in Alepsis Torah an end to their quest, an answer to all their questions. And now, only I remain. The fate of Nerude, all Drazier, rests in me.
For a minute.
console there to shut it down. Once complete, I can gain access and save Nerude. so Alexis' Torah were felt in all corners of the ship. Nonetheless, you were successful, and I now have access to the core. I and all the Druzir are in your debt.
Let's take a breather.
Get a load of this place. All right, Clementine, where are you?
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
I would recommend, if you have any unfinished affairs on Erud, you promptly attend to them to restore the Druzir. I could, as for your reward, now leave. There is much I must do. I'm afraid